a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, no, you hurt me so bad. And drop me just like that. Now turn her back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can't feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. But I'm back on my feet again. It don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
Destiny on the line, knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on the mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight. is on the line. We don't back down, we gon' fight. We come alive. We come alive.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving it out for me. Just do it and stop at talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
One last step before finals, one last BO5 before we see the last team, and one more desk before greatness. Say hello to my little friends. I have initialized an Aragon. Welcome to the desk.
He's been doing that all day with that collar. The amount of times that man has gone flipping that collar on the way to the studio.
We've had to lower it, you know.
Yeah,
Put it back to
legitimately.
normal.
It's ridiculous. The man can't be stopped. He's a menace.
By the way, what's the case today, Lawyer Aragon? Look at him.
It's very sharp.
I think it was, what did you say? Protein?
Protein. Protein. Which team is the most amount of protein? Let's toss it to the casters who will be screaming today and analyzing as well. Hysterics in Georgia.
Bro, I don't mind the outfit, actually. It's actually banging. I
say
gave you
George?
compliments all day, and I think he looks like Lionel Richie's, like, you know, cousin. Lionel Richie always wore white blazers, and for some reason I matched.
The lost cousin.
Yeah.
Did he call me George?
Georgia.
Georgia, okay.
George.
Georgia.
guys.
Hi, George.
One of the boys.
The boys!
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, guys. Happy to be here.
You have the best outfit.
I just punched my microphone. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
guys.
Sponsored by Georgia, by the way. She took me shopping. I couldn't say no. That was violence.
That's a
Talking
lie.
about violence, let's look at how we got here
Wow.
on the bracket so far for knockout. Today is a special day, by the way. Get ready back at home. It's going to be interesting on the pre-show. We started off with Besiktas versus SK Prime, and Besiktas took it to 5 games before winning. BDSA took down Orbital Anonymous on a 3-0 fashion. Then we jump into yesterday's match. Not really. It was Spandau versus Nigma. Then they went versus GKs. And it was actually Ein Spandau going for the 3-1. Gentlemen, what's the most interesting part of this bracket?
I think we're going to have to probably briefly touch on yesterday's series. Obviously, the two of us were casting that. And I don't want people to look at that scoreline and think that it was a simple 3-1. The GK didn't come in and look like they could have gone a lot further. In a lot of ways, I am surprised that game didn't go to game 5. We did get particularly games 3 and 4, particularly game 3, which GK threw. They could well have won that if it wasn't for a slightly bad Baron moment. Game 4, they came back. We could well have seen a game 5. And the fact that Eintracht Spandau still go forward is credit to their kind of like strength of character. But GK certainly didn't make it easy for them. The Arabian League should feel like they did themselves proud. And I will be very interested to see what this side of the bracket is looking like in terms of the relative strength, because I think that side at least showed, yes, some weakness, but certainly an ability to brawl when it gets messy, when it goes wrong.
I definitely do think it was a day of throws.
Yeah.
There was some interesting ones. I also think they made their lives a little bit difficult with some of the drafts. I remember an Ornn, Talia, Ivan combo, which I wasn't a big fan of. Very low damage until the Zaya came online. But my favorite storyline of the bracket is probably just how strong BDSA are. I don't feel like we know yet. Because if you take a look at the stats, they are 8-1, incredible goal leads rather at 15 minutes. There are so many interesting things to talk about. I just want to see them get to the finals, get to play against potentially better teams, and figure out just how good they are.
This is how we got here, by the way. SK Prime versus Besiktas. It's interesting and important as well to look into this B-roll initialized, because this is like a preview of what we're going to get today.
And I think a fair number of us kind of underestimated Besiktas a little bit. We thought SK Prime, particularly out of groups, looked really good. Besiktas had a bit of a messier group stage, and it was a messy quarterfinals. It went to 5 games and was very one-sided snowballs nearly every game. Whoever got ahead stayed ahead. But it was in the end Besiktas who did power their way through. Some really clutch Silas counter picks in particular in the mid lane. Kaori in the bot lane is still a bit of a monster. He could well end up being the tournament MVP if they go all the way. Keep your eyes on this team. For all that we underestimate a little bit, Turkey won last year in spring. Besiktas could well have won these spring finals for this region as well. And I think they could be dangerous today.
I have to say, I completely agree with you. Every single point that you said. However, I also want to highlight Hoon. I think as far as adaptations to lane swaps, one of the better top laners in the entire tournament. I love the way he was soaking experience, finding innovative ways to handle the lane swaps on champions like Aatrox, where normally you would see them get absolutely bodied. So shout out to Hoon. I think he's been phenomenal.
I remember going back and watching the clip you talked about. We managed to sneak into the alcove to get level 2, force his flash. It's just really creative. On the other side, though, this quarterfinals, the BDSA versus Anonymous one. Anonymous came in and unfortunately looked a little bit in over their heads. They felt a little bit uncoordinated. You saw the tower down there. Rurison executing the tower, having just been towered over the other side, and went a bit wrong. And I'm not really sure that BDSA were pushed, particularly in this series. Anonymous weren't great in the early game. BDSA are. That's just a bad mismatch in the first place.
It just felt like consistently individual just gaps. Absolute gaps. In the mid lane in particular, I think Jungle Skumon also had a fantastic series. But Rika just absolutely dominating the 1v1, spreading that lead as well. This series, it wasn't close. And once again, I have to ask, what is BDSA ceiling? Because they said, I believe in an interview, our only competition is KC, and now they're out. So who can really push them?
And it's quite interesting because a lot of teams have said their only competition was KC, and then a few of those ones are remaining. What does that mean about all these teams that have said, well, KC's gone? So Eintracht Spandau are the remaining opponents outside of the semi-finals, and that will be an interesting matchups for both sides of this. And this was probably the closest match of the series, but even then, moments like this where Skumon is landing these incredible flash Qs meant that even if Anonymous were able to contest, it wasn't to the extent that they were winning the games, because you already had the creativity in draft with things like the Twitch. People like Skumon were just mechanically better. And then the mid lane matchup flipping around the same matchups and winning both sides of the Talia Hui matchup, for example. I mean, Rika put on a clinic, as you said.
I want to dive deeper as soon as we go longer into this pre-show on the fact that did they actually get tested so far, especially on the best of 5? That to me is a big question, but we'll dive into that one later on. I want to show you everyone and also debate a little bit on the desk on the regions we still have available on this EMEA Masters Spring 2024. When you look into LFL, for instance, and how they got here, let's put all of URLs in front of you in the screen because this is really interesting. When you look into the Turkish league, you'll realize that, well, they made it here once, but when they did, they won. So that's really important.
And it's also important to note, they've only been here a year or so. They turned up spring of last year. And obviously, Wildcats went on to win the tournament in 2023 spring. They took down Unicorns of Love Sex Edition, who were looking like another one of those tournament favorites. In fact, Funky, who was over on Eintracht Spandau, could be looking for a little bit of vengeance here because he was on that roster. And you can see the appearance here. Right? TCL made it semifinals once. The one time they made it semifinals, they went on to win the whole tournament. That was in spring last year. Whereas someone like Prime League, they've made semifinals a lot of times. They've done pretty well as a region, but only getting one win out of that was big way back in the day. It's been a long, long time since the Prime League has really looked in a good position to win it. And maybe Eintracht can be that team, but we've seen them get here before a few times.
So we know who we are casting, or are we watching as well, who approached the EMEA Masters 2024, but do we know your knowledge on a specific theme? You know, back at home, we got to play a game. We got to play a game of who wants to be a challenger, quote, edition. Now we're spicing things up. Quotes. And talking about spicing things up, let's go sour, shall we?
Do we have to?
We have to. This is interesting.
Pray for us.
Okay, I'm down.
So you guys don't know what this is because it's, wrapped. But this is the sourest thing I could find in Paris. This is like desert.
Is it your gameplay? Is it your gameplay?
Wow, we shouldn't talk about aesthetics stream like that.
Yeah, that's rough.
Actually, you were the coach. You can't just throw him under the bus.
Last three, by the way. Last three.
Last three?
Yeah, so I'm going to give it one to you. Don't show it. There you go. I'm going to give it one to you. Don't show it.
Didn't drop it.
Super sour candy.
Extremely
Super sour candy. Okay, I'm ready.
And if we can,
you're not a sweet.
we can bite it because it gets extremely sour in the middle. So
When do we do this?
now, and we'll play the game.
With it in the mouth?
Now?
So this is like Hot Wings Challenge, but sour.
Yeah, worse. Ready?
No, not yet.
No, we're doing it
this
anyway.
Packaging is...
How have you messed this up?
Got it.
Okay. So I'll bring the question, and who
Yeah.
wants to start first? Who wants to start first? Because we'll
Feel
bounce
free.
back.
Okay, I'll take it,
It's
fine.
not rigged. It's not rigged. I promise.
Okay, I'll take it.
So take it. Let's go.
Oh my God.
First quote of the day.
Oh, got lemon too. Which is
Never
double
become
sour.
a monster to
Can you
defeat
start
one.
again? Sorry, I was thinking. What?
Never become a monster to defeat one. Who do you think it is? Lux, Ivern, Karma, or Soraka?
Is it karma?
Oh, gosh.
I think it's Soraka, isn't it?
It's sour.
It's Karma.
Wow, okay.
1 point for you, Aragon.
Oh dear.
Oh my God, that's sour.
Oh, sweet Timo. Oh, I was not expecting
Sweet
this.
Timo.
Oh my, holy Timo. Second of the day.
Yup.
I find, this is for the initialize. I find that the stranger life gets, the more it seems to make sense. Ivern, Yasuo, Yone, Nico.
Ivan.
Can I guess after?
You could,
Okay.
but it's correct.
Okay.
Got it.
Point.
My
Good
foul's
job, mate.
gone.
Good job.
I'm through to the easy part.
It's no longer sour.
I'm sorted, mate.
So if it's no longer sour, just bite. Okay. Third one. A shepherd with no flock is just an idiot with a stick. Rakan, Swain, Silas, or Rise.
I have an absolute. Okay. Let me do elimination. No. I want to say B or D. But I'm going to go with D.
You think it's Rise.
I have absolutely no idea. I've never heard this quote in
A
my life.
shepherd with no flock is just an idiot with
a
a
stick.
stick.
You gonna go Rise?
Rise is not
Damn.
the correct answer.
Initialize.
1 and 1. Initialize who it is. Oh boy, this is not good.
Okay,
I think it's going to be Silas or Swain. They're the two kind of
I agree.
Aggressive.
magnate kind of figures.
Yeah.
It's too Machiavellian. I think it's Silas.
You lock in
I
Silas?
think so.
That is correct. You got 2 points versus
Initialize.
1.
Bring me hysterics. I want to play a game with hysterics.
Bring me a static. So 2 and 1 so far. This is for you again, Initialize, because
Oh, yes.
you know every problem is an opportunity. Cassiopeia, Talia, Wukong, or Jarvan the Fourth. If it's no longer sour, you have to bite in.
Okay.
Good luck.
I think it's Wukong.
You just broke my
See?
teeth.
You think it's Wukong?
I think so.
You want to lock it in?
I'm going to do that.
You sure?
Yeah.
You know,
It's not Wukong.
I regret playing League with our voices off. I turned
You've
them
done
off.
it. You've weakened yourself for
I
this
have.
game show right
This
now.
game show is really difficult now. I'm gonna go.
Oh, I see sounds.
Oh my god. Right.
You're so weak to the sour. I had the lemon one. That's like double sour, man.
Every problem is an opportunity.
Every sourness is sour.
I'm gonna go with Jarvan.
Ah, nice one.
Yeah. Okay.
It
He's like a
is
strategist, right?
Cassiopeia.
I was like, I thought my second guess was Cassio. My second guess was Cassio. I'm bad. Okay.
Up to you. 2-1 still.
All right.
Living in
go.
fear is not living at all.
Ash.
Pantheon, Sejuani, Sandra.
That's an Ash quote. I'm
Ash.
confident.
You sure?
Yes.
You want to lock it in?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
you
locking
feel
in.
really confident.
I am.
That's so sad. Because it's not.
It's you, Archeron. It's Pantheon, eh?
My man, he
I d-
knows nothing about the game because it's Sejuani.
I knew it
You
was
know who the
Freljord.
host is?
I knew it was Freljord.
Pantheon's not Freljord.
No, but it's Sejuani.
I know, I put him
Oh.
in here because I knew you would fall for it. I knew it. I knew it.
I knew it was Freljord. It was Ash's Sedge.
Hey, that was close.
Yeah, it was close. Do I get half a point?
So cocky.
No.
I deserve that.
I got a point. I get like 0.1 points, okay?
I'm down.
Not going well.
Now, going on to you, Initialize. They put me in chains.
Oh, that's
They
so,
gave
that's
me
so
my
easy.
weapon.
That's rigged.
It's Silas.
Actually, now that I look at it,
That's so easy.
this is not fair. What are you looking
I'm
in?
Silas.
It's not Silas. Now we can talk about it because
okay,
now
okay.
you guys are confused, and I know
Okay.
chat brought in the A Silas. It's not Silas, chat.
Okay, I know what it is then. That's fine. I think I know what it is.
Is it Urgot?
Why?
Because they made him into a weapon. It's Urgot or Warwick, right?
No.
Why? Is this Rel? No.
It's on you,
I'm doing
Mike.
Urgot. I'm going Urgot. I'm committing.
That's your logic.
Yeah. The Chemtech, arcane.
It is. I'm sorry. Correct. Yes,
Yeah,
you got
got it.
Urgot.
Wow.
The 2 and 2 so
It's
far.
not Rel? What?
Because Rel had a whole thing with the Black Rose.
Okay,
being
so
imprisoned,
you
from
are
my
tied
memory.
up,
Wow, it's true.
and that means we need
Screwed
to
up.
go to the tiebreaker.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
before you put it on, whoever answers first will get the point. Okay?
Correctly, right?
I need someone to slap the table in order to answer. The one first gets to answer. Let's go. Hey guys, quiet. Interview. Yes.
Bong.
There you go. He wins this one.
I read all the answers.
It literally said Bong on 4!
I was reading it.
I can't believe it.
Reading skills diff.
You get one of the best
Oh.
and coolest
I'm
prizes
ready.
we've given so far in the show. You get. Let me hide it. I'm gonna go to his screen. There you go. You get the most beautiful,
I'm so
magnificent.
jealous.
So ready.
I'm so jealous.
Oh yes.
Oh,
That
my word.
t-shirt.
That's fabulous.
Look at this.
That is
I'm so jealous.
actually monstrous. That's like horrible shiny lycra as well. This is
Oh,
gonna be.
my word.
I'm gonna.
You've got to come on desk with that.
I do. Do I put it on now?
I don't know. It's up to you. You don't have a microphone, so while I introduce the next segment, maybe
so jealous.
you can
Yeah,
put it
that's
on.
fine. I'll do this in the
As
background. Don't look,
do
chat.
a double camera. Just me and Eragon.
Here, don't show initializer.
Hey, Eragon. How you feeling?
Well,
That was terrible.
I'm so sad. You got the cat shirt, man. Burrito cat.
Take that off. Don't show the brand.
Oh shit!
Oh no, Eragon.
It's disaster.
Not again.
Have you got the shirt on? Get me out of
He's
this.
putting the shit. Okay. Now we're back on. Okay, there you go. Look at that. Now look at that. Beautiful. Man, I'm jealous.
Amazing.
I'm jealous. You have
Yeah.
no idea what we're giving to the final, by the way. This is going to be beautiful.
I'm never going to be single again. Now I own this shirt. This is it. This is going to go on every dating profile ever. It's gonna be beautiful.
Is that what you need?
I think so. This is my moment. Thank you for this gift.
I need one too.
Production.
Yeah, no.
Production help. Now let's go on to the last semifinals. BDSA versus Besiktas, and why this is so interesting. I want to know why. I want to understand the teams. Do you want to lawyer up and talk about?
If you want. Who should I represent?
I don't know, lawyer. Tell me. Pick your client.
I am going to represent Besiktas.
Go for it.
Oh,
Despite thinking BDSA will probably win,
wait,
I will
what?
play the devil's advocate. So,
Okay.
Osman 123, Osgoat 123. I think this guy is absolutely phenomenal. And if they're going to find a win, it's going to be through bot side rather. Osman is incredible at finding these early gank opportunities if he's on champions like the Rel of the past in the jungle or Xin now. I think with these champions alongside kill lanes bot, Varus, Ashe, Kalista, all these kinds of lanes, then they can definitely take a game or two off of BDSA and maybe get the series. However, if they're off of this style, if they're playing these slow scaling compositions with very slow scaling control mages, scaling bot lanes, I don't think they stand a chance. They will get run over. So there's the win condition.
We got Besiktas, BDSA, initialize.
BDSA have proven across
I
this
love that
tournament
shirt.
to be pretty much the hands down best early game team in the league. And while they had some issues in terms of maybe being a little bit sloppy in the mid game with those leads, a little irresponsible, they've tightened that up, particularly over the quarterfinals. And I think particularly that mid jungle pairing between Skumond and Rika really starting to shine now. And Miru, when they were losing in that quarterfinals, was often the point of attack. When he got left alone or got counterpick, that was great for the side of Besiktas. But when they were attacked, it was often through that mid jungle. Add in a support like Paris, who's arguably the best support in the tournament. He has been really good. Won last year with Wildcats in spring, by the way. So he's doing a little bit of rivalry here versus his former Turkish region. If this starts happening where you get that mid jungle and the support roaming up towards mid lane and Miru's attacked, add in the early game dominance, Besiktas could well get really rolled over because they have not been great when they start losing.
So when you look at BDSA, we're looking at a team that is really good at the early game. They pretty much dominate every single early game, but then they do a little bit of trolling, as we say. The thing is, it was at groups. While they jumped on the best of final, when they had that best of final, they just demolished. They were so complicated to actually watch. It's like, what is this team? They're not playing around. So do you believe it was that, oh, we're at groups, we're comfortable yet, we're going to pass, and now they're focused down? Because if Besiktas finds that BDSA yet again, it's going to prove almost impossible, no? I'm just throwing up. I need more.
I mean, definitely a possibility. My problem is I feel like I've underestimated Besiktas a number of times when it counts. I thought that after their first day in groups, they might be falling away from it, and they still make it out of groups. They come into quarterfinals and go, oh, it's against SK Prime, actually looked really clean in groups. You know, in many ways had a really solid regular season in the Prime League, had a solid playoffs well. The finals were kind of a bit ugly, but seemed to have recovered once they came over to EMEA Masters. I was like, it should be this one, right? And then they win that series too. And now they're in this versus BDSA. And to many analysts, BDSA were the LFL #1 seed in many ways, actually beyond Karmine Core. And you can see that there with this average game time as well. Like there is a big difference because BDSA have, generally speaking, when they've gotten ahead, they've won it. On the other side, Besiktas, they win fast, yes, but they also lose extremely fast. It goes bad or good really, really aggressively.
That's the problem, isn't it, Agon? When you are faster than the light, you always live in the shadow.
It is definitely, partially at the very least, off the back of the mid lane. I feel like regardless of how this series goes, one certainty is that mid jungle is going to be extremely explosive. With Osman versus Skumond playing all of these early game champions.
Nice.
Mid lane with Rika dominating 1 versus 1 in a lot of matchups, and Miru, who from behind has looked very, very shaky. I think the advantage of having Miru on your team, however, is you can find these sort of flexible drafts. He will just pick out the counter picks into blind picks like the Azir, such as the Sylas. They had a phenomenal answer into Alistar and Maokai with the Sylas into the Azir as well, since Azir isn't as much of a lane bully at the moment. They found wins just off of that. So just regardless of what happens, mid-jungle, That's where everything's going to be.
So if I may, and I would like to approach you on this one, Anagon, because when I look into game knowledge, I think you have an issue. When you look into this Silas, that was actually like I was giving you props. Okay. When you look into that Silas versus the champions that we see nowadays, why did that Silas just excel at what he needed to do?
So in the past, you saw a lot of Silas angles, and there are specific champions just Silas is just absolutely phenomenal with. Champions like Swain, champions like Maokai, champions like Alistair. Azir, he can survive in the lane as well with, because he can just abuse items and runes, such as Second Wind, D-Shield. He can just survive for absolutely ever. And because Azir doesn't bully as hard at the moment, he can scale up for free. And then what he can do in the early game and the mid game is he can skirmish extremely well in the river. So what you see is Miru is he'll just play these early skirmishing champions, and I much prefer these than him on some slow scaling thing like Azir or Aesol.
My one worry there is on the other side. You look at Rika's champion pool, and he has been willing to pull out some of these picks that are a bit more lane dominant. The Tristana, the Hui matchup, actually, he did in Talia and bullied the Talia out, then took the Talia and did it into the Hui on the other side. He isn't just relegated to playing the Azir and saying, well, I guess I'll get priority even if I don't bully that hard. So, yes, of course, you have got these counterpick angles from Miru, but I feel like Rika, at least from what we've seen, has actually been really, really solid in those 1v1s in mid lane. I remember a matchup in that quarterfinals where he got the enemy mid lane, Royston, to recall twice before he did, and then takes that opportunity to go bot with all the items here and breaks bot lane as well with a dive. He's been playing these lane states very, very well, and Miru needs to turn up and play the best game he's got with some of those good counterpick angles if he wants to take BDSA down, because I think Rika could really be a tough opponent.
So now I'll double down on you. I think like in terms of game knowledge, he has an issue, but on your side, you're the storyteller, in my opinion. So can we pull out the stats yet again? Like I want to see the numbers, and I want to approach with you on a specific question, because when you look into the BDSA, and you look into the mid lane, Rika, look at the difference in terms of damage. It's absurd. On one side, Miro brings a lot into the table, but why do you believe Rika brings so much damage per minute into the table for BDSA, and also kill participation? From your point of view, from your storytelling, what can you tell me initially?
So the thing you've got to remember about Rika is this is a guy who's been around the European scene for a very long time at this point. I'm looking back over his history, and like kind of back in 2018, he was starting to get into professional play at some level. And he was always kind of known for having a bit of a narrow champion pool, for being way too much about the 1v1s and not much about else. And he never really got his shot truly at top-level League of Legends because people thought he was a little bit too limited. And I think actually over the last few years, he's really developed to have a lot broader ability to impact the game. And he's always had those very strong laning 1v1 fundamentals. It was just quite narrowly focused in terms of what champions he could do that on, how he could fit into a team composition, how he could fit into a team in general. And I think that has really developed. And particularly in BDSA, where he's effectively been the main man for a number of years. Look back to that 2022 run where they made it to finals and they very nearly took that series. It was that fall of the LFL versus Heretics. It was a huge moment in a lot of ways, and they were looking fantastic. Adam in the top lane then, where you still see that development even from then to now. I think he's looking really good. He's having a fantastic tournament. He's putting up great numbers. He's doing a lot of different champions, and he's not doing it just by himself. He is linking up with the team really well. That arc from being your typical solo queue, I play for myself mid laner of yesteryear, becoming a little bit more well-rounded and a bit more of a leader is great to see from a player who for a long time was kind of thought to be kind of put in a box, pigeonholed. And I think he is trying to change that.
Can I give my thoughts on Rika?
Yes.
Good lane, strong lane, big number damage, high gold, big items.
Yeah.
Strong champions do damage, high numbers.
We lift circles, we happy.
Heavy circle lifting.
I love it. No, that's it. That's a summary for both teams. But now there's that quote you brought in the beginning of the show. Our only real competition is KC. Jinax brought that into the interview. But the thing is, they're gone. So his BDSA tournament favorites, I know everybody from Spandau is like, what? I mean, we talked with him and he said like, yep, it's real.
I think you have to say the tournament favorites BDSA now, because I feel like even GK versus Spandau, it was such a shaky series where it could have gone to 5 games. It could have been Spandau loss, in all honesty, with GK throwing so many leads. I remember that Baron, like you mentioned
that
earlier
game
on.
3, yeah. Oh.
I absolutely do think that GK lost their heads a little bit, especially after some really crucial blunders. GU in particular, I think, really struggled to recover mentally after that Baron throw. So it could have been a world where it was Spandau not actually winning. And you compare that to the dominance that BDSA have shown, I just don't even think it's close.
Oh, so that brings us to predictions.
Oh boy.
I want to know your predictions, not only on who's going to take it, but by how much. And sourness will be included for the loser.
It's BDSA. They won't drop a game this entire tournament.
Okay.
Wait.
The whole tournament?
From now on.
You think it's going to 3-0 the entire play?
Yes.
Ooh.
And they will have one loss because they've only got one loss so far. I'm willing.
Now look at that. You gotta, you all in.
I think it's
You gotta go all in.
I think it's 3-1 BDSA, and I will tell you why. I still think that they have got a little bit of that cockiness in the mid game that wasn't punished by Orban and Onimo, who didn't have the early game stability and kind of just like constitution, maybe is the way to do it. Bring in a D&D phrase. There you go. To kind of like hold on in the early game and then get to the point of the game where they were stronger. BDSA are known across the LFL, across this tournament, for just having some of those mid games where they can be a little irresponsible with their leads at point. And I think that a team like Besiktas might be able to punish them or get under strong enough of an early game, get Kaori on something like one of those Callistas and do something really damaging, get to the finals. I think Eintracht could do something similar. They are not the kind of team that will be willing to play entirely flawlessly.
So 3-1 for today.
I think, yeah.
3-0, 3-0 for finals.
3-0, 6-0, never dropping a game again. BDSA are the GOATs of
That's
the
a
tournament.
significantly more exciting
So let's see
prediction.
what happens because we're about to jump into the beginning of the series of this best of 5. Get ready. We're about to find the last name that will join Spandau in finals of what? EMEA Masters 2024 Spring. So without further ado, let's toss it to a break and let's toss it to the hard montage.
Dive here, flash is available. Kadui bounces, but then bounces himself. We get the Berserker comes through as well. Again, Afroboy against the wall finds Kadui at half HP. They might have a kill on the Jinx. They've used everything in the kitchen sink, though, and he's still alive. On the back end, this support tries to bail him, and he gets bailed out, and again, it's done. Put it in the bin.
Let's make fire.
Gets the charm, plays out well. Gypsy with the flash away again. Genax not even here. The key for the equalizer. It turns, it burns, and there's no way they're going to get out of this churn.
Ultimiz lazım. Ultiye de bastı. Kaori'nin önüne geçti. Üzerine sıçra geldi Kaori'nin. Şimdi Padiya rakibi ittirdi. Osman yetişti orada. Aldı. Devamı da var. Rebel önde şimdi. Kaori'yi koruyalım. Koru. Yavaşlatma geldi ama. Kaori.
Tamam aldık onda.
Osman kovalıyor bu arada. Kule altında. Rakipten ulti gasp eden bir Mireo var. Orada dönen birebir. O bitmedi ama. Burada işi bitirdi.
Do not push me.
Bu dengelince artık. Altın sıkı dengelince artık.
Geldi.
Çok da iyi böldü rakibi.
Heyecanlar.
Arkasında kaldı. Skorlar ardı geliyor.
Çok iyi be.
Skor.
Çok iyi.
Dördüncü de Venom olacak. Venom'dan çıkış yok. Padiye düştü ama hiç sorun değil. Bu skorlar bir zaman onu getirecek.
Der Racker fest doch sehr viel.
Voller Baupips.
Kann damit einfach Solo killen. Der Captain ist wieder mal am Start. Let's bounce.
Jetzt auf die Karte, der Knockup sitzt und Benji hat überhaupt keine Schritte. Bauchbibel mit der 3-Man-Wall.
Legendary now on the Aphelios in third. Severum flying into the backside. It is well Zonya's though. Keeps himself alive. Leo with the HP buzz to murder everyone. How much damage can they do? That's the whole. Bleeding Callista's knocked up and knocked out. He doesn't have a lot of mana left. That could be a problem. Nexus turret one down. I think they might just do it. Respawn's beginning to come through. Vladdy is dead. Callista knocked up again. The rest of the Nexus. They have done it.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, make it run, make it run. Make it run, make it run, make it run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might and find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah? Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. This ain't a game, you can forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get cold. We ain't starving, the whole team was dinner, now they go. Bitch, we mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, this the garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They block it, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, Ricky, run.
Top of the mountain being climbed, something exciting, but it's exciting to get in the semifinals. I'm Mysterix. I'm joined by Trouble. Now, Trouble Rex?
Trouble Rex?
What did we decide on?
I think a lot of people said Trouble Rex.
Does it work?
Because if we just add an ink to your name, it doesn't do anything,
No,
right?
and that's not the full story, is it? So again, we'll work that out. You guys can decide, and it feels like Trouble Rex right now is working, but you know what is trouble for BJK coming into this, because a lot of people are favoriting BDSA. Best seed left of the LFL, the only seed left of the LFL, but the most dominant team in quarterfinals. I think it is super easy to say.
I mean, these guys win really, really fast. I think the desk was saying it as well. And Besiktas lose very fast, but they also win very fast.
True.
So no matter what, I think it's going to be decided very early on, because both teams will have some sort of advantage or disadvantage in the early game for sure.
I mean, early on is going to be that bot side for me. Starting off, I feel like Kalista's going to be one of the big picks we talk about. Like B1, that's going to be huge for BDSA. Besiktas been banned against them a lot so far in this tournament. Been prioritized by Besiktas and then banned ever since by SK Prime. I think the other thing I want to talk about is the fact that like mid-jungle for BDSA was huge in their last series versus Orbit and Otomo. And Rika with Skumon, that is such a great duo. Things like Volleybet, Talia, first pick priority, 100%.
Yeah, they brought out Tristana and stuff like this. Anything that will give you priority and start roaming around the map and create this early game proactive mid-jungle duo, I think was really good. And I feel like it's worth keeping an eye on Ricker in general, because throughout his entire career, we mentioned on the DESA the previous days when BDSA was playing, you know, he was criticized. He got promoted over to the LEC. He got criticized, probably one of the worst splits of his career. And he went back down to the ARLs, and he's been developing and evolving ever since. So I feel like it's a pretty good idea to keep an eye on to Ricker and see the consistency throughout the tournament.
Well, let them begin. Let's see how Rika goes here. I love RKR, the abbreviation. Like, that's too much to fit in, isn't it? All right, Jace banned on blue side. That's a first for me. Going up against who? That was an option on red side, counter pick, but still it's an early ban away, as they've done their homework for Besiktas' side. The Kalista we talked about off the table as well. Skumon not getting the Volibear, I think, is a smart move.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Vi, Maokai have been the name of the game in general. They've been bad both from blue and red side. And let's see what they're going to choose to go for here, because Ricker, we've seen a lot of Talia B1s in general. It really works, and it's going to be the case here for BDSA.
Yeah, really good call. Okay, well, the favorite of Rika gets picked up. Another jungle pairing we'll see, because on the other side for Besiktas, this has been a team that's looked best with things like the Xin Zhao as well. Jinx also left on the table if we want to start looking at lane swap. And actually, mentioning that, it's interesting because I didn't expect that we'd get as many lane swaps here today. But we don't have any of the usual bans away, like the Sion, the Lulu. The Jinx also left up, and Besiktas take it away.
And I don't know if I like this specifically for Kaori in the bot lane, because usually the things like Kalista, Varus, more lane dominant champions that will take control of that early game. And I was wondering, because we're talking about BDSA, how they don't like to lane swap. However, they will react to it 100% of the time. But if you look over to Besiktas, they've got a top player that, sure, he plays a bunch of tanks, right? He's played the Sion, he's played the Ornn, but he mainly likes to play the more bruiser in your face type of champions, like the Nectons, the Aatroxes, where he's played Rumble as well.
We expect versatility out of both of them as well. There's Renekton on this side for Genax to run into game number 1 with the Sejuani as well. Strong top side to build up for BDSA.
You know, this is probably the point where Besiktas has to sort of decide if they're going to be lane swapping. Because if you're not lane swapping, these guys have a very potent jungle top duo that can actually take you down. Use that Renekton in the early game is such a huge tool, especially around the objectives. So I think Besiktas here have to decide, potentially even drop their top laner for 4-5, which they have done here, locking in the Aurelion Soul.
Because the Aurelion Soul comes through. Now, the Des didn't like this too much. It was a bit flippy in the last series, and for Besiktas, Miru got caught out a lot on some of these control mages, so it's up to him to see how he can alleviate the early game so far. As Trouble already mentioned to you at home, the top lane has been dropped here. We're going to see which direction BDSA go. But the other side, though, bot side not picked up, so Besiktas had their pick of the litter to see what AD carries they want to ban away.
Ooh, Varus already banned away from Kedui. I'm thinking of things like Kedui has been a great Tristana enjoyer as well. And we saw Tristana in the series yesterday, actually, whether it was picked mid lane or bot lane, it had such a huge impact in the game. It feels like that shove and push that it gives to allow you to invade into the jungle, to allow you to take control of these rivers for the neutral objectives is huge. So I wouldn't even be surprised if I saw Kedui in one, on a peak like this.
He's already missed out on things like the Varus, the Ashe support going along with it, so some of the lane advantage picks are taken out. We might get something again that has a similar scaling elements and again can build on the range. Nautilus, an engage tool taken away from Besiktas. We've already got some setup here in the mid game for BDSA, but for Besiktas, the early game looks a little bit slow here. What pairs up with the Xin Zhao? What can Pikesteer get on now that Rel and Nautilus are taken away?
I'm expecting here to see potentially a top lane pick because you know you're already playing into the Renekton. And if you choose to go for the lane swap right here, we might see Hoon go towards things like an Ornn, a Sion, or a Zac. However, if he wants to take the matchup into the Renekton, we could potentially see things like the Cassante or the Aatrox coming out for him.
Oh, yeah.
All of these are champions that he has played, but I think it's going to be very indicative on what they want to do towards the top side of the map.
Ooh,
if it is going to be the Rek'Sai, I don't expect a lane swap from Besiktas. Rex is a very potent champion when it comes to laning on the top side of the map, especially versus bruisers or tanks.
I mean, again, it's lost a lot of its sustain too, so any kind of lane swap would be riskier considering that the Rek'Sai top has been a miss by many teams left in the league, many teams in playoffs, I should say, as there's not many left overall. So Rek'Sai gets locked in. That means we have counterpick support here for Besiktas, but for BDSA, I mean, bot sides have been left to a minimum.
No way.
Playing for a strong 2v2. This is what's left, but a lot of teams in LEC, in Europe, and regions that are not LPL and LCK struggle to play this well.
If you turn nameplates completely off, I will tell you that Besiktas is probably on the left. And that BDSA are on the right, because Lucian Nami pretty much fits the profile of Kaori, wanting to play for those early games. His Kallistas, his Varuses, anything that can shove you or play hard for that early game advantages. And right now, Kedui and Powers, they're playing the Lucian Nami. However, we have not seen it as potent in Europe as we have seen it over in the Eastern world. And I would love to see how they get out of lane, because it's not particularly the case of get that Lucian ahead in the early. Even if he's even, I feel like this champion in the mid game is such a menace.
But how certain is this? Like this game number one draft, as you said, feels like we've flipped the script a little bit here. But BDSA playing pure mid game. There is no scaling here. It is all about the first 20 to 30 minutes of the game and how they bring the tempo to it. On for Besiktas, excuse me, there is so much range that comes in late game, so much scaling. I think it's easy to say that, like, well, timer for BDSA to again play their strong early game that we highlighted in the past.
It's fine, you know, Besiktas lose fast or win fast. BDSA also win very fast in their victories. So having a very strong early to mid-game spy composition is going to be absolute game for them. And I feel like BDSA have all the tools and every single lane has so much setup. That Sejuani ganking is going to be so pivotal. So I feel like all eyes on Skewmond and how he's going to path into the early game, which lane he's going to choose to path towards, because pathing towards your Lucian Nami is the most common thing we have seen. You've got a lot of pressure through that bot lane. You can also cause invades to happen towards that bot side of the map. However, you do have a very strong duo if you go towards the top side of the map and play towards that.
You just came off LPL finals as well, and I'm just thinking, a level 3 dive from BLG with Lucian Nami. I'm not sure if it was the same game. I think it was with the Maokai, I remember. All hands on deck. It was like, well, this looks like a sus dive. They traded 1 for 1, but it was about that aggression bot.
Death taxes, Shun diving bot lane level 3.
I expect Skewmon, I mean, just set up to do the same thing with the Sejuani. You've got multiple
European
angles.
Shun?
Yeah, European Shun. I didn't know that's how Skewmon spelt his name outside of the country. I have to say, though, how many options do you have? Like Talia level 6 as well, like Genax as well with Sejuani, such a nice pairing for topside. There are so many options for BDS that we kind of came into this in trouble to paraphrase you at the start. You're like, well, as you've said, this Turkish team win or lose quick. BDS win quick as well. But we expected this to be either a quick series or just a bloodthirsty one. I think game one draft sets up for it so damn well.
Absolutely. I'm getting a little worried for Besiktas. However, in terms of development, when we look at teams in general in playoffs at EMEA Masters, we have seen so many teams just step up and clean out their early game. And if they don't get pulled apart on the map right here from BDSA, their scaling is impeccable. There's no way they're going to lose. In terms of like execution, front to back, damage dealt, in all terms of execution and damage, scaling is on their side of Besiktas.
That's why it's going to be up to Osman to see how he can bring in game one and keep the pace at a minimum. Besiktas versus BDSA, our semi-final of our upper bracket. Well, excuse me, the upper side of our bracket, I should say. Eintracht are already waiting in the grand final. It's Spandau Pride that are waiting to see who they verse. The LFL second seed or the Turkish second seed as well, the TCL. I mean, it would be such a big deal for Besiktas to get to that grand final. For LFL, they've already got so much pride as Osman with an audacious charge in. Rika with a trade himself, but not much going to be taken here as Miro can't get the Comet for the range advantage.
A bit of an early game coverage. So it was a top side cornered of Osman's jungle. We're expecting both junglers, of course, to start from the top side of the map and end up towards the bot. I feel like a lot of the pressure that will be redirected towards that bot lane will dictate a lot of the invades and the pathing for the junglers early on. I feel like Sejuani would have a pretty happy life pathing towards that bot side of the map. And if Kedui and Powers do have the first push, you can actually invade Xin Zhao in his jungle and throw him out.
Yo, hold a second. Lethal tempo Xin Zhao, by the way. Normally, Conqueror is from what I've seen. I don't know if I've been hiding under a rock and I've just not seen this before. But Osman has decided to flare up and just show us what Lethal Temple Xin Zhao can do in a game.
Someone has to carry the early game, you know?
Yeah, okay.
And Lethal Tempo is a pretty good rune. A lot of champions like Nocturne, for example, that has a lot of auto attacks, also uses Lethal Tempo.
True. Great dueling. Further to your point.
A lot of junglers here, if they're expecting to be invaded, usually what happens when you're on red side, and right here you'll see that Kedui and Powers have the first level 2 and they will get into this trading early on. A lot of junglers, what they'll do is they'll clear their top side of the map, press B, go base, get a BF sword. Not a BF sword, sorry, you can't.
No, that's a very impressive first clear.
Okay, get a long sword and enter your bot side jungle ready to fight. So Osman could be in this situation right here. He knows he's been spotted by the ward as well.
And we're expecting push to come down bot side as well. I think that's a really important point. How Xin Zhao can impact the map and find an advantage and split himself up an early game that works in their favor. Now for top side, we have to pause because Genax has a massive wave. Misses Cannon. I'm glad you paid attention to it. But Hoon takes a bit of damage. Fury build-up is nice, though. And for Genax, as he reaches level 3, gets a push in, will be denied the demolish. But you can see the pressure's already building up in the 1v1 alone.
The sadness of being a top laner, though, right? Your jungler's buffing away from you. That was a very nice and juicy wave to actually pull a dive towards the top side of the map. Deprive Hoon a little bit of that XP. However, you know that Xin Zhao is going to be towards the bottom of the map, so the second you show top, your bot lane is going to be very vulnerable. And Kedui and Powers were already shoved in way too hard.
Rika, really nice trading there, but I think sidestep from Miro is big. You mentioned the cancel bot side for Kedui just as he's backing in base, or rather in brush. BJK with a ward in that spots him out, and now that the wave resets as well, we can see no dive was taken, no build-up, and no stack towards the turret to give options either for Skumond or a response for Osman to come in for the counter. So instead, junglers looks like they reset here, Trouble. Pretty basic start, and heading towards mid to see if they can pivot. Maybe up towards this top side as, oh, wait, Hoon is very deep, has to tunnel out, baited by Rek'Sai. Not the first one, but not going to be the last either.
Ah, lovely. We're actually seeing top lane matchups.
It's a game!
We're seeing top laners trade. We're seeing top laner versus top lane. We don't see necessarily tank versus tank. And Genax right here has absolutely the upper hand of this blind Renekton. Well, Kedui is trading very aggressively.
Tackle prison, no, wait. Could be a kill, The flash away, the auto is not enough. Paris gets close as now with the ghost popped as well. Kaori thinks he can get the trade back, but the 2v2 working out for BDSA as we expected.
Absolutely, and here's where you can actually walk in, set some vision down. You'll see Paris has put down a ward into this Tribos that has been picked out by Besiktas. But they do get to pressure in a wave, and right here the Besiktas bot lane have to actually respect that. That means bot lane for BDSA get the first roam onto the map. Huge tempo for the Swiss organization from the LFL. And that's what we expect in general when we see Lucian and Ami. We expect them to pressure in opponent lanes. However, We did say that BDSA like to play aggro in the early game.
Oh,
and
yeah.
right here, I feel like their trigger point is going to be that level 6. Having the Renekton, Sejuani, and Taliyah ultimate are going to be huge for a lot of the exchanges onto the map. The Rift Heralds, the Void Grubs early on is going to be something that the team will be looking for.
I mean, how good's the level 6 all round as well? Lucian Nami all in, that comes from the bottom side too, is absolutely massive. Now, you're pointing out to me that the Nami's actually moving towards mid, so seeing if they can sync up here, off Rika getting the shove mid, to see if they transmit that into what? Bot side? Where do you want to go?
It's a double crab. They have Shove in the mid lane. They've got Paris roaming first because of the early tempo reset towards the bot side of the map. And Sejuani here is double crabbing a Sinza. That is great early game stuff from BDSA.
Yep. I mean, for Skumond as well, we've already sung his praises throughout the tournament. This guy's been hyper aggro as well, and I love against the Xin Zhao. As you were just pointing out, let's go a step further. Onto the Gromp right now. It's going to be taken by Osman, but he's level 4 versus level 5. Paris gets the push up. Kadui is going to get a plate here and get the shove in. Acro Prison with a good kite back, but an all-in Arctic Assault from Skumon begins the play. Now, Osman backs away, and they've got the bottom lane to help out, but still you can see the pressure from bot is starting to build up.
Yeah, absolutely, and something that we didn't actually see on the map right here. Rieker had the first move from mid lane as well.
Good
the
point.
second he dipped into Fog of War, you saw Kaori and Paxia that were hugging their tower for dear life. They could not play that 3v3 in the jungle. So great pressure right here generated by BDSA in the early game. They have accumulated themselves 5,000 gold lead just by pure pressure and CS difference.
And CS difference on the top side as well, I think is helping with that a lot. 20 right now is the lead. Now, there is an elevated wave top, but for Genax, he's just done such a good job of zoning off Hoon, it feels like. Getting an isolated lane, as you said. Jungler's nowhere nearby. Poor Hoon, we had to cry for him at the start of the game. And it feels like now maybe we have to cry for bot side, but Pyxia might be caught out. Aqua Prison great again, but they have to disengage. No level 6 to make the plays. The Light Slinger gets damage down, but they're all in on Paris. The setup, the audacious charge, and an excitement built up by Kaori. Kadui at half HP as the Light Slinger helps out again, but Skumon in the nick of time was left behind. Almost a clutch play. You can see Kiro was feeling himself, but ends up getting traded away. Skumon, another reset there as the Weaver's Wall brings it on in. Pyxia is out okay, but Osman is not. He gets shoved back, flinged away. Rika comes in and gets one himself. And the return play, the map play, is great from BDSA.
Level 6 was the trigger point. Kedui goes in instantly. You have Rieker coming in from the top lane as well. Overall, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of BDSA. Let's watch this play again. Lucian Nami, a very potent duo when it comes to the pure 2 versus 2s. I feel like Kedui and Paris here could have gotten the kill onto Paxia and
probably.
then backed off. They both had flashes to get away from Osman. However, they didn't want to overextend. Rieker was still pushing his wave mid. He could not connect, and Skumon was a little further away. So maybe this is why the delay a bit on the kill right there. Kaori almost getting the clutch flash, but ends up going down, and Rieker, with the late roam, manages to catch Osman, who had to flash to get the previous kill. So overall, a pretty positive play by BDSA. They get to shove in the wave as well with the help of the Sejuani and the Taliyah.
I think the wave is the big point as well, right? More denial for the Jinx Gold. In fact, maybe the bounce back is more important because CS right now is even, but it looks like there again is a built-up of CS in the bottom side. Now, I want to point out the gold has fluctuated a little bit. BDSA 700 gold lead in the early game, but at least the one takeaway you get from that as BJK is that First Blood went over to the Jinx. Right, Kaori picked up the first kill on this Jinx that is a reliable method of scaling for them in this game. And Trouble, as you said in the draft as well, like this comp is going to be an absolute behemoth in the late game. So at least balancing out the play a bit there has to be good news for the TCL.
Yeah, and I feel, hold on, he
Good news for mid
connected.
though. I was just talking about it. Mira getting caught out through
That's a
mid.
flash.
Does survive and doesn't flash away. Keeps the summoner in the end.
You know, cold-blooded right there. It's both the knock-up and the ultimate from the Sejuani and the Taliyah, the whole combo. Plus, Osman is also doing the void grabs. I'm not going to lie to you. Usually my question with teams that scale too hard in the late game and that don't have that much proactivity in the early is how much are you willing to lose to then turn it around? I feel like right here, Besiktas are doing quite fine. They managed to get 3 void grabs onto the jungle as well. That's a big influx in gold and experience. Obviously, when you're doing neutral objectives and the opponent jungler is farming, you're going to fall behind about half to 1 level behind, which is the case here between Skumond and Osman. However, denying these void grabs from BDSA that have very heavy side lane win conditions with the Renekton and the Taliyah is pretty huge.
That's a really good point, especially with how well they're doing in the individual lanes. And even the bot, right, denying it from the Lucian Nami, who have already picked up 2 plates bot side as we shift the camera over. So I love the point, I love the denial, and I love the fact that Osman is once again on an early game jungler, more proactive than the Maokai as well, can do a lot more in the first 10 minutes of the game. And we kind of saw that trade-off in the draft as well. The priority, they were like, hey, put Osman on something that can help mitigate the stress that we're going to feel in the early game.
Now, that's a little bit contrasting from what we've been seeing from Besiktas, because usually they play the more dominant bot lanes, and they tend to get their first dragons, then they stack them up due to that fact. However, this time around, it is BDSA with the first dragon, and we have seen a lot of teams, especially when you're playing on a timer like BDSA are, they want to be forcing those early game team fights. Therefore, stacking the dragons as early as possible, forcing it to get to the solo soul point as soon as possible, you're forcing Besiktas to fight you, no matter if they have the item completions or not.
And I mean, again, I think for BDSA, that's just great temperament that we've seen all tournament long as well. 1.6k gold lead, by the way, as Paris now roams towards mid. I bring up the gold because it's slowly inching forward. There's slow moves in this game that are starting to build up pace each time we come back from a reset. Genax, for example, topside with the pickaxe, still leading in the individual lane. Cullen comes through with a static shift Lucian that almost forces Kaori out of the lane, while it looks like supports are roaming in the meantime.
Yeah, you've got 4 members of each team sort of hovering towards the bot side of the map. You see that mirror sort of hovering in fog of war, not seeing. This is where BDSA actually have to respect their pulling teleports.
Okay, so they want to go for the all-in, but Kadui is already out. Osman gets Aqua Prison, he flashes it though. Audacious charge in. It's huge as Paris gets the tidal wave out, but the Aurelian Soul makes short work of it. Pressing guard to buy time as well, but the seismic jump back puts him in range. Well, meanwhile, Kadui is left on an island. He flashes over the big part of the wall though. Somehow, some way manages to disengage, but now playing front to back almost. He comes back in to secure his own kill. It was a long one, but in the end, BDSA come out on top again.
Absolutely. They've got the more early game damage in their hands, right? You mentioned the static shield on the Lucian. You've got Aaliyah with incredible burst damage, and right now, Besiktas bot lane are going to be in a lot of trouble. The wave is about to crash. Skewmon is full HP.
There's no culling, there's no summoners available. They need Skewmon to come in. Maybe it's just for the pressure on the turret, but the teleport says otherwise. Spikes the Aaron Kaori. Now with low mana bars and a light sling around, a Skewmon kill. Osman here to back it up as it is a trade-off in the end, but Skewmon picks up a double. It's getting a little bit messy, but at least BDSA have some backup in. Osman won't continue on as Paris and Rika threaten, but in the end, the bottom lane still goes down from Besiktas. Thomas in the top side. Don't think he's going to go anywhere else. It's still a win.
All in all, the true loser from this one is going to be the Jinx. There was another huge wave that was about to crash underneath the tower. Can't get the XP in the CS. Now here, Osman flashes the bubble and engages. He's a bit too far forward, and that was a fantastic presence from the Setsuani to stop Miru. Kadui is taking the attention. Sorry, I was trying to find the word. The attention of 3 members while they're killing the Zinzao, and then they turn it around. I feel like item disparity right here is what played a huge part in this particular skirmish. Also, let's remember that the Jinx started this fight with about 30 to 40% HP because Kedui had chunked him down before that. And then again, the redive, a little bit late, in my opinion. You knew that Zinza had already spawned. He was sprinting it from base, so he was going to eventually get there. Skewmon is the one, the beneficiary from the double kill. However, again, you look on your mini-maps, and again, a huge wave crashing underneath that tower. Kaori loses the CS, loses the experience from it.
As we come back to live, I mean, we saw an attempt at diving Genax, or at least getting the push in. He flashed away. You are looking at 80 carry levels, aren't you?
I am.
There is a difference.
This guy has died 2 times, and there were 2 huge waves both times.
Yeah, further to your point, at the end of that, you said, like, well, the Jinx dies again, right? Second death that comes through, and there was a kill trade in the first one. Nothing that time. With that CS differential comes the experience as well. Comes the trade-off as we look towards mid in the meantime. Aurelian Soul is going to fly through. Good dissension, but a permafrost, a flail out. Skewmon is taking all the kills this game, but I don't mind it with how well he's playing on this gank.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can I interest you in Kari Setsuani?
Hell yeah.
Straight into the jungle of Osman. Well, finds Hun, and just a little reminder, Rek'Sai is really good against tanks, and especially when he's 1 level up as well. So Skewmon's just going to walk in, going to spider away the camp, and try to see if he can find anything else, whilst Osman towards the bottom of the map, obviously shadowing that bot and taking the tower. All in all, it's going to be 1-0 for BDSA in terms of kills, but even in towers. 1 top lane and 1 bot lane is going to go down for each team.
But we come back to live, and it's 3.5 gold difference at 14 minutes in the game. And just taking stock, like those bot dives over and over, put the ball in the court of Besiktas where, you know, again, to paraphrase, you're talking about like they're not ready yet, they're not there yet. And this game keeps speeding up to the point now where Lucian almost 2 items, Talia almost 2 items. We got A Knight's Vow coming through from Skumon. Genax with Eclipse early as well. Going to have a lot of that dive ability with the shield that comes through from the new item. It's just looking so hard to play against BDSA as we're now approaching the 15-minute mark.
I'm not going to lie to you. If that 1k gold lead between the two junglers was more into the Talia or the Lucian, I'd be saying, yeah, this might not look very good for Besiktas. I'm not sure how they're going to turn this around. However, this is on their tank. They're going to use the Rift Herald here for some mid-lane pressure.
It's gone.
Assuming they're just going to bleed that into the river to get the next dragon. And this is what's going to become problematic, right? The early stacking of the dragons. Skumon, that's not how you drive this, mate.
It's definitely not. That guy. Revoke his license. Take it away from him. By the way, Kadui has definitely watched Elk recently and thinks he is him. I mean, I love it. Not giving him any flame. This guy is playing aggressive, as we criticize with EU
we have
Lucian
European
army.
Shun and European Elk in the same team?
Bro, is that... We got Yigal. Let's find out, because it looks like there's a fight after the fact. There's a permafrost, a glacial prison, and it steals the Tomb of Doom. Great Aurelion solo, though. Genax already burnt the ulti in the bot side, so he's down without a fight. Hoon in the backline buys some time, but it's his life for the will of many. A shutdown for Miro, but on the other side, Kadui gets a kill. It's a flash, Arctic Frost, and Skumon gets zapped on the way out. Now for Rika, no shut back as Kaori spaces it in, almost gets hit. This Aurelion Soul might be ending. No, Miro, what are you doing? Miro, wait, is it a play? No, it's not. Miro, that was a little bit in. I take it all back. It's just gone to hell in a handbasket. And I think right now Besiktas are getting shipped in that handbasket as a coffin.
I'm not going to lie to you. Miro had a play and a dream. And I feel like had his team backed him up there, it could have been a completely different result. Now, Genax here gets absolutely blown up. This Renekton does not have ultimate, so the second he gets caught, Eclipse, very squishy Crocodile, ends up going down. However, you see how Hoon is trying for his life to keep 4 members' attention from the side of BDSA. It ends up going down. Now, Skumon is unironically going a little bit too far forward here. You see BDSA cannot actually keep up with the pressure. They cannot follow up. I think Miru actually found a pretty good play. You see, Faxia actually had flashed earlier into this play because he does have the mana, so had he flashed earlier, we could have seen more kills go away. What I take from this fight is, yes, BDSA won this in the 6,000 gold ahead, but it was way too close for comfort while being 6,000 gold ahead.
I mean, look, for BDSA, I will say, in hindsight, looking after that, you know, having to fight afterwards without Genax ulti, with a lot of tools down, was nice window for Besiktas, but we come back to life. We're right back where we started. Bottom side turret going to go down. That is the last of the outer turrets on the map as well. And at 17 minutes, we move back over the 6k margin. We move to an almost 3-item Lucian. 2-item Talia about to come through, especially with this pick onto Kaori. 3-level difference. Seismic Shot flashed away from, and the Glacial Prison. So Skumon's ulti is down. Rika's is down as well. Is there anything Besiktas can find on the back end, even being so far behind after those tools are off?
That's absolutely perfect. Again, in 2.5 minutes almost, it's going to be so point for BDSA, and Besiktas could be looking to potentially contest that one. Kaori does not have his flash available. He will not have his flash available for this particular dragon. However, Besiktas might be looking for something.
Pikes the just pops the ulti, almost dies in the back end. The skies do descend. It's good damage, but the Super Mega Death Rocket flashed away by Rika. Pikes can't contribute to the fight, has to zone out as Osman with the Crescent Guard is also buying time. But the Seismic shove onto Hoon in the backside. The Aqua Prison again. Lock him up. Shouts Paris as BDSA with yet another combination.
The kill is going down. Genax is also pushing towards the top side of the map. There's absolutely no map presence right here from Besiktas. I wanted to mention that once your towers start going down, who are you going to send in the side lane? Sure, you can send your Rek'Sai because it has a lot of tunnels, but you cannot send your Aurelion Soul or your Jinx towards that side lane because they're going to get absolutely demolished by a Talia wall coming down and making it 2 versus 1. That means that a lot of the times you'll see Miru plus the Jinx in the same lane, soaking the same experience in CS. That's why Besiktas is here, fully bundled up, trying to look for an opportunity to press on the wave. Miru gets caught on the side right here. Very questionable positioning by him as well. And even though Besiktas are trying to run further back into their towers, Hoon walks into, gets caught by the lots of CC that BDSA have. And even though we were saying the previous fight was a little bit too close for comfort, with a 6k gold lead towards BDSA, I feel right now they've pretty much solidified their
Oh, yeah.
Their advantages on the map.
Oh, solidified the perfect word. 8,000 gold now, by the way, just to keep you in track and keep you charging forward
Yeah,
as
I'm
to
trying
how
to make
dominant.
it still seem competitive.
I know, but look, let's be real. Miru, again, having one of those Barneys, like 1 and 4 on the Aurelian Soul. On Control Mages, this guy can flip up and down, and he's been caught out by very big proactivity from BDSA, as now in the enemy jungle, they go in, 3 members deep, but the damage has been done. Glacial Prism for the disengage as Osman is kited away from by Skumon, who is a level 11 Sejuani with a Randuin's Omen. Great way to make Kaori look like a soggy fish flying in his direction when he auto-attacks.
Soggy fish.
Bro, that guy's flapping, and Skumon's like, all right, get back at the
There is a
pond.
Nami in the game, I'm just saying.
That's true. That's sashimi, though. Nami, this game, I think, if you want to compare, Paris has been like sashimi you get at a 5-star Japanese restaurant. The chef puts it down and says,
Wait,
how
you
about
just
that?
killed the Nami.
Well,
Well,
no,
yeah.
maybe just a bit of the tail. It's okay.
Great.
She'll grow more.
It's a little part.
Look at the tail. It's huge. Don't worry about it. Cut it off, put it out. Man, I feel like Japanese food. If our production could, if we could sort that out for
Oh,
dinner,
he's hungry.
I'd be so down. After this game 1, I need fine cuisine. I need to match the quality of gameplay from BDSA, because LFL right now, you guys would be sitting, well, in the same country that I'm currently in, saying, what a treat. This is great. This is actually just quality from BDSA.
15 semifinals in the entirety of EU Masters / EMEA Masters Live. 15 semifinals from LFL teams. 7 wins in the tournament in general.
It's almost 50% ratio. That's
but a
insane.
lot of these semifinals and finals were LFL versus LFL. That's why the wins are going
Excuse
down.
the ratio. It's unfair. I need to pause. Miru's flying in for this one. Genax with Dominus available. It could be a bait. Aqua Prison. Very nice from Paris once again. Remember, Kanui's walking in. That's a Genax ultimate. His Dominus through. Miro about to get it as well. The culling in a straight line. He flashes, but only out of sight. Hoon TP's in. Kadui stepping only forward. BDSA on the charge, looking to put the nail in the coffin in 21 and a half minutes. This game so rough. He runs forward. I don't blame him. He's still not dead. He's got an army behind him. He's got his team behind him. And he's so damn fed he doesn't have to worry about anything for the rest of this game. Osman charges in, gives over a double. And Lucian Anami is being done right by France.
10,000 gold lead in 22 minutes for BDSA as well. This is most definitely going to be a bound up Swiss team on the Rift. And what dominance? We said they have to. They don't have a choice. They have to win in the early game. They have to be dominant in the mid game. And Besiktas here, they have to try and make a miracle happen, because 10,000 gold lead is not little to come back from. They don't have any chance of getting anywhere near that Baron.
They're just sidestepping all this, but eventually something's going to hit. Aqua Prison flashed away from him. Pikes, he has nowhere to go. No summoners. Dead again.
Uh-oh.
And at least Kaori's able to get out, but Baron secured in the end. 12,000 gold now up. Soul up in 3.5 minutes. I don't even know if we're going to get to that at the way this game's going.
Again, props to the bot lane, sure, of BDSA, but Ricker has been everywhere. 14 kill participation out of 16 whole kills on the map. He takes this Talia, they pin Mirror down in lane. He's been everywhere. Top lane, bot lane, neutral objectives. This man has had such a resurgence in his development.
I'm going to pause. Oh, White Mirror's just dead. Culling in low range. Fuck this first! Is that Elk? Elk offline, bit sus. Kadui is
Have you ever seen them in the same room?
I've never seen them in the same room. Quickly on the point of Rika, though. It was you and Initialize that had him as MVP from the last series, didn't you? For the quarterfinal. And I think well-deserved, right? I was big on Skumon, but it was a 2-part project. And Rika has been someone who, again, coming into the tournament, a lot of people have been like, this guy, you know, wasn't good enough for LEC, like has a lot of development to go through. I think we've seen a lot of development within the tournament as well. And even though, a lot of the time it's on Talia, we can see that playing through his mid-jungle, playing through himself with Skumon has been a really good duo to highlight.
I feel like Talia is one of these champions where you can actually showcase so much skill level as well. As I'm saying, these Besiktas might be on their last breath here.
Yeah, it's not a Sejuani. I'm looking more at the bottom side. Tidal Wave used. Kadui in again. No culling available. Glacial Prison I just heard off the corner of my screen, so Skumon throws that to keep the cannon minion away.
Genax, meanwhile.
He is having a pool party bot side. That guy ain't getting in the tub. Instead, just sits outside, and that sounds a little bit creepy, but ignore it, because in the meantime, everyone moves towards mid. Sky's descent is a big one. Death Rocket comes through, but Rika's still alive. They don't have enough damage yet. Osman jumps on in, Crescent Guard out. Miru running in once more as Kadui has culling available once more. Now that's a pick onto Rika. It still costs the base. Can they get anything more? Genax says, yeah, run on in. It's boys playing with toys. Skewmon in the backside, zoning up 3. Culling comes out. There's still a pick there. Besiktas getting more than you'd expect, but Kadui running forward, out of range. Hang on. Hang on. Are we starting to scale? Oh! Maybe we are. It's a trade-off, but the gold goes to Osman. But still 4 members are dead. Besiktas flying through. Miro trying to get something back. BDSA's early game has tipped against them. And even though it's 11.5k gold, Besiktas are still not out of the game randomly.
I don't think you can afford giving any gold or experience or extension of the game away to things like an Aurelion Soul and a Jinx. Let's watch this again because the macro was impeccable. Genax was pushing bot. Skewmon stays stopped with a cannon wave Baroned up. And then they also TP mid, ult mid with a Talia to take another tower. I'm like, that's great. However, you're spreading yourself thin versus a team that's sticking up as a 5-man.
Just run!
And all 3 squishy members just get run over by Besiktas. And here's where it gets a little bit sticky. Genax walks in. Kedui cannot hit. He's getting flanked from the right and also forward. So as much as this Lucian is strong, he can only hit what's in front of him. And as you can see, Besiktas are literally sticking as a 4-man unit. The second this Lucian steps forward, they're just shutting down.
Carry as well, free hitting and a bit of part of that fight. I mean, no one giving him attention. Jinx is almost 3 items from what I can see. So
this
again,
is getting scary.
Bit of a whoopsie. I don't know if we're at scary point yet, but we're definitely at like mild horror.
It was almost 50k gold lead.
Yeah. So I think we're watching like, what's that ghost movie where the child sits on the person's shoulders and you can only see them in the mirror?
Oh, I've watched many scary movies. I don't know that one.
Someone out there can find out. That's what it is. It was mildly terrifying, but it's not the nun, you know? That was spooky. That haunted me for a while. So BDSA still get Cloud Soul.
It's not no paranormal activity yet.
It's not paranormal activity, no. It's no jump scares either.
Oh, powers though.
Osman's caught out, actually. Will he be dying here today? There's Dominus available if they need it. Osman is definitely dead. Baron's not up and available, but it's going to be a 4v5 for a while. And remember, they just got Cloud Soul as well, so their speed drastically increases when they start popping those ultis that we talked about so much in this game already.
Yeah, that's the problem, again, of trying to push in your wave a little bit too far forward. Somebody has to shadow for you, somebody has to cover for you. And especially if you're mirror onto the Aurelion, so you need a +1. The +1 was Osman, and he got caught on the transition. Unfortunately, 1 man down, and this is where BDSA are going to be running at you full cylinders.
And I'm looking at bot side wave because Hoon was just pushing out, trying to give a bit of alleviation there as Miro flashes away. Skies come down, but it's no distension. We look at Hoon trying to frontline and buy time, but even he flashes away. Carry with range, but at half HP, has to be careful. Now, BDSA doing their due diligence. They're not overextending this time. They're not sticking around where their business is not needed. They try and poke off. They get another inhibitor. And now that Osman's here, they have to play it cautious.
Yeah, they're going to get every single inhibitor from the base as well. The mid lane doesn't have any tower. That is 3 inhibitors, double super minions from every single lane running towards Besiktas. And again, they do not have any engage from the side of Besiktas. However, they do have 2 remaining towers in their base.
Nice, that's enough.
And a lot of gold that's going to be running into their base. Now, I don't know if that's going to be enough, because all this gold will be baroned up in like about 35 seconds time.
Osman dies here, by the way. I'm looking at him. Look at him. He's like,
oh, you've already decided, okay.
I get it. Oh, wait. Oh, they got him. I told you. There was either him walking down or him walking up and then following. And you know what? They did halfway in between.
You can see the future? That's great.
I sense it.
How's it you going to do at MSI?
Oh, ask me later. I'm like an 8 ball. Ask me later. I'll tell you what's up, though. I could see Baron. It's like I had a timer. And I could see it now spawning and being taken absolutely by BDSA. So even though there's a little bit of running it before, at least I will say Miro with a good ulti, it bought them some time. But BDSA decided to go back in. At least that's been alleviated. And BDSA are back on this steam train once again, shoveling coal to try and get this game one that they also deserve.
Ooh, Genax is trying to go and stop the recalls from the bot side of the map.
But ulti, but it only slows down. Arctic Assault interrupts you. I know you're looking at bottom now, shifting gears because Rika just kills Miro. They're doing it by themselves. They're culling out as well into melee range. He has watched Elk. It is him at 12 kills, man. They're playing Lucian Nami right. They're playing their mid-jungle as always. And coming into semi-finals where Genax is playing around with the meat in the bottom side. BDSA have come here to play in under 30 minutes. But Besiktas couldn't even breathe opening up this semi-finals.
Hey, lose fast, win fast. BDSA are one of the most dominant teams we have at EMEA Masters, full stop.
Yes.
And they have absolutely showcased why they're to be feared in the early to mid game. And Genax right there also canceling the teleports back to base from the bot lane, which was majority of that gold for the set of Besiktas was huge.
How good is it though? I mean, again, when you look at this team playing early game, they're like, let's just draft early game. We said
it was scary.
I think, you know, the nerd on the desk was saying, he was
the
talking
lawyer?
about, the lawyer, sorry. He was talking about this being a 3-0 being clean. You know, we were talking before the game as well about how dominant the early game could be. My biggest point was like, bro, will Besiktas survive the first 20 minutes of the game?
Answer was no.
The answer was definitely no. I mean, this could be a quick series tonight. I could be getting my fresh sashimi. I don't know if you guys feel like, you know, Japanese tonight, but after that game, I am in the mood
Sushi?
for sashimi.
What, is it for me, for the nerds?
It's not for you. It's for all of us.
Yeah, you're not going to sit there and watch you eat.
Wow.
It's because of the clean gameplay.
Where's the
we need
shirt?
clean
Now,
meals.
where's the shirt?
I'm saving it for later. You can't...
Actually, give it to someone else.
No. Okay, so the point is you can't like just have the shirt on all the time. You've got to like savor the moments you get it. It's like an elite moment, chat.
You can't have the shirt all the time.
You literally agree with me in the green room. Don't just do this on air now. Now you can throw me under the bus.
So, under the bus is Besiktas. We have to talk about that
To the
specific
tune of
one.
Under the Sea from
Because-
Disney's Little Mermaid.
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
So that's the draft, and we really need to talk about. There's no law in this desk.
Is that what lawyers wear these days?
It is. And because I will be representing BDS Academy.
Wait, weren't you Besiktas a while ago?
I've swapped sides. I gave up.
That took one game, but it's over.
I've hopped whatever the fence is in a courtroom, and I've gone to the other side. So, I am disgusted. Okay. This was one of the most one-sided drafts I have ever seen from drafting towards your identity for the side of Besiktas and not drafting towards your identity, rather, as well as just an objective draft standpoint. How on earth are BDS Academy securing triple lane prio? They have options on every single side of the map. They play Volatile's trades bot side. They have winning top. Why are we seeing Acel into Talia as well as losing matchup top side Rek'Sai into Renekton? Why are we seeing Pyke's Dia on Milio? This guy is a Nautilus main. He only plays hard engage. There are so many questions and adaptations you can take from this game going forward. It's mind-boggling, incredibly frustrating.
That's a bad
Rant
lawyer.
over.
Well, I'll take it
makes
on if
sense,
that's
though,
okay,
initialized.
please.
Yeah,
Because
take
the
it.
thing is, like, those first three, I don't necessarily hate. Jinx Arena Sol has been really strong across the tournament. The outrange, the scaling, the Shin Sao as the front line as a kind of a bridge pick to shield those champions till they get to the 2 items is pretty good. Even Jinx in lane can actually be pretty lane dominant with the right kind of pairings. But you then have the 4-5. The Rek'Sai went in and I heard you groan. It was not great. Your actual options to make engage happen weren't fantastic there. And on top of that, Pyke's Dia stats on enchanters. Do you have any idea how bad they are?
You told me.
0% win rate on Millia. 0% win rate on Nami. 14% win rate on Renata. 33% win rate on Yuumi across his career. The best he's got is on the Karma, that is 60%. He's not really an enchanter player, guys. And Karma, again, plays much more like a lane bully than a straight enchanter. And then you start having plays like this where you try to make things happen as Osmond to try and get something going, act as the kind of, you know, fire put out of the fireman to stabilize the early game. And it still goes very, very wrong. And the snowball is brutal and unstoppable from BDSA.
And the reason why this fundamentally happens is because you've given over triple lane prayer. So even if you take a play down bot side with the Xin Zhao on like some sort of counter gank or ish play, you are in the long run, in that long play, if it extends, you're going to get roamed down by the Talia because she always has priority in the mid lane. Rika can just do what he likes. They had so many different options. They could do absolutely anything. The world was their oyster. And the only time that Besiktas could even hold a candle to them was when they had a little bit of fun in the mid game, like on this clip. They just overextend a little bit, they limit test, you know, whatever have you, the Keck Ws come out. And It was on them.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, it has sometimes been on BDSA when they do occasionally get to these points, and they do like to have a little bit of fun with it. And in another game, that might have mattered. But at this point, they were 13K ahead. So actually, the grand difference that play there made was very little in the grand scheme of things. But maybe if it hadn't been so far apart, maybe if we didn't have the issues with draft, because they didn't have that much in the way of engage options, the lane priority was really poor, BDSA on the other side, that's great pairings. Sejuani with Renekton top lane, great. Tilia with Shove mid to join on a side lane, great. Lucian Nami for Kadui and Paris, who've been two of the most explosive bot laners in the tournament, great. What do you do on the other side? How do you... It's Shinzao alone, basically, trying to put out every lane at once.
It's quite important to have a personality in the team, I do believe. When you have those players, when you have the play style as well, and when you look into Besiktas, you're like, they win fast, but they also lose fast. I should be the judge, not the lawyer, but I'm making the question of, is this the Besiktas personality we were expecting? Because if we're playing for the late game versus the fastest team in the league, aren't you playing versus your own personality?
Absolutely. I think it's a case of Besiktas are worse BDS. I think their mid lane in particular, if he's gank susceptible, if there are like opportunities for him to be ganked, he will die to them. This is too much of a scaling draft. I think in particular, Osman was completely muted this game. He couldn't play because normally what he gets is some kind of setup in the bot lane with more aggressive lanes, stuff like the Kalista, which is always banned out. And you got to wonder, if these lanes are banned out and they don't have setup down bot side, can Osman actually impact the game outside of just covering dives, covering ganks, and ensuring scaling? Because that is the worst look for Osman. He is so damn good at accelerating games, and he just can't because he has no setup.
So let's flip the tables if possible, because Besiktas picked blue for the second game of the series. And we need to talk about personality and the play style and what can they do to adapt towards BDSA. Because we know BDSA are now tournament favorites. Everybody's talking about that. I know Spandau is there, and I'm Spandau because I live there. But how do we flip the tables in favor of Besiktas?
I think they need to index into having at least one more lane with a bit of priority. I think on paper, the Jinx and Mayu can actually fight early-ish because Jinx got great range and in the cozy campfire. Your ability to actually clear waves relatively okay is fine. You don't win the 2v2s per se, but your wave clear and your ability to hold the lane isn't awful, especially when the Shinzao turns up there. But then the Rek'Sai was a bit awkward. The Aurelion Sol was perhaps a bit bold considering the way the rest of the map was going. I think you need to have just a bit more lane prior somewhere just to try and contest BDSA early because, as we've been saying, Besiktas have generally been best when they can actually do a little bit of that brawling early. So maybe trying to get something a little bit more aggressive in the mid lane. Hell, move away from the Millia. Something that's a bit more aggressive for Paisier to join up with Osman and make things happen.
Regardless of side, hard engage for Paisier. No more conceding with your counter pick that you're just going to lose lane. It was Asol into Talia, so maybe you can even prior Talia for yourself. Asol into Talia, which is really losing, and you lose prior consistently, and you can get set up on so easily as well. You conceded topside as well with the Rek'Sai into the Renekton, which was losing before the nerfs. And now the nerfs have come through, it's even worse, and we saw that. This just opens up so many options for Skumon, and they cannot allow for that. So have your identity, which is you have set up bot side and a strong lane bot, whether it's Varus, whether it's Kalista, whether it's an Ashe lane. Secure that early alongside something like a Nautilus, and that's the best way that Besiktas can play.
But it's still the first game as we jump into this best of 5. The second game is on its way, but before we do it, we have to jump into a small break. So don't go anywhere. Maybe get a tea or maybe a coffee, and I'll see you soon after this break.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay, bro, you know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
BDSA jump scare. Welcome back. That was game one for you. You saw it, and then boom, on your screen, it was over.
I didn't know this was happening.
I'm trouble. Yeah, I tried to hide down here, but there's not much to work with down here. And if you're wondering what's down here, actually, I've got a selection of nice drinks, chocolate, croissants. There's everything. It's a picnic down there, which, by the way, would explain how we go into game number 2, because there is a selection of questions as well as snacks and treats that we need to raise up. Makes no sense, but Trouble, you can help me out.
I just feel like Besiktas did not necessarily use their red side correctly. I feel like the red side was a little bit of a big question mark. We're like, are they going to lane swap? Sion, Zach, Ornn, all 3 picks, great. They engage very well. They can play frontline. They can play on the weak side, on a swap. You know you're playing into the Lucian army, so you're most likely never going, not most likely, you're never going to be the stronger lane, especially if you have Jinx locked. And R5 was just very anticlimactic as well, just locking in the melee, just about to survive lane.
Yeah.
It just didn't feel like a strong bot lane that we have seen from Besiktas here. And all eyes on Kalista. This might be the last ban right here for BDSA, but if it's not, Besiktas are more than happy to take it themselves.
They banned it on blue side, actually. Never mind. But you're right. It was in the series last scene between them and SK Prime where the Kalista became a priority ban. It's interesting to see them banned away because maybe they're thinking about going the Jinx again since we don't have lane swap picks banned away. And that was the other thing about the last draft. There was lane swap potential there with what we saw at the start of it, but Besiktas didn't look that flexible in the draft. So a bit of a shame, but we'll digress. Going into game number 2, it's the Maokai instead. The Jinx first pick, if they want to run that back, is still available.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got things like the Aurelion Soul, which we have seen a lot. We have a lot of things in the jungle left as well, like the Setsuwani,
Okay, well, she loved that pick. Now, let's go to BDSA's
okay, I
1-2.
don't have a problem with the Jinx as a whole, but I just know that BDSA are going to take the fire at you in the bot lane. And I feel like Besiktas, in majority of their wins, it was Kaori and Paxia playing that aggro early game towards the bot side of the map, stacking up the Dragons and bleeding the pressure through that bot lane. And I feel like with the way BDSA played before, for Besiktas to go in and lock in the exact same bot lane, they must have felt like, hey, it was maybe gameplay related that didn't go so well, or potentially we just swap our top lane and play a little bit more heavy on the front to back.
Or maybe we can shift back to what we've done in versus SK Prime in parts of the game as well. Maybe we can lane swap, right? Like, let's see what options Besiktas create for themselves, because none of those lane swap picks are banned away. And none of the mid laners outside of Talia are banned away as well. Now, we've seen this before.
What?
This is a response to the Jinx lane. Kadui pulled this out. This was up against, was it Kadui or was it Kaori? Who? We've had a lot of people. And both AD carries start with K.
It was Kadui. It was Kadui. And they have played it together with the Pike as well.
Okay.
He's actually on top of his chair, like
oh my God.
feet on the chair.
Like, honestly, I was like, are we going to get a Neela center lane? No way. No way. No way. No way. No, okay, yeah, not cooking that much.
It would be a case especially if it was a Neela center lane. And case, unfortunately, not here. BDSA, last representative from the LFL Seed 2, going up against the ECL Seed 2. It's going to be a little bit more aggression from the bot lane of Besiktas. I love that. Having the Nautilus, having the roams early on, the engages, the disengages from the champion are going to be great into forcing plays early on. I do not mind Osman again onto the Zinzao. You can make proactive plays, and they are ditching, however, their mid lane pick at this point. And there aren't many proactive mid lanes other than the Talias and the Tristanas and all that. However, we have seen that Mirror is more than happy to fall into picks like the Sylas if there are quite good ultimates on the other side of the map to pick up.
I mean, very true. And I want to see something a bit more aggressive because Orianna in lane is going to still be good here for Rika with the matchups left up and available. Skumon, though, what's he going to do? Sejuani game 1, Jarvan game 2 with the Orianna. We are going to get a Rocky hula hoop running through with Skumon setting it up. So I like this, and a very old school combination of mid jungle.
That is a level 6 wombo combo.
Yep.
Brings back memories from older seasons for sure. However, at this point, we have what we call broken the draft again, quote unquote. Means that both sides are not matching on the champions. We have the full bot lane from the side of Besiktas and the jungle. On the other side, we have AD carry, or what we presume would be AD carry, because Kedu has played 2 Twitches so far. And always go support if you want to give it more of a solo queue flair, but it's most likely going to be AD carry, mid, and jungle.
True. I mean, I was just thinking that it's been a while since we've seen Twitch support that's come through as a flare pick, but yeah, I'm never going to put it too far between, especially here at EMEA Masters. Now, Aurelion Sol's going to be banned away. You were just previously talking about what Miru can pull up into this matchup. One of the scaling picks is now off the board.
I just really wanted Tristana potentially for Mirror. I feel like you need to keep Ricker in lane.
Okay.
And one of those champions is going to be Tristana. Sure, you're kind of full on AD, but just one Lord Doms, one Black Cleaver potentially from your top lane, you can very easily deal with that. You can see that the jungle is not necessarily the tankiest. You've gone for Jarvan the fourth, squishy carry, squishy mid lane. So I feel like even going for Tristana right here, not only does it open the possibilities of side lane pressure, but it also gives you a lot of mid lane pressure and early game proactivity through mid jungle.
And while we are talking about that mid pick for Miro, just on the other side, note the double support ban that's led into the Paris rel to pick up with the Twitch. So we have a bit of engage set up now and a lot of follow-up from BDSA, but we get to finally answer your question. What is Miro going to pull up here? Now, you've already talked about the Tristana. We can go down the pool a little bit more as well. I feel like this guy already showing Silas shows melee fighter mids. You know what else fights mid as well? And that has all in with Xin Zhao? Is Akali to pull out here in game 2 against Rika's Orianna.
I mean, to be fair, if you're going all in with the Java and all in with the Rel, who's going to stay behind with the Orianna and Twitch to try and help them survive? However, this Akali might have one of the most miserable lanes ever because Javan is going to be around, especially pre-6. Since once he uses the E, it's going to be pretty easy. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Besiktas so far. I see very heavy dive, and I see also protections for the Jinx in the backline as well with the likes of the Xin Zhao and the Nautilus.
But now with Zach locked in, now my brain is like lane swap. Aatrox on the other side as well. Something that Hoon personally pulled out and played the cheeky Alco strat. That's something that the desk can break down if Besiktas get to do it again, or maybe depending on what Genax does in this early lane. But let's find out, because we have 2 scaling bottom lanes here. Nautilus engage comes through as well with Jinx level 1 that is just so oppressive with the range advantage. Let's see if anyone opts for the lane swap, because it has been the tournament theme so far. We've been keeping our heads up and down for it. But Trouble, thoughts on these comps? Where do you want to start? Because again, we've got an interesting diversity of picks running into game 2.
I would actually say, even if you're not going to be lane swapping here, if you're Besiktas, actually breaking the map in half, like switching and playing towards that bot side, invading late with the Zeta would be great. But Akali is not really a champion level 1, so you don't necessarily have any pressure through your Akali, and it's going to be the name of the game for the entirety of the early game until you have that level 6 on Akali, until you can put that kill pressure onto that mid lane, onto the Orianna. It's going to be a little bit difficult to have the push, which means again that Riker gets to have a pretty free lane, which means again that your jungler from the sort of Besiktas will not necessarily have the backup through that mid lane to make more aggro plays, which is something that we saw happen from the sort of BDSA that freed up a lot of the map.
And I think as well, if we're talking about BDSA having the push of the lane, then having Rika in control, we go back to the story that we've set up that we expected coming into drafts today. That Rika plays for lane, the strength of Skumont and him having that mid-jungle synergy controls the map. And again, we're expecting that to come through with Skumont on J4 as well, with a mid-jungle pairing that is as old as time itself. Java's been in the game since Season 1. Orianna's Season 1?
Wait,
Season 2? She's old.
Was she in the original pack?
I don't think she was in original, but she was giga early, no?
Maybe Javan was.
That's a Google question. Someone at home can tell us.
You know what I said when I first saw League of Legends? I saw actually my cousin play it, and he's like, hey, look at that. It's free to play. Would you like to try it?
And you're like, no, look at the graphics.
I was actually a World of Warcraft player back then, and I looked at it and I was like, I'm never playing this game ever in my life.
I played MapleStory. I'm like, MapleStory is shiny, and look at this.
Hey, fast forward a few years later, right?
And then
Here
look
we
at
are.
it. You know what my wife says all the time? She's just like, why don't the cinematics look as good as the game? And I'm like, you know what? Fair call. It's still a shiny, nice piece, but going into game number 2, we talked a lot about mid lane priority, and we can welcome you back, noting that Miro has gone electrocute in the lane, airy in response for Rika. So again, playing for the lane here for both these mid laners seems to be on the cards.
Okay, so I'm a Katarina player, and a lot of the times the
No, sorry. That's a big surprise.
a lot of the times the Akali runes with the Katarina runes sort of align. But Fleet Footwork has been the name of the game for Akali for the longest time now.
Yeah.
And usually seeing that electrocute, it brings me back to the whole Lead Spain, Rocket Belt, Glass Cannon, one-shot. And I'm actually here for it. I want to see Miro get out of lane and actually start making plays. Gives you a lot of great pressure on the side lane as well when you have Akali.
It makes me miss old Akali. Hextech Gunblade, Old Akali. You remember like the Q
miss
auto
Gunblade,
stack?
yes.
I miss Old Akali because now the new one's too good, too skilled for my
And the
brain.
E was like an AoE around her.
Yes.
Yep.
Old Akali was just like, yo, spam your buttons, make sure you Q traders. We need to note quickly, start of this game, it is a lane swap now.
You asked, you shall receive.
Yes, I got exactly what I wanted. Hoon is doubling up with Osmond for the time being. And Genax here, is he going to do exactly what Hoon did? On the third wave, wrapped around through Tribrush, went into Alcove. And I wonder if it's going to be
I think it's
watered
watered. No, it's not. Okay.
It's not for the time being, but...
He's covering it though. You can
yeah.
see Pixia knows what's happening because it's literally his top player that did it.
Hoon did it. Yeah, that's right. So again, it's just about what bot lane can get the best advantage. And we've seen so far Jinx passive on Q, the auto attack speed that you get early on is almost unbeatable.
Ooh, and everyone is now piling up towards the top side of the map. Again, when you have Zac, you could get dive, you live a little bit longer, you have the passive. However, here Genax knows exactly what's happening to him. You do have TP from Reeker, and he cannot be cancelled right here by Akali.
Halfway to level 2. Can he get anything off the wave? The clear coming through. 4 members under turret. The dunk down as well buys time, but Pikesteer helps out. The first blood unfortunately goes to him, but getting excited is Kaori, and the first plate soon to follow.
Yeah, but if he TP's back, they could be wrapping around. Very clever from Genax right here to not TP back onto this tower. If he TP's back, they'll wrap around, they'll re-dive him, and then he's going to be in very deep trouble. Miru flashing away.
Yeah, it's good timing here from Miru, but a flash now down on Akali pre-6 also spells a bit of a disaster if there's a repeat gank.
Now, we talked a little bit about Besiktas and how they don't necessarily like to lane swap a lot because the top lane likes to play a lot of the 1v1s towards the top side of the map.
True.
However, this time it was absolutely necessary. Again, getting away from that lane and knowing that you deprive Aatrox of CS and experience. We have seen what this champion can do. Now, Hoon here in the same situation, exactly.
The tech.
Oh, no.
It flashes away. Still gets knocked up, though. It was a nice attempt from Hoon, but with the slingshot there, hang on, it turns into a little bit more, but flubber-dub-dub. And now Zac is out of the tub, just waiting to see if anyone can give him the bad old rub. Hoon's dead. In the end, Kadui gets a kill. That is 1 for the 80 carry. And that's going to enable the push to continue because Hoon used TP.
Yeah, and as you can see on the bottom of your map, Skewmon has another camp towards the bottom. So they're looking for the redive. They're looking for the redive top again. Oh boy.
Here we go. Going to tank it up. He's going to get knocked up. Remember, he kept his flash from the previous play. Genax gets Conqueror. The kill goes down the flash. He's going to get it. No way. That is a disaster for Besiktas. And Genax, with a smug old grin on his face, knows that they messed up.
Absolutely giga chat behavior from Genax.
Well, nice
now Hoon's getting dive again.
And I mean, Kadui only takes turret shot. They're outside turret range. Skewmon another one. So Hoon survives for now. Kadui has to wait for the Venom to come through, but the wave's going to help out. Hoon is dead. It's just about how Kadui runs in. Skewmon gets a kill. And the early game from
no one dies.
Finding the turret dive, trouble. It's just become a disaster that BDSA are capitalizing on.
Okay, what in the world happened here? Because the root lands. Oh, but he also lands the chains. However,
wow, turret ramping is OP.
That was one too many tower shots that Pixia actually tanked there.
That was an insane turret shot, by the way. It was a massive ramping.
He's only level 3.
Yeah, oh, there you go. Great point. The fact that he had no health to play with. But now 2-2. He has a bounty on him. Genax at 5 CS with a bounty.
This is the worst. I don't know if you want to be picking these kills up and having a bounty because obviously the Zac is very deprived of experience and gold. So that bounty is going to ramp up really quickly for the lane. So you definitely do not want to be getting dived. Giving this gold over to the Jinx is going to be absolutely detrimental.
It is indeed, but look, BDSA aren't slowing the tempo down in the meantime. The crash down there, Mira goes to the all-in onto Rika. Dodges away from the shuriken flip. There's still an execution, but Rika survives for now. Wait for the command protect if he needs it. Mira looking for an angle. Genax now moves into level 3 Aatrox. A nice attempt from Mira, though, you have to say, with Rika lucky to be alive.
What's going on?
It's chaos.
Rel is mid lane. The top lane is mid lane, level 3, because he doesn't want to give away the bounty that's accumulated on top of his head.
It's not done, is it?
Oh, God. He's trying to go towards the top side again. Skewmon. Yoink.
Wait,
yoink?
Biggest yoink, actually. Genax now here, looking for a little bit more. Now, Paris engages there. Drake's line comes out first from Pikesteer. There's a knockback as Genax tries to disengage. Kaori now moving in as well.
It's a level 5 Jinx. You do not want to be going up against a level 5 Jinx.
Guess what? They say, let's do it anyway. Flag and drag in, crash down the flash away. Look at Kaori spacing as well. The Jinx is about to get excited. It is a first kill for BDSA, but Kaori gets the last tag and now starts running away herself. Skumon looking for the chase, but as this 1v1 concludes. English is my first language, by the way. It looks like top comes to a stalemate. Meanwhile, Kadui looks to the push-in bot.
You know what is mind-blowing here? Usually when you lane swap, it's boring. The top laners will just die once or twice, and that's literally all you see for about 15 minutes.
Yep.
We've got 7 kills in 6 minutes.
Yo, 8.
3 of them on the top laner.
Yeah. And I have to say, it's like, I feel like Besiktas would be the winners of this. You know, the turret plate going pretty much even. I would say Kadui is getting some of the more isolated one with Paris.
Yeah.
But because of that dive going so wrong with Jenax picking up now a 3rd kill and picking up the 2 earlier on, I feel like it's a bit of a disaster, no? Like, how relevant is Zatrox going to be when he shouldn't be?
Absolutely. However, again, you do have a bunch of scaling on the side of Besiktas.
Yeah,
It's not the end. It's not the end of the world, right? Last game you were 1,000 gold behind. Now you're about 300. It doesn't really matter. Skumon's gonna go towards the bot side of the map. He does have both spot laners there. He's gonna feel free to do this dragon. And I love how you pointed out that majority of the star platings, a lot of the CS, a lot of the experience taken by Kedui was solo.
Yep.
That rat was all alone left with the blob on the other side of the map, completely unattended. Did manage to pick up a lot of gold. So we still have a little bit of a misbalance right there because, of course, a lot of the tire platings and the kills have gone the side of Kaori on the top side of the map. However, 500 gold is not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world. I mean, it's going to depend on who gets first turret plating. It looks like first turret, I should say, is going to go over to this Jinx. Again, the power of Jinx cannot be understated. As solo first turret blood, goes over to Kaori. Gets excited. Next wave coming up, and you can see Jenax playing off to the side here. Now thinking about defending after the trade comes bot side.
That's actually kind of scary. I feel like they should probably swap and put their bot lane top side and allow Jenax to at least be in the lane with a tower behind them.
Yep.
Therefore, you can have your jungler, who's going to most likely be pathing towards the top side of the map, actually shadowing you. Oh no, that's a big bounty.
Jenax just going to be dying
that's a big
here.
Bounty.
It depends on the who. Pikesy almost does the
That's a
turret
big
again.
bounty.
Rangey's there, and as you said, a bounty and a shutdown over to Kaori. It does counterplay.
That was 300 gold in favor of BDSA, and it suddenly swung over to 1,000 gold lead for Besiktas.
Oh, dear Lord.
Wow. That, again, Jenax right here. This is what I said. Reset your bot lane, send them top side. Jenax cannot walk up. He walks up into Chompers, into the Nautilus. Osman is there to also tank the tower for his AD carry. Kaori, 600 gold in
It's
his
huge.
pocket just from that play.
And we're fighting yet again. Osman is just turned into yakety sacks. Skumon picks up the kill. It still doesn't erase the concern about what Kaori has become now with Kraken picked up and 1,200 individually over Kadui. But yeah, this game is like, bro, everyone had a pint and said, let's get to it.
You fight and you fight and you get to fight. Everyone gets to fight. I feel like at this point, we haven't necessarily seen too much of Kedui, and a lot of his damage is going to depend on whether the Besiktas are going to let him sit still and pull down. Used to be called Spray and Pray, the Rat-a-tat-tat. Now, is it Spray and Pray again?
It's called, no, it is Spray and Pray.
Okay.
They left, I think they let, or is it Rat-a-tat-tat again?
Because it's changed a bunch of times.
Oh,
right?
they just make up your mind. I think, look, it's whatever you want it to be, honestly.
I mean, Spray and Pray sounds kind of cool, though.
It does sound cool, but Rat-a-tat-tat is like someone with a Pokemon addiction. They just decided, yeah, let's just call it that. And I mean, to be fair, great naming rights, whoever originally got the name.
Oh, back into the game.
Let's kill Jenax again.
Besiktas, yeah, they've got their eye on the top lane. And I was about to say, up until a few seconds ago, he still had a bounty power score.
This Akali strong. Dredge line in. This is going to be a pick. Harry gets the kill again. Things are starting to go really well once again for Besiktas. And let me just say, Akali got through lane, not only unscathed, but almost winning out. Miru is a much different look here on these melee fighting champs.
Yeah, and we mentioned he doesn't shy away from the things like the Silas, the Akali, and he picked it here into a matchup where he knows he's going to have kill pressure after level 6. He's the first one to move from lane as well every single time.
Yep.
Jenna's going to have to TP top. However, all the kills have accumulated onto Kaori. Apart from one that Paiksha took away with an Ignite, every single kill is on that Jinx. Kraken Slayer mint 11. I'm pretty sure he's most likely going to have like another BF sword or some sort of pickaxe now that he's going back to lane.
Almost missing out.
You know what? Okay. I might criticize a lot of Zax right here, but usually what you want to do is Q the minion, which is easier, and just slap the champion that you're next
auto attack.
to.
Yeah.
Because then you can't miss, right? You can't miss
true.
the minion. It's not going to dodge you.
Very true.
Oh, it's a BF sword, actually, in Kaoru's inventory.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so scary.
1,800
12
gold up.
minutes close to an Infinity Edge?
That's and again, we talked about scaling of the Jinx. You know, you mentioned to me as well, like, how this game can be played. Like, there is a lot of dive from Besiktas as well. And Miru is almost up to his first item too, with a Dark Seal in hand. Still, he's rolling up. Even with Blade of the Wrong King. I mean, actually, Twitch with Blade of the Wrong King, one item. Very strong. But grubs are up. So I guess that's why bottom side is moving up towards top for BDSA to look for a priority and stop the stacking that occurred earlier.
See,
Besiktas. Sorry, it's Herald. Excuse me. The logo's still there. 5 grubs are down. I guess 1 grub is still sitting there. So excuse me.
I feel like this is great for Besiktas because they have not given any agency to this Javan. Yes, Skewmon has been around for literally majority of the kills. However, we have not seen him go into mid lane at all. It's a level 10 Akali, almost level 11, 115 CS ahead, up onto a matchup versus an Orianna that bullies you pre-level 6.
True.
However, with all the shenanigans with the lane swaps and fighting a lot, the whole mid-jungle duo that we want to see, the wombo combos, have not come to fruition yet. And at this point, Besiktas are more than happy to walk into these wombo combos because they know that their Jinx is that much stronger than opponent AD carry on the Rift. So I feel like they have evaded, if you will, that spot where they would feel so threatening early game to play into the flag and drag shockwave.
I mean, this is why the lane swapping has been working so well, right? The Jinx gets through any kind of 2v2 unfavorable and turns it into their favor. And Besiktas has done exactly that and gone even further as Miru zones off while Dragon goes down. And BDSA will not be stacking this game. It's a Chemtech that rolls into an Infernal Soul this game as well. For an Akali, ain't half bad.
I'm Kedui here. I'm sort of scared on how these late games are going to roll out because you cannot cage Akali. Akali will find her way onto the backline. A lot of these champions on the side of BDSA want to be diving in. The Rel, the Javan, the Aatrox. They want to be finding the backlines. They're just going to be standing there, you and an Orianna. No point-click CC for this Akali to be stopped. Diving that backline. I feel like it's going to be all eyes on Miru whether he can find that access or not in the team fight.
So how do BDSA set up then? Because mid-jungle is what we talked about. You know, Jarvan Orianna makes a lot of sense historically. Like, there is a lot of wombo we talk about, but I think setup is important for our audience to understand how BDSA play moving into this mid-game.
I feel like BDSA have a really, really strong mid-jungle duo right here that can cause a lot of flashes. So if you can catch Kaori off guard, if you can take his flash early on, that means that he cannot very easily walk into these neutral objectives. And again, the fear of the ball, the fear of the shockwave coming in from the Orianna is going to be huge. However, I'm going to say that Besiktas, again, just because they're so far ahead, I feel like they're on top of the world. 2,000 gold lead onto that Jinx. Even if you get onto her with the Javan, Javan's just going to melt away.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least doing something in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Pyxia is caught out. Paris is there. Shattering Strike was close, but not close enough. Kedui gets a kill off that. That's a big deal. And slims down the gold margin, however short.
I missed it. I'm not sure why Pyxia was there.
Bruv, just playing a different game.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. He was laying down some vision. There was a bunch of vision behind enemy lines. However, there's no Dragon for another 3 minutes. And this was probably through a reset coming in from Pyxia. That is a kill, though, donated away to Kedui, who's been starving. And compared to the Jinx, he has been behind in gold. He has been behind in items. 2 items for a Jinx, only 1 for the Twitch.
Yeah, that Infinity Edge, wow. You mentioned it's such an early game item. Flash failed. Paris with a Rel. Magnet Storm out. Kedui with a depth charge, but that ain't going to fail with a point and click. However, Besiktas still far away. The TP, though. Hang on, Rika flash ultis himself. It was a ruse. It was a bait, and somehow it worked. Rika cannot get away with that. As I try and break the desk. Rika doing exactly that. Genax getting away. Skewmon No, though. And as Kaori resets, trying to play range, is in form of turret and will not continue forward. There is no way that worked. There is no way Rika got away with that. Even though they lose the play, they're now getting baited in. It's a ruse again, as Kaori versus Kadui is all left that matters. The Jinx with range, Rika playing outside of it. I just cannot believe he got away with that.
Oh my god, so many blinking health bars from the side of BDSA, and they managed to turn the kills. However, it is Besiktas that come out on top in terms of advantages. They take the tower. Paros, again, tried to bait the flash from Kaori, and he gets it. But Ricker TP's in front of 4 people, so Paros himself and flashes out. Stays alive on 1 HP. Through the red buffs, through the burns, through the ignites. And here you see that power of Kaori as well onto these Jinx. It wasn't much mana. However, after the kill and consuming that blue buff from his opponents, he was able to get more mana, which means the follow-up is there. A little bit of overreaching right here from Osman. He's been W flashing a lot forward this series. However, again, Kaori cashes in. They get that mid lane tower. It's so important in general, especially when you have things like Akali hiding in Fog of War, Zac hiding in Fog of War. Losing so much vision to that mid lane tier 1 is going to be so important for Besiktas.
It's like in America, in like classic like barnyard tavern, whatever, you know. Someone just shouts out, "Fight!" and everyone, and the band comes out, down, yeah, and everyone's just like, "Go, man!"
You know my favorite part of that? You got like the musicians on the other side, trying to play music for the background.
Yeah, they just keep going. Like. That was a tavern brawl. Absolutely love it. But I will say, even though, as you said, Besiktas finding the turret, gold slimmed. Now, because Rika didn't die as well, he's got a bounty on his head. They got some kills in response, and Twitch is now 5-0-1. So we have Runans not quite matching the items of Kaori, but we still have a Runans nonetheless that has slimmed this gold gap between them at 1.2k. Now setting up for Dragon on the bottom side at 10 seconds here. We have to pause. Paris sets up the engage, Dragon flag, and Rika now getting depth charge in the backside. Great Nautilus ultimate as the Magnet Storm is slowing it down, and the Death Rocket gets the reset and opens up Kaori. Look at the range of Jinxes now. Rika's caught the crossfire. The Shockwave doing nothing to save his life. Kaori is dominating again, and Jenax is sent out without an evening mirror over the wall, chasing through. Hoon thinking about doing the same, and look at this Akali continuing forward. Nice dodge from Jenax, but still it remains the same. Kaori has to die or this game is going to Besiktas.
And also the question was, can Kadui stay alive? You've got a Zac jumping on your head. You've got a Zinzao diving for you. You have an Akali flanking.
Hello there.
Said Akali stuck into a Cataclysm, but do you just see anything get out?
I need some help. Crash down. Wait, no, actually did it himself.
You can't eat.
He actually just did it himself. Skumon gets a kill. That's in front of Dragon. Dragon. Okay, TP. Trouble.
The Dragon's gone.
Okay, yeah, but what else we got? Black Drag, hello. Peekaboo once again. Skumon just only goes forward. Now, I called out your name because I was like, man, are they going to fight for this? But again, they're not going to go too far because Kaori's still too scary.
Yep, 2.2k gold in the lead, still 7-1 and 3 onto the Jinx. They're looking for something, but Paros and Skumon are too deep.
Dun. Flag and drag out. Skumon's gonna die. Yes, he is. Oh. Kadui, actually, wait, angle, mega, how far in the ulti? It's up now.
They know.
Zones off, you're right, they are knowing right now as Osman is the target. Rika flashes over the wall. Kadui's in. He's dead! Kaori's down! Go! BDSA found target numero uno.
Huge flank right here from BDSA to find that one and only target that they need to stop the fight. Besiktas and BDSA, it doesn't matter if there's an objective or not, they will fight just for the sake of it. Paros and Skumon, a bit too far in the jungle right here as you have the 2 carries in the mid lane, Jenax and Kedui. Now, of course, because they have been seen on the top of your map in the mid lane, they know where the rat is coming from. And if you look at Haxtia and Hoon are actually covering that choke point, which means Kedui cannot walk in. However, Rika with another fantastic ultimate, they find the backline, they find the Jinx as well. I feel like Kedui staying alive, Kaori staying alive is going to be the name of the game for both these teams. There's so much backline access for both Besiktas and BDSA, and not much support in terms of keeping your AD carries alive, that Kedui and Kaori, if they misstep, they die.
Hoon might die, by the way, as he tries to get this turret. I think this could be his life, but Paris like, nah, never mind. Slingshot out as well is definitely more so worth it. On top side, they're going to find Mirror. I mean, your bot got exposed seeing the support, but Skumon was not found. Besiktas moving up as a group as well. Osman going to set this up for a dive. Of course it is. Shuriken flip. Is it going to be taken? Death Rocket puts Genax to half HP. We're going to fight again. 24 kills in 21 minutes. I'm losing my marbles.
Hey, listen, you mentioned Elk, you mentioned Shun. You know where these guys are from. The LPL there. You know this very well. This is a very LPL-esque game, then. There you go.
Even
it's
more
delivering.
So. Sometimes the fighting is mindless, but sometimes it's deliverable.
Ricker.
Oh, Kaori flashes away. Good reaction. Paris in with the Shattering Strike. Magnus big as well, but Kanui needs to get into range. I'm looking for that ulti, and again, the Twitch relevancy's huge. He kites away Hoon. I mean, we were talking about Kaori all game long, but Kadui comes out of nowhere. The rat shows face and sets up for the perfect kill. Paris has to be commended. Again, Skumon has to be commended, and everyone in between for setting up BDSA to move to this Baron.
Osman, the only member left alive together with Miru. Can they make the miracle walk into the Baron, try to steal it? The answer is going to be no. There's too many members alive from BDSA. They're never going to let Osman walk in for free. And BDSA, Kedui, what a fantastic display of positioning in this team fight.
Yeah.
We get to see that replay again right now. Kaori runs through that bot river, but he makes the mistake of walking through that little choke point. And Ricker has spotted him. He knows where he's at. He gets spotted on the red ward as well, and everyone jumps on them. Kedui does not open fire, though. He opens fire when he's through that wall. He is safe in terms of positioning. Paris turns around onto the rail to protect him from the Zac as well. And honestly, what an incredible, again, display of positioning from the AD carry of BDSA. The actual respect of not popping your ultimate the second you're in this stealth.
True. It's just, again, the patience that you talked about, partnered up with people like Rika, with Skumon who tries to finish skill. Especially Paris on this rail has been fantastic. And it just shows you, BDSA's comp is all about the go button, right? They are going on Kaori every chance they can get. Every single moment now is looking for the dive on the ultimate side. Mirror's there, Magnus to help out, but a Death Rocket from downtown finds a kill onto Rika. Okay, Besiktas have something here. As the Shuriken flip and the Audacious charge, charges in. Skumon here to help out. Genax bites and time, but with the Crescent Guard out, how much can they find? Kadui's angle's great, but a depth charge there. They then turn as well on the AD carry, but he flexes, repossesses, and survives. Again, right now, AD carry heaven as Miru charges in, looking for Kadui. He's running for his life. Both summoners already down. Kaori getting at the end of getting excited, but still has Ghost as Dragon is spawning and everyone is heading bot.
Oh, he's looking. He hasn't been spotted yet. He's expecting for someone to pressure in that mid lane wave. It's not going to be the case. And he's just going to sneak out underneath their noses.
That guy is cracked. Like, Kadui is insane, bro.
It's an AD carry showdown in this game.
And like, let me just clarify, Kaori's being crazy as well. But Kaori has had his whole team set him up for success this game. Kadui's positioning in fights, that was insane. And he had everyone charging on him. Trouble, break it down.
All eyes on the minimap right here because Ricker gets caught by Mirror. Yes, he has powers, but if you look at the bot quadrant, every single member of Besiktas is there ready to fight, ready to follow this one up. Now, Kedui walks past the control ward, so they know he's coming from River. They're ready to turn around onto him, and he will instantly get ulted by Paxia onto the Nautilus. However, that flash pop was insane. Gets straight into that tri-brush. And Besiktas lose contact with him. Every single member except that rat is gonna go down from BDSA. And again, Mirror's dead.
I mean, that's huge. That's actually massive for the game. Remember as well, Baron was picked up by BDSA. There's only got 10 seconds left, so nothing gonna come out of it. But that pick, once again, giving more gold into the back pocket of this Twitch, who's almost at 4 items and opens up top turret. just as the Baron despawns.
Again, these teams lose or win fast. They have been fighting from literal minute one. Tower dives, fights, trying to feed kills into Kaori. 35 kills in 25 minutes.
Oh my God.
The AD carry showdown. Kedui has been in ERLs for the longest time. He's been playing from Prime League, but finally he found his home in the LFL. He's showing up and he's showing off.
Somebody get this guy a team. Bro, he's so good. I mean, both AD carries.
Are you calling the LSC?
Yo, I'll call them. I'll sell both these AD carries right now. If I made a team, I feel bad. I'd have to pick between the two. I mean, in this game, let's be real. Like, while we are talking up this Twitch, you know, it's been set up for the Jinx, and I think also Kaori's run with it really well as we expected him to. We were talking about this series about how important Bot was, but how great these AD carries are. But even in this game, we've seen greatness from Miru, who really struggled in game one. Hoon's positioning's been great. Osman the same as well. I think overall, BJK have really leveled up, both in draft and in gameplay. But now they're getting tested here moving into the mid game. It's a 4K gold lead for BDSA. And Trouble, look at how the side lanes are being run with Miru running forward, Kadui going up into the Akali. Absolute guts on this guy again.
I'm just saying, if I'm an AD carry, I don't want to be going anywhere near an Akali, but Kadui just opens fire literally in the face of Miru. And these fights can get very chaotic very quickly. This is why it's, again, up to the AD carries in terms of positioning, how you can save yourself, your summoner spells. Here in a minute's time, we're going to have Baron coming up, and now you can see Kaori has both his Ghost and his Flash available. It's not going to be the case, though, for Kedui. His Flash was so important for the last fight with just Watts, and he was able to pick up 3 kills and get out of dodge alive. He needs that Flash to be able to make this happen again. You've got an Akali and a Zac diving on top of your head. That summoner spell is of pivotal importance if you want to play these team fights. And again, it's up to that skill level of the 2 AD carries to pivot themselves around these team fights. It's everyone for themselves, as both of these teams are literally curated to dive in.
Oh, yes, they are. And it's going to be which AD carry dies first that could decide game number 2. This semi-final is already popping off, and in our second game full of blood, we head towards an Infernal Soul in a minute 30. Baron spawns within the parameters of about 30 seconds from now, that it will also be a threat. So you can see both BJK and BDSA hovering on the top side of the map, where BDSA have a pushing wave. They've got Genax with TP pushing down bot. BJK have to move into river. And it looks like BDSA don't want to take the chance of facing off for either of these objectives spawn.
I feel like BDSA really need to stall for that Flash to be up for Kedui. It's going to be almost close to impossible to fight with that one. As you can see, they're sending Genax top. Hopefully this is going to be answered. Miru actually reset from the top side, and he's going to be heading towards that bot side tower to try and defend the wave that Genax is pushing. And BDSA are going to try to take control over that mid lane wave, which is always the biggest point of contention when you want to deep into these rivers. However, BJK,
they're charging forward. Skewmon and Paris getting movement speed bonuses here. Osman might be caught out. He's zoned out. Cataclysm going to be used early. Rika's here, and as Crescent Guard comes out, it's an ulti for an ulti as Genax is coming on a flank as well. His flank, he pulled out. He just isolated and assassinated the AD carry. Get him a team, bro. He plays Twitch like the biggest real-life rat, as Skewmon and Miru are fighting it out with Hoon on the sidelines, but the fight is already done. BDS, they isolate, they outpick, they look for the openings, and just like that, Kadui may have secured them a second game, but Miru trying to fight it back, goes gone in the nick of time. Hoon jumps in, but they don't have enough damage. He survives again. You cannot kill this guy. BDSA are sitting on gold in that AD carry position.
And usually you build traps up to catch the rats. And this time around, it was the rat that built the trap for Kaori on that Jinx. The AD carry that survives wins the fight. And Kedui won the fight before it even began. Again, what fantastic positioning. You have to be some sort of slimy kind of player to pull off plays like this, but they have spotted the Jinx. They know that Paxton is going to walk right, try and engage and figure out a fight. The second he doesn't flashes forward, assassinates Kaori. The fight is as good as done.
And you know what I noticed before the fight? There's a level difference. He's level 16. He has the 3rd level of ulti as well. I mean, it's just that extra bit of damage that comes through from memory that makes such a difference. He 3-shot there on the Jinx. And we always talk about, like, the best hyperscaling AD carries. You got to remember, Twitch as well is such a great team fighter if he gets the space or if he gets the option to free fire like
This guy
that.
has been making the space for himself. He's been finding fantastic angles to team fight, trying to assassinate the AD carry himself while being the AD carry for his team and having to stay alive. Again, all eyes on these two AD carries. Again, no summoner spells for Kaori, no summoner spells for Kedui. All it takes is one Akali sneaking into your backline.
Well, Kadui's almost a full build here. BF Sword sitting in the inventory for both AD carries, and we were talking earlier in this game about how far ahead Kaori was. No longer gold is even between AD carries, but not between teams. 8k the difference right now as BDSA push in with this Baron, with this denied Infernal Soul, by the way. Pushing in, Besiktas are going to try and find an option, but BDSA now group up as a 4-man, having Genax push in through mid. And it looks like Besiktas are all committed here. Shockwave does a bit of damage on the back end. Now the range is there. Skewmon Rika there. But look on the side. Kadui again. It's not the angle. They're full engaged. But remember this rat, as he sits to the side, needs to die. They've done that, though. There's the option. Genax comes in, takes out an AD carry himself, still survived. 1 versus 3. This guy was stuck in a lane swap. The early gold. It makes sense now. Osman's next up. A quadra kill. You have to be joking. Miru runs for his life. A Penta on the line. We're talking about 80 carries. This guy's got mother flipping wings. Miru running for his life. He doesn't want to give it over. The dunk baited in. But just like that, Genax shows why his value is there and why he now needs to be respected in this game as well.
One of the best laning top laners to be on the LEC. His stats at 14 and at 15 were absolutely impeccable on the LEC. Miru is looking for the flank. There's going to be a TP from Hoon
and he's got ulti back up and available. It ain't a Penta, but it feels like one. The ace comes through.
Hoon was just spawning. They were going to pull a TP. That's why Miru was flanking from the side. He kills off Miru before Hoon is ever able to TP. And look at this fight, because Paxtia is definitely my MVP for this particular fight. Kedui, fantastic flank on the side. Paxtia finds him out, isolates him. Besiktas kill his entire team before this rat can hit anyone. They isolate him, they kill him. But Genax, he does to Besiktas what they did to EU at Worlds with his Aatrox. So many flashbacks. And again, lethality Aatrox, the squishy members. You get a Q2, a Q3 on anyone, quadra kill.
Oh my
and
God.
delayed Penta, if you will, for Genax overall.
5.5k gold up. I mean, we're just talking about 80 carries. That's what shocked me, is Genax now using his gold. As Kera's caught out with the shockwave. Wait, game-ending play from Rika. Kadui now free-firing and everyone's in. Genax cleans up even more. You turn your head and you forget that this guy was boasted as one of the best top laners coming into EMEA Masters. Genax filled in for BDSA, and he's showing why he should do it again. Game, set point, and just like that, BDSA are one step away from moving into the grand finals. After that, barn burner of a 54 kill game.
54 kills in what, 34 minutes of gameplay?
Yeah.
I feel like Besiktas really gave BDSA a run for their money here. They played bloodthirsty from minute 1. The tower dives, all the gold and kills that they funneled onto Kaori. And I'm gonna be honest with you, when I saw that Jinx 2,000 gold up, I'm like, it's over. They've got a perfect front to back. They have great threats for the Twitch with the Akali and the Zac. One of them gets onto him. The Twitch cannot play the game. However, Kedui, with some incredibly creative flanks around these team fights, assassinating Kaori, saying better AD carry always wins.
That was insane. That game was just insanity and very worthy of a semi-finals if the desk wants to give us our 2 cents, because boy, oh boy, where do you start?
Mayhem. That's how you start. It was a bloodbath. This is what we're here for, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Good to know.
I like how at the start of building the desk, we were like, okay, let's take a look at the lane swaps, the intricacies of that. And after a while, we were like, no, screw this. Just give me a montage of team fights. That's all that matters. The individual plays were just crazy.
Like, shout out to production Archrock, because we were both like, no, we need this game. No, we need this game. And it just
I never talked so much in my life. They were asking me everything, and all of a sudden, they're going to look back like, I don't want any of that. Give me team fights. Give me team fights.
I think before we do get to talking about what will be the meat of the segment, which is the AD carries, we have to call out that there was a lane swap. There was a much better draft from the side of Besiktas. They had much more combos with Osman. They had a bit more playmaking, more dives. It felt like they had options to play the game in the way that last time around they felt a bit toothless, and that made a difference. They added in a lane swap. It's not the cleanest thing ever. Janek got a couple kills. Things went wrong. But importantly, BDSA for the first time in a long time don't come out of the early game with a gold lead.
Yeah. In fact, they actually come out slightly behind. And I want to highlight something, which was the gold allocation. You had a lot more plates solo for the Jinx, for Kaori on the side of Besiktas, versus spreading gold for BDS Academy with Kadui. So there was a significant gold gap. At one point, it was 2 items for the Jinx almost, 1 item for the Twitch. And this meant that the mid-game team fights, outside of the ones that Besiktas kind of threw and overreached on, were very Besiktas favored.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll add on that before we do start looking at Kadui absolutely doing unspeakable things is this should have been, as Georgia called out, pretty hard for the Twitch because you've got a Nautilus with all the CC, you've got Zac, you've got the Akali, you've got the Rel, not the Rel, but you've got lots of ways to attack that Twitch. If Twitch ever turns up, he should immediately get popped.
Yeah.
But you're not taking into account that he was hiding. That's actually really important. The way you maneuvered through those team fights and started those team fights, and might as well bring it in. We want the montage. So both of you, give it to me. I need to understand what happened and where my eyes should be.
I mean, look, there were so many team fights. I'm not even sure which part of the game this was. There were so many. This one was one which favored Besiktas, right? This is one of the ones in mid-game where we were like, this game is over. The Jinx is so snowballed, they can accelerate this game. But then what happens consistently throughout this game is there's just random picks. Consistently, you had great engages or picks onto someone to start fights off. And once again, I have no idea if this is a positive play or a negative one.
And part of what we'll start seeing through a lot of these fights as well is one team will start getting that initial pick and then going further forwards and then misplacing someone like the Twitch, who then has an angle onto the backline which has been left exposed while the dive is going on. Or actually, the Jinx will finally get a reset on the other way around and gets to turn back on the fight, or the Akali gets onto someone. And so no fight is very clean. Like this one there, if, for example, they go a bit deep, the ambush comes out, Twitch is there and begins to get some kills. This one
is
here
a massive
is
one.
Absolutely monstrous because there's a teleport flank and it should go wrong. Watch Kadui's angle here. It is sublime.
Yeah, finding the flank angle. The most important part is that there are no threats on him. He can actually have uptime outside of some really nice dodges onto the Zac E. The rel engage from Paris I want to highlight there, which might get undersold a little bit, was really fantastic. He just kept the Jinx locked in position so Kadui could open up. It wasn't purely a Kadui show, although he was absolutely insane. He also had teammates to back him up, and then you just had random picks inside, right? I think that's what highlights that.
Because what this game could also have turned into is Mira on the Akali should, realistically, post a certain point, be unmatchable in a side lane. Add in a rocket and the late game Akali damage, you should win those side lane moments. But then this happens. This is a 1v4, by the way. Absolutely eviscerates that backline. Probably a 1v3, actually. The Jinx wasn't quite involved until just then, but still turns around what should have been a really clean win for Besiktas. And Kadui here as well. This is brutal because this is partly why he has picked the Twitch into the Jinx. You can do that.
You can break the front to back is what you're trying to say here. I think there are so many important things to do with this team fight. The fact that Osman was completely isolated, they have this really nice front to back team fight composition with Xin Zhao in the front line, which is absolutely immovable. Same with the Zac, same with the Nautilus. But they were so separated in different kind of lanes with the Tri-Bush and the river. Jinx got left on his own versus Kadui. And that was absolutely crucial.
And to me, the fact that you can play with the Twitch and the team realizes that, hey, we'll buy you as much time as we can so you can delete the Jinx, which is a priority target. You may die in the process, but we know if you kill it, you'll pop off. And we almost got a pentakill with the Aatrox because Twitch did his job. This is so interesting. The AD carry needs to kill the other AD carry and bring one along.
Yeah, and I think at this point as well, we have to call it. Actually, Kaori also had a really good game. That was a solid Jinx game.
Both AD carries.
But this is now also something the BDSA pulled out more than one time. It's not cheese. It's not just with the Pyke. The Twitch specifically into things like the Jinx, where you are playing it, yes, as a hyper carry, AD carry, but also for the fact you can play this as an assassin specifically for the Jinx. Because you can get right up next to her and you win that initial duel. And then once the Jinx is down, the rest of the fight gets a lot easier suddenly, especially when you are practicing. Other teams are not going to have the same experience playing at a Twitch that you have playing with it. This kind of pocket pick at this stage in a tournament gets really, really good, especially when it is into a meta pick like the Jinx. How many teams are putting priority into Jinx right now compared to Twitch? Like, this is a huge, huge win for BDSA in terms of their draft options.
Yeah. I had something on my notes when we were talking about this in the green room, which was, well, Besiktas kind of won the game because they ignored BDSA conditions of victory, which is early game. So far, we haven't seen BDSA late game. And on this game, we got the bonjour. Just late game. And all of a sudden, you get this one. On this moment, Besiktas picked red side. This could be it. I want predictions and why.
Okay, so dropping Jinx B1, maybe going back to the old Xin Zhao secure on the red side. I'm trying to think of potential B1s for BDSA as well, but that's surprising. Blue side is incredibly powerful. I thought they would opt to secure something like Varus. Whatever happens, though, I'm sort of rambling. Whatever happens, I really, really hope they don't prioritize these scaling bot lanes. I think they've looked so good on these kind of kill lanes. And Varus was open last game, and I was really surprised they didn't secure that.
But who's going to win? I need that.
You want
we have to move on.
Sorry, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's BDSA 3-0.
BDSA 3-0, so you're keeping with the 3-0 in the finals. Okay. Tell me, is this the one you were talking about?
I think it might be, but I still think it's going to be BDSA 3-0. I will say, I don't think Besiktas draft was the problem last time. They actually played an okay game there. It was more on some of the little execution bits they just fell a touch short on. I think a red side switch to give them a mentality switch. I think maybe a bot lane switch to just give them a bit of a refresh might be what they need to get the game.
But
I still think it's BDSA because they've shown they can win from ahead. They just showed they can win when it gets messy. That's a good sign. I think it's 3-0.
So it seems like tournament favors are taking it on the desk. But what about you? Tell us on the chat and spam it so the moderators are like, So you tell me who's going to win.
Menace. You're such a menace.
I love chaos and I love this as well. I love League of Legends. I know you too. So stick around for what it could be the last game of semifinals. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
A stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, you hurt me so bad. And drop me just like that. Now turn her back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
We're one step away from having a final between the LFL and Prime League. My name's Sterx, and I'm joined by Trouble, who together we just experienced, I think, one of the wackiest games in a while.
It was fun.
Even by LPL standards, that one was chaos. That was cooked. Like, holy moly. And you know, I know the devs tried to break that down. I know there's a lot to go through. BDSA are back on the blue side. BJK went for the red side. Yeah, where do we start with this? Because there was a response in draft. It looked good in the early game, but things just ran out of hand with individual mechanics and individual plays from BDSA.
I don't mind Besiktas swapping to the red side. I feel it's kind of like the same sentiment as GK swapping after a 0-2 versus KC. You need something to change, something to happen. I want them to have the stronger bot lane. I feel like Sam made a great point on the desk where he was like, BDSA from ahead, you can't beat them. BDSA, when you create chaos, you can't beat them. So you need to get ahead yourself in the early game. We know they have done it versus so many teams in this tournament. They've done it versus SK Prime as well. So Kaori and Paxi are more than happy to take those matchups in the bot lane. However, I just want to say that the man that didn't look that good in KDA in terms of didn't look good in game in terms of KDA was Reeker.
Yep.
But he was such a monster.
He had some big ultis, and as the Rumble gets first picked here for Genhax with another slight grin. Yeah. I mean, I was wondering what was getting through. So it's a Rumble, but in response, again, Besiktas have been playing this Jinx twice in a row. First picking it has been the way to go. We have seen a lane swap last game with it that got it ahead. Besiktas looking at it once again.
I'm sorry, I don't want to see it anymore.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
I mean, it worked for them, right? The lane swap worked. They funneled so much gold into this Jinx.
Yep.
But it felt like every single time they kept forgetting other parts of the game. Like Krika got shut down, but he still had the gold. He still kept the Twitch alive. Then Genx came back with 6k gold lead somehow through side lane pressure. And I'm sure here, Besiktas are thinking the same thing. Rumble gets locked in. Absolutely lane swapping on this one. Deprive that Rumble of gold and experience. So I'm expecting to see some sort of a tank for Hun, like Sion and Ornn, any of that sort.
Maybe one for Skewmod as well. We've already seen the Sejuani. Something like the Jack's a great counter pick into the Xin Zhao. Anything else thoughts here? Because I know jungle is consistently being banned away from Skewmon in the Volley Bear. They're actually locking in the bottom lane and a Velios here to what looks like, potential lane swap set up again.
Yeah, I feel like knowing that your Rumble is getting lane swapped on, you need to have more of a late game scaling AD carry because you're going to most likely be on the bottom of the map, which is easier to get all the turret platings due to no fortification towards that side. So definitely loving it here. However, let's see what response you're going to be having into the Xin Zhao. A lot of the times we have seen the volume, but right here it's banned out. It's going to be straight up the Aphelios Thresh, keeping the AD carry safe, some sort of pseudo engage. However, all three members I'm looking from BDSA are super squish.
Man, but also strong lanes, good range. I'm looking at it as well. I'm excited for it because, again, it's a slight pivot from the bot lane that show they can do everything. That's the danger that Eintracht Spandau will be looking at going into the finals. If BDSA make it, they're going to be like, dude, how do we counter this bottom lane?
Ding, ding, ding.
As the sign gets locked in. Best lane swapper, best top laner for Hoon. And we're going to see if they can truly do it to get this Jinx once ahead through another turbulent early game.
Absolutely. You literally shut down the Rumble early on. You shut down Genx, right? He had an unofficial pentakill.
Yeah, he did.
In the game that we just watched, game number 2 between these two teams. And I'm moving forward in the draft. A lot of mid lane is going to get pinched. I'm assuming the Aurelions, the likes of the Aurelion Soul, the Azir, the Orianna, all those three so good at facilitating for team fights, creating space, big wombo combo ultimates as well. I'm expecting a lot of them to be taken out of the picture. It is going to be the Milio, however. that they're worried about from the side of BDSA.
Yeah, I guess the added range advantage and a lot of lane swap games helped out.
Leave them all open.
Yeah. We'll just see what ends up getting through. I mean, Miro played Akali last game, and it was good to see, again, the diversity. I think I was more excited to see him on something that had a lot of playmaking ability rather than just a scaling control mage. But for Miro, the game kind of fell apart due to some of the individual outplays. So let's see what it is this time. Nautilus, Milio, they're both the bans coming through. An engaged tool taken away from Besiktas. Where do we go next?
I'm actually worried about Skumond's champ pool right here because the only other AD champion that's left is Viego. But Viego is not one of the most active junglers in the early game. Likes to farm, likes to scale.
You go Sejuani again, though.
Can go Sejuani for sure because you're facilitating for frontline. You need frontline for the side of BDSA as well. Potentially, Trundle wouldn't be bad either. You do have a massive Scion in the frontline, which you can help. Ooh, okay.
Rika, again.
Now we're talking.
The many different flavors of Rika again. You know, we got Talia, we got Orianna, now we get the Tristana. And so we have double AD carry here from BDSA, which leaves the counter pick into the mid lane for Miru to see if he can pull something game-breaking out.
It's most likely going to be an Aurelion Sol.
I was just thinking, like, please. Yo, Silas angle? Yeah. No, it's not. It's an Aurelion Sol angle.
Sorry.
Whoa, it's scaling again. But the early game, I mean, that's a lie. Trouble, you gotta help my thoughts come together because I was going to say the early game's been a problem, but it wasn't for Besiktas last game. It wasn't really a problem, was it?
Here's the deal, though. Right here, you've got pretty stable lanes in the likes of the Scion, one of the best champions when it comes to lane swaps, and Genax on the Rumble is going to really struggle. However, BDSA can break them up in half.
Okay.
Because they have the Tristana. They do have an active mid lane champion that you can use in the very early stages of the game. Aphelios pretty good. Thresh with the hook, pretty good. You've got Sejuani dashing forward as well. You've got so many tools that you can invade with level 1. Try and break the map down and not force that sort of lane swap, or even try and put all those wards down to spot if it's happening from the side of Besiktas.
I think that's one thing we've lost at EMEA Masters where, you know, when we've seen it in LPL from NIP, or we've seen it from, you know, G2 pulling it out in against the father team in BDS in the LEC, we've seen those lane swap wards come out that spot early on, give information, and create a response.
Information.
Or false information as well. I think, yeah, it was actually G2 from memory that Hans Summer wasn't showing on the ward as well, with Mickey also playing behind.
They showed Broken Blade walk top, and then he walked into Fog of War and reset and went back bot.
I mean, you can have counterplay, but at least, you know, the wards to start spotting out and start gathering information regardless of what comes forward. But we have to see, because for BDS, they're the ones who are going to get lane swapped on. They've got the Aphelios Thresh lane, which so far the 2v2 has been great, regardless of how it's been played in a normal laning phase or outside in some of the team fights. Kadui has had a ripper of a series. Like, this has been an insane performance. Paris gets a massive shout out. I think this 2v2 right now looking like one of the best in the tournament. Well,
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sitting here, I'm like, Kerry has had a fantastic series and tournament overall.
And so Genax.
Paris, especially last year, one of the best supports that we have at ERLs who didn't make LEC. You've got Genax, who has so much experience behind him, and that official pentakill in the previous game as well. Skumond, also one of the best junglers in the ERLs right now, paired up with Rieger, who's having probably one of his best splits yet. I feel like this is why this team is the favorite to win EMEA Masters. And so far, they've looked very convincing doing that.
A lot of people have said, and I know the desk even said it was like, you know, the test of quarters where like BDS haven't been tested. But I think against Orbit and Onomo, it's like they weren't tested because there was no response to the early game. In this series, there's been adaptation from Besiktas where game 2, the draft adaptation was so much better, and not leaving that red side counterpick familiar, not having draft responses that wouldn't get destroyed in the early game was really nice to see that not play out in the second draft. But again, the individuality, the individual skill from this team is something to shout out, as those last team fights too were just nuts from members like Genax and Kadui.
Now, I'm not going to lie to you. With Besiktas on the red side, I was expecting maybe some sort of aggro matchup to come through from Hun. Again, he really likes to play towards the bruisers and fighters, as you can see. Okay, Besiktas are going to... Oh, remember what we said about BDSA pretty much bundling up together and trying to invade
Peekaboo.
level 1. Besiktas reading the play, moving as a 5-man unit, trying to split the map in half themselves.
Can't really do too much. I mean, Rika will have himself a level 1 Tristan and a press E on. But apart from that, Skumond ward down, spotted out, and immediately destroyed. So you can see...
GG, 1 CS on the Jinx.
Oh my god, it's over. Hey, you know how we're talking about lane swap ward? Just look at the bottom lane. They're between 2 turrets. I think they're going to drop a ward there to spot out what actually happens with the pathing. There you go. I'm glad you actually brought that up, Trouble, because you're questioning what information can BDSA get out. And yeah, both sides have actually dropped it out to see what the final lane setup is.
Now, Genax is waiting. It's very scary to walk towards a quadrant that you know essentially 5 members of the opposing team are in, which is actually still the case. Besiktas have not moved from that top quadrant, and once again, the lane swap is going to reign true. Kaori and Pykestia towards the top side of the map. It's something that we expected, right? BDSA, not very used to doing these lane swaps. They don't really care to play for the lane swaps. They have really strong laners themselves, so they know that head-to-head, they can pretty much beat anyone that comes at them, and they have proven it through the entirety of the tournament as well. However, I think it all comes down to Rika and Skumond and how aggressive they can play through this mid-jungle duo. Again, Tristana, one of the best champions in terms of sharpening in a lane and then having pressure into that jungle.
He's really building up a theme, isn't he? I mean, push and move for Rika. Always something we're talking about at the start of today. Talia is most popular for that reason. Need to mention is who walks the lane.
Yeah. Rookie comes to mind.
Rookie does come to mind.
Elk, Rookie. We're building a team here.
Well, Hoon might be in trouble, though. Flashes away from the Arctic Assault. Genax was jungling alongside with him. The wave built up. Paris has a hook at the ready as well. Lands it onto Hoon. And as he tanks up with Aftershock, it's an easy first blood. Over to Kadui. It comes first here for BDSA, as now they got the push in bot side. After they take off Hoon. I mean, this is annoying about time.
But here's the cool thing about Sion. Whilst in his passive, he gets level 2 from CSing and taking down the minions.
That's right.
So not only does he get 5 out of 6 from the entire first wave, he gets to level 2, which allows him to TP back to lane, and now he's much more doable. He's got the knockup, he's got the shield, he's going to get dived again.
Yeah, okay. Second time around. He did clear out the wave, so it's quite thin, but another hook lands from Paris. Well done. Genax tanks up, doesn't die.
Oh my god.
Sion goes into zombie, will clear out the wave, but it's turret plate, and a second kill for Kadui is a change to see what happens in top side. Genax almost dying. I just want to see what's the response there for Kaori top, because it's all about what the turret plating can be achieved in the meanwhile for Besiktas.
It's so difficult to actually stay up to the turret plating when you top side up. Again, the top side towers have been fortified. It's much harder to take them down. And even though we have some double demolish coming in from the 2 this time around, it's going to be the single demolish coming in just from Pykestia on the rel. Again, it makes it so much harder to take down these towers. Kedui, not only is he winning on the turret plating game, he's got 2 kills in 3 minutes already. The whole entire gold lead of BDSA is onto that Aphelios. And again, this is becoming scary because this man with items on him on a hyper AD carry, we can see what he can do.
Yeah, just the usual, isn't it, so far in this series? Like, been so good.
Is that a level 1 Rumble zoning away a level 4 Zinzao?
Bro, he's just been moving. He's not going to lane. It's these adaptations to lane swaps where it's like, I'm not going to go to the lane. I'm going to get dove. What's the point? Like, he might get experience, but might lose out. Doesn't want to commit so far. And where is he going? Genax. Bro is like 2 a.m. in the morning, walking the streets of Berlin, looking for a snack at a Späti or something. Genax just like, hey, what can I find here? He's waiting for Osman. Wait,
I mean, I don't think he can do much.
Maybe. Okay.
He just has a harpoon. He'll throw 2 of them. Okay. That's it.
Yeah, maybe he thought he's getting zoned off or ganked, so Genax ends up TPing. The bottom side actually backed away, and he used that window to get to the wave. So Genax will actually catch up quite a lot of gold here, as I think that was like two and a half waves.
We'll grab a few of it. I think majority died because he waited a little bit too long in that bush before he TP'd back. He grabs 9 CS, which is more than
0.
More than 0.
Nice.
22 on the other side for Hoon, and again.
It's the tech.
Oh, no.
They know he's there, though. That's the difference. No. It's 8 tech. It's like, which brush is he in? He's going to clear the wave. He's like, I'm going to do it before I die. They flash, Shattering Strike won't let him. And he doesn't have Undying, so he's not going to be able to stand the test of time. As We look towards Hoon in the bot side. Hook out again. Paris tanks up, but Hoon has been able to tank himself. Paris with the last shot. Can't do too much. Kidui out of the gun change. We look towards mid, though. The flash on the auto. Rika with a solo kill dies himself. Yeah, boys. Let's just all fight again. And turret plating goes down to the bottom side. Kidui gets the kill. Skumon doesn't die. Hoon there as the DB flies through from Miro. What is this series?
Mirror is going to TP down bot lane to catch all of these creeps underneath the tower. 4 kills to 2 in favor of BDSA. 3-0 again on Kedui. Only 400 gold up versus Kaori's Jinx, who I'm sniffing that he might be getting more gold.
Kill! Kill!
Demolish!
Yes, good. Pikes Dia will take it up to give the kill over to Kaori.
Who said that lane swaps are boring?
You know
this
what?
looks like solo queue.
You know, Aragon, you know, come over and tell us, because the other ones were boring, but this is a nice meta. This is better. Nice solo kill, by the way. Yo, the auto buffer was clean.
Dies after, though. Is it worth?
Yeah, it is.
You don't get to push anything.
It's ego.
Ah, it's ego. Okay.
It is ego. And Miro did TP bot, so it doesn't look like Rika was able to shove the wave in, but, you know, TP out of both mid laners after the play.
Massive Sion walks into your lane. What do?
Who's here? Level 6. He's mid.
Yeah.
Genax is level 3 because he hasn't been sitting in the wave as much.
Oh my God. He cannot! Unless the tower falls top lane, he cannot approach a wave. Luckily for him,
it's dead.
That's a massive gold swing over to Besiktas. That's almost 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
And mind you, majority of that went singularly to Kaori.
Help! Okay, good hook actually from Paris, and the dark passage as well. Hoon flashes away. Kidui gets the range, but doesn't have the damage quite yet.
Hit the tower, boys.
Just only turret, because Hoon will not die anymore. He's also got barrier too with unsealed spellbook, so that is off limits.
400 gold in the lead though for this Sion, and he's going to get as tanky as possible. Super fast. However, again, that top lane gold went in isolation to Kaori.
Yeah.
First structure, all tower platings on the top lane tower. Almost Kraken Slayer for the AD carry of Besiktas. We're only 7 minutes in and we're talking about a Kraken Slayer.
And I mean, this is why, like, it all comes down to the Sion. This is why Sion is S+ tier. Because he clears waves, he slows the push. That bro has a death timer that starts on his death, not his fake death in his passive.
And I love the fact that he went spellbook as well, because you get so many defensive spells to defend yourself underneath the tower. And now, due to that Sion surviving for that long, not allowing the tower to go down due to all of the wave clear, Kaori and Paxtia go on the top lane tower, swap down to bot, so now for BDSA it's going to be even harder to take that bot lane tower now.
I mean, it is just crazy again. Like, the 600 gold lead going back over to Kaori. It's just like last early game. Obviously, different circumstances that have come in, but it's been a much more interesting lane swap meta within this series in game 2 and 3, as Trouble was just saying. But taking stock elsewhere, as BJK moved down to the bottom side, you can also see that mid laners here sitting at pretty even gold after they solo killed each other. Top laners doesn't really matter, but Genax starting to pick up CS, and now he's in a normal matchup, so he feels confident while Besiktas start this Dragon off. First one at 9 minutes.
Yeah, top and jungle are massively down in experience. Genax and Skumon are actually struggling to try and catch up to Osman and Hoon. Level 6, Zinza obviously will start the Dragon. You have the stronger bot lane, towards the bot side of the map, the numbers advantage as well as the level advantage over Tsuwani. Skumon just about hit that level 6. We can expect to see Skumon a little bit more active on the map. That you have the ultimate right now. There are a bunch of summoner spells that are missing on the map. Osman, Hoon, mainly Miru as well. You can cast out Aurelius in the mid lane. You can then transition that Tristana towards the side lanes. Some jungle pressure from BDSA. Because we said that, hey, BDSA get ahead in the early game. Really good at taking their lead and getting all the way across that finish line. While the Besiktas, I feel like this is the first time in the series that actually have a pretty meaningful lead.
Yeah, the only problem is, I mean, last game, remember, there was that heavy Jinx. So I need to pause because Kedui might be in trouble. Osman's angle's big. Dark Passage going to save the day. Osman, though, with a flash available. No, excuse me. That's not up, so he can't chain the CC. Kedui gets away thanks to Paris. Wait, Death Sentence. Onto Aurel. Box down. Grab him there. It's going to be a Magnet Storm. The leap down as well. The trade onto Paris. He's down first. Plaxtia not dead. The zap there. Kaori flashes in and no ulti for you. He runs him down, and we can't forget that this guy Jinx slammed game 2 in the early portions.
That was a 2v2 that BDSA opted
Yeah.
into. They started this fight. Kedui goes down not using any of his summoners, either Paris, tanking this one a little bit too long. All the CC lands. And Besiktas take everything on the map.
It's
Void grubs, Dragon, bot lane pressure down. Genax level 6.
Kill them
They're
all.
They're 2 levels up.
Equalizer down, Kaori burning. There's a dive in, the choppers are out. Oh no,
They're
Genax.
2 levels up.
Kaori lives, Skumon comes in. All right, round 2. The flash, the shutdown, the ulti burned out. Pelaxidia is now in trouble. Paris won't get the hook. It's flushed away from the sky. Falls semi-weirdly, but Mirusta gets the kill. Hoon teleported in. Let there be blood! I am watching Gladiator after this as Russell Crowe chases down, gets revenge. Miru breathes hot fire for a 3rd kill. 13 kills, 11 minutes in, and these 2 teams are at war!
Here we go again. This time around, a much different result. 3,000 gold in the lead for Besiktas. They're playing the map game much better than last game. And again, this is a bot lane 2v2 that BDSA opted into. Powers, you are pseudo-tank onto Thresh. I've said it so many times. You are so damn squishy. Kedui does not flash the W from Jinx, which means he gets slowed down, allowing Kaori to follow up that fight underneath the tower and grab a double kill for himself. 5-1 on this Jinx, 2,000 gold up. History is repeating itself. He was 2,000 gold up in game number 2, and they couldn't quite close it out because of how creative Kedui was onto this Twitch. However, this time around, how much more creative can you get on an Aphelios? He needs his front to back.
I mean, yeah, he can't go invis. That's a start. So Kedui's going to have to play the game a little bit more standard. He carried game 2. Can he do the same again? I mean, Kaori set up for success. And this time with the Aurelion Soul as well, the man who outscales
also,
all.
Who was Russell Crowe? Was it Aurelion Soul?
Russell Crowe had to be Aurelion Soul, I think, getting revenge.
Oh,
Okay,
here we
hook
go
time.
again, TP.
Again, boxes down. Puxadia is going to take a turret shot. Max still re-engage.
Oh
They just
my
turn
God.
it onto Kedui. We're round 2ing, but Kaori this time can't finish the job. Jumping in, Rika flashes away from Osman and leaps out to his safety, but Hoon flashes over, you psychopath! He flashes and now knocks him up, and now a spiraling orb. Hoon, where was that going? Rika is still gonna die, but we're just throwing nonsense in.
Rylai's too strong. The slow landing. Oh my God, Osman missing the W flash.
Oh my God! I had casted the LPL for 5 years, and this is more wild than
We have
rare
LPL
atom.
at home.
This is LPL at home, but it's good. It's
Again,
good.
Paris opting to this fight, and Kedui grabbing the shield, the lantern straight into the chompers, eating the entire Jinx combo. Luckily, Ricker comes in to clean up, but it's not for too long because Hoon flashes over the wall.
Ready, watch. I guess.
Wait, okay. Visually, that hit.
It visually hit, I guess.
Okay, visually, it hit.
Hoon, what a legend. What a guy. Oh, absolute guy. Where are we at? 3.5K.
In. Again.
I mean, the only concern is Kaori's going to be caught out. Equalizer is huge, though. Kaori by his lonesome. He's going to die. It's just about for who. Dark Passage out. Genax gets the kill.
Huge.
And as we know, when Genax gets a bit of gold, this guy will flourish too. So hold on to your horses as Herald starts. Besiktas have a lead, but trouble, I don't believe yet.
I believe a little bit. Aurelion saw a lot of scaling. Paris has to flash because he takes the wrong pathing around the map. And again, I see BDSA making the same mistakes that they usually do, but when they're ahead in the game, when they get overconfident because they have the items, they have the levels advantage, they have the vision control around the map. This time around, Besiktas with 3,000 gold in the lead. Look down the bottom, out of the 1.3k entire platings, half of that is on Kaori, is on that Jinx. 9 turret platings went onto this Jinx. However, I'm talking about this, the entire bot side quadrant has been invaded by Besiktas.
Rika out, rocket jump well timed. Miro has the skies descend, so Hoon can continue the dive as Rika just picked up Cole in the midst of that as well, by the way. As Paris and Skumon look for an angle. And I can see as well, pings are getting spammed down. Kedui wants this, he wants help, but the zap tags in. Palaxthea threatens for the dive. Osman here as well. Skumon, though, playing front to back and starting his engage, but is getting excited for the turret. Kaori knows he can play space. The Skies descend. Genex caught in the middle. The Rel engage the Magnet Storm. This time, BJK don't look to be making the same mistakes. They don't look to be slowing down. The game looks good, and they will not descend into insanity themselves.
Yeah, Kedui walks underneath a tower that did not belong to his team anymore, gets zoned out. And from that time onwards, Besiktas knew that this Aphelios cannot rejoin the fight. He has to take the long way around. As we'll see through that replay, Kedui, no business being where he is right now. It's tagged again by the slow from the Jinx, the W, and the tower goes down. He still tries to poke in with one auto after the other, but they know he's on the long run around towards the tower, which means his team is only 3 members underneath the tower, extremely squishy. We mentioned it from the draft. The first 3 picks that BDSA came up with, so freakishly squishy. Yes, the Rumble does a lot of damage, but that's a Rumble that's fallen behind even enemy AD carry.
I mean, the Rumble that didn't get to lane for a long period of time. Rika can't get the walk because getting TP2. Dark Passage saves today, but there's no turret here. And Blackstone knows with an Astral Flight from Miru and Hoon jumping in as well. He's like, I'll sacrifice my life. Rika go into the night. Miru picks up kill number 6, and BDSA once again without their support. Like, they are playing the map better, and BJK are finally having a proper say in this series that is going beyond just the early game.
And what a completely different look from Miru as well. He had been shut down lane after lane from Rika and Skewmond. Again, with a lot of the lane swaps and the confusion on the map. Skewmond fell behind. He might be dying here.
Kill them again. Rika saved, but Skewmond might not be.
TP?
5 members all down bot side. Genax TPing to the turret. Wait, the equalizer. He's great in the choke, but Kiri's not hit away. The range is there again. Death Rocket huge as Carry's still on the backside, but Kadui now joins on him, but his range won't match. He's hit over the wall by an Aurelion Soul that's already scaled. Carry runs on in. He'll die this time as Rika finally does it though, but Miru cleans up the scraps after a double. After there are 6 grey screens, 27 kills. We return to the heartland of destruction and chaos.
That was such a chaotic fight. So many people not ready, not in position. Other ones going forward. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is so miscoordinated from both of these teams. Sure, Besiktas are all 5 members down, but they don't all focus the same target. Osman gets pulled to the left, then they engage onto Skewmond. Genax TP's in, he dies, but he zones out everyone, and Kedui gets permanently slowed by the Valais onto the Aurelion Soul, only able to throw in his Moonlight Vigil. However, Rika does so much work in these fights, while everyone else gets targeted from BDSA.
It's almost a 3-item Jinx at 18 minutes. It is almost a 3-item Aurelion Soul at 20 minutes. We have just hit turbulence. 4.5K.
You want to take this 1 minute to calm down?
No, because Genax is dead. He flashes over the wall, never mind. Look at bot, look at bot. These guys are wild. What are we doing? Objective bounty, like, all in!
No one's killing this iron. No
Harold,
one's... No.
let's race for the base! Actually, that would be fitting for how this series has gone. Go! Go, 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 go! Look, it's objective bounty. Look how slow they are top. They're like, we got a match. Sign ulti in the meantime. Onto Rika. Never mind. We're basing off the charge over the Herald. Pikes in with another great ult. Paris there. Hook land. Box down. Rika DPS. A red and white for the Aphelios makes everything all right. Black City is back. Rika there.
They're losing their base.
Buffers. The base is dying. Boys, go back. Help! It was the wrong move! Miro's running down. He's actually going to regret that. Wait, he's inching again. Flash away. Skewmon not getting the match. Hoon is there. Who's basing? Who's basing? Genax is there. Inhibitor down. We have just gone into the depths of hell and back. And we're like, boys, it doesn't look any different. Let's keep living this life of chaos. I am so impressed, so confused. It's messy. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's bad. I can't tell. My marble's out the door. I need water. Pause! No! No! Pause! A pause!
We love it, baby! Interactive League of Legends. If you guys want visual representation of what just happened, Hysterics is gone. He's had enough. You're gonna have me from now on doing the play-by-play. Commiserations. Apparently it's going to be, we got the call from production, it's going to be a very small pause, guys. We're gonna be jumping into the Rift really quickly. However, Welcome back to Interactive League of Legends. Do you want to get a point of analysis in? No. Do you want to get a point of narrative in? No. No one cares about your narrative. No one cares about your analysis. All we care about is blood, sweat, and tears in this race. And that's exactly what this series has been giving us.
They're back in. Here we go again. Let's go.
Is that how we're going to watch the game now?
Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. Man, I knew Archrom dressed like, John Travolta for a reason. Bro, this guy knew there was disco coming today.
Okay.
Oh, the dragon.
Gonna give you a breath right here. There's not gonna be a fight for this dragon. BDSA are caught on resets right here. Besiktas got the tempo on the map, so they're gonna be the ones getting to the bot side river first and securing themselves actually sole point. Throughout all of these shenanigans, Osman has been securing all these dragons. So in 5 minutes time, if we last till then, if we're still here, there's going to be a fight.
Reek is caught.
For Soul. Riker, that's have his teleport actually available.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to be able to.
He can't, no way. He'll kill Miru though. His dueling power is insane. Watch the damage onto Miru. This guy will kill him. He ults the start away. I told you when he goes golden, he's going to die. Never mind. Hoon interrupts. Miru's out. It's clutch as Genax looks for the range on the equalizer to cover it in. They're like, if we can fight, we can. Look top. Look top, look top, look top. Ladies and gentlemen, look top. They're going to fight again. Wait, Genax is not done. It doesn't matter. It's a Scion. Let's ignore this for the time being. Look at top. They're TPing. They're going to Baron. They're going to Baron. They're going to Baron. They're going to Baron.
They have the numbers advantage. 22 seconds, so you can't do it. He has TP.
Lexi and Kerry aren't here. They're Baroning with the Aurelion Soul. They just jumped on in, and BDSA are like, we're fine, right, guys? They're not going to Baron without the Jinx. Yes, they are. That is gone.
All right, Besiktas finding themselves a pick towards the bot side of the map. Riker getting caught between the Aurelion Soul and the Scion. Gives his life away. The teleport from Genax as well.
They're going to fight again.
Besiktas having the Baron. They've got 2 pushing lanes. Top side is pushing, of course, because the inhibitor is down. Mirror is going to make sure to pressure that wave all the way in the base. And a 4-man core Besiktas pushing through that mid lane. BDSA, do you have an answer for that push? Can they find Kaori in the back
Is
line?
the answer a fight? Yes, it is. Skumon sets it up. Equalizer as well. Look at the positioning. It's huge. Rika, though. Rika, what are you doing, bro? I get the fighting angle, but you just ran it. Miru runs in. This time he's not the one running it. And BDSA have just lost the game in an instant. Rika said, nah, enough of this. I am out of here. All right. Let's do another one of these. Why not? We got the space for 2 more anyway. Let's run our semi-finals to a game 4.
You know what they say about semi-finals? Always delivering, and I'm so happy to see Besiktas clap back. BDSA with 2 very, very decisive back-to-back games. Besiktas tried to throw everything at them in the kitchen sink, and it didn't stick on blue side. However, on red side, getting that Scion, I feel like freed their entirety of that early game. All this funneling gold onto Kaori again on the Jinx, not letting Genax get any experience or gold in his inventory was huge. Your top laner was lower level than enemy AD carry.
What was that, Ka? Like, bro. Like, I don't care if Archerom's ready. Take it away. Sit down. Like,
sit down.
Bro, sit down. Don't put
he
your
wants to go for a cuppa.
No, what do you think?
Thank you, guys. Take it away.
Bro. Oh, my God.
Well, we asked for bloodbath, and this is quite important because not only Besiktas survive the onslaught coming in from BDSA, but also Eragon is wrong yet again. It's so normal in the broadcast. He just can't get anything
Can't win
right.
the games. Can't win the analysis.
I don't know what's happening, to be honest.
Huh?
It's just going downhill as the broadcast goes on. As the tournament goes on, I am just failing.
I think it's just increased proximity to me.
You're
like
not a
absorbing
late
my
game
suckiness.
individual.
No, I'm not a late game individual. But
Hey, let's talk about this draft to begin with. We'll jump into chaos, okay? Just like Ricker did at the last moment in the game, we'll jump into the team
You have
fights.
to do it. Not even get there.
No, let's talk about it. People must think I'm so chaotic. I am. But when you look into this draft, what changed?
Okay.
So this is very similar in a lot of ways to the first game's draft from Besiktas, where they've got Aurelion Sol, Xin Sao, Jinx. And that core, I didn't have that much of an issue with. But the difference here is the Aurelion Sol has come later, coming to the R5, and 2, they've got the Scion and the Rel this time. So it's so much easier for the players who are piloting those, particularly Paistia on the Rel, who's much more comfortable on that archetype of champion, to play the game. So you've already got a much better front line. They go for the lane swap with this rather than playing out the straight lanes. And they get so much gold so early that they have this Aurelion Sol and Miru snowballing, not playing from behind. Kari, who's actually had a really strong series in general, getting the play out without a Twitch jumping him every time he gets excited. It's just a much better game for them. It's still chaotic. It's still a mess. But this is much more the style of game that Besiktas know how to work with.
I think the fundamental problem for me is the difference in tiers for the lane swap champions themselves. I think Scion is just the absolute best lane swap top laner, and Rumble can't even walk up to the wave until 6, where you could farm with Equalizer. And then you compare that, the Jinx to the Aphelios and the Thresh. The tower taking damage is not there. That's really, really important. The amount of tower taking damage, so you can trade damage across the map. I even was talking to Initialize. I was thinking, okay, how can you match the Jinx in terms of DPS on the turret to be able to trade platings more effectively? Because Aphelios doesn't do as much tower taking damage until he gets chakrams. So what you could have potentially done, and this just might be going absolute boom, is maybe put the Tristana down bot side with the Thresh, so that Tristana has Satchel to match the tower taking pressure, and then leave the Aphelios mid until Aphelios gets chakrams, then send Aphelios down bot side again. But that might just be...
I liked the thought process. It was worth trying out. Someone getting practice tool, but we're seeing already here the beginning of the madness, right? And the key here is that Kadui does not get the same value that he did last game. And even like, say, last game, Kadui was still put behind. You're still seeing Rika get things like these solo kills. And, you know, BDSA are playing out this fine, but the issue, as you kind of noted, is that on the other side, Kari is still playing very, very well. And Genax, this Rumble that was first picked, gets very little say in this game. And this double kill puts Kari up to 4-0, and he gets 9 plates as the game goes on. It's huge.
Yeah, so a really big problem was the fact that the 2v2 was so skewed. Because of this tower taking damage, that meant the Jinx was always way further accelerated. So at that point in the 2v2, Jinx had Kraken Slayer versus no Kraken Slayer, and they naturally just absolutely won unless the Rel got insta-bursted. And that meant through the snowballing of the Jinx, you know, they bridged to the late game with the Jinx. Sorry, that clip always gets me with Hune's ultimate. With the Jinx and the A-Stall in the end, it's just incredibly hard to play because you outrange so hard.
Yeah, and then you got to this point where you've got this huge front line. You've got Aurelion Sol and Jinx that outscale and outrange your carries, and they have the ability to pull off these dives pretty freely. Your front to back gets so difficult. You've got very mirrored win conditions. Again, double scaling mid-bot lane with front lines and front to back. But the Jinx and Aurelion Sol just do it better. And then you enter this scenario where they've got a Herald because it's somehow 27 kills per 20 minutes. You've still got a Herald and they're trying to race for this turret push. They don't succeed. And on the other side, Jinx gets an inhibitor.
The most important thing going forward, I think, is just simply BDSA. You take a page out of the book of the other teammates, the teams in the tournament, where the adaptation was you just deny the lane swaps. You deny the absolute S+ tier champions in Jinx and Scion in your ban phase, and you go from there.
You just accept the handshake, let's do the normal laning phase, and we win the early game because BDSA at the end of the day are an early game team.
Yeah, and I think this is some of the worst habits we have seen when BDSA aren't at their best. Normally, they are a stylish team who play with the kind of swagger and verve that seems to come down to those really early snowballs, and they kind of play with a certain, I won't call it elegance, but that kind of slight ego in some ways to actually go and play out those mid games, snowball to extreme levels and win the game. If they don't get those snowballs, and sometimes what you see, or even when they have those days, is they can start maybe going for plays that are a little ill-advised, a little low percentage, and end up with games like this. And remember when we were in the pregame, I called this out a bit, like there is a world we're going to see games where like Rika and Kaori don't get the same amount. Also, could do it. Actually, Kaori's on the other side. 2K AD carry champion players, always going to throw you out a little bit there. But the point still being, BDSA do have that habit of maybe getting a little ahead of themselves, especially when games do get messy, or they think they have to make a play, or they are more ahead than they think they are. This kind of thing can happen.
So at the end of the day, I would like to remind everybody back at home that this is how KC Fall started. 2-0, one game, kind of messy, and LFL went down. Will it happen again? Well, I can surely say that I have no idea. But in order to understand what's going to happen, we're going to toss it to a break before the fourth game of the day. Either we wrap up semifinals or we get Silver Scrapes. So until then, don't miss it. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
We have gone with the series has gone where no others have gone before. It's like when in 1969 man landed on the moon. In 2024, BDS and BJK have landed in this kind of game form. My name's Asterix, I'm joined by Trouble.
How was that in any way comparable?
Because this is just solo queue madness at points. It is just wild that we're going through this. Aragon sat on desk, probably the smartest thing to come from it. Maybe they should have just put Tristana bot with a Thresh, put a Fellas in a solo lane until, you know, they start matching lanes again. That would have been smart. That would have been cool. but we just evolved into fighting anyway, to be fair.
I feel like there's a lot of expression of skill coming through these team fights in terms of how they pilot around the team fights. However, the macro has gone out the window. In terms of decision making, I'll give it to Besiktas. They knew exactly how they want to play their game in terms of, hey, we're going to draft for Sion. Rumble is screwed. He cannot walk up. And due to the fact that Rumble has to walk up to the top lane tower, that top lane tower dies slower.
Yep.
So you had Gen X pretty much just roaming around Summoner's Rift, pretty much jobless. You cannot gank on a Rumble. You can just sit there and watch. And I think that's what hurt them tremendously. I feel like BDSA now need to go into the new draft thinking, okay, we need to take care of our top laner in terms of a lane swap.
Sure.
Or you ban the Sion away and then you have better matchups in terms of, hey, Zac dies faster, On dies faster. Still the best case scenario if you have a Rumble top, but at least you can kill these top laners faster.
I like the Sion ban, honestly. I think that's a good start. Like, Volibear's been banned away consistently in this series, has to be against Skumond. Sion banned by BDSA. They learned their lesson. Good start to the draft, if you're asking me.
However, things like the Maokai, the Talia, things that they were banning out themselves are now going to be left open. And of course, things that the Talia have really benefited BDSA. I feel like Ricker, even in the previous game, where the entirety of BDSA were losing control of the map, he was still on point. He was on side lanes, trying to get kills. I feel like he's been absolutely on point the entire series. And giving him something like the Tristana again or the Talia that he can impact those side lanes could be huge. However, again, in terms of the chaos that BDSA and Besiktas are just walking into, the fact that I see Besiktas sort of like handshaking them in them, it just makes me very hopeful in terms of what we're going to see in games number 4 and potentially even in game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, why not go to a game 5, honestly? Rumble banned away. I'm just expecting a Talia first pick for Rika, but that also gets banned by Besiktas. You said Maokai. Zinzao would be a takeaway. Osman's been playing it consistently this series. BDSA, we know, like Maokai historically. Jinx would also be a takeaway. Okay, for the first time, Carry would not be on Jinx.
I feel like Aragon was talking about this on the desk as well, where he's like, Jinx, one of the fastest tower-taking AD carries that you can have. Not many others can match it. However, I feel like Tristana is also on that tower-taking ability.
Oh, yeah.
And you can pivot her down the bot lane. We have seen this before. Usually it comes from somebody like Kedui. He has played a lot of Tristana in his career. However, this time around, it will have to be from Kaori. He's going to match with something that scales equally into this late game. Seeing this handshake between the two hard-scaling AD carries, I would say there might not be a lane swap this time around. However, Besiktas can always opt into it if they do see that Gen X goes for more of a bruiser type or a squisher type.
I mean, I think Kedui's going to go into it because what we've seen so far in the series is Besiktas' best 2 games. With that game 2 and game 3 that we just experienced, as Maokai gets locked in here, the fact that Jinx is not on their team, I mean, it's already a shift. But Osman not going for the Xin Zhao. Another shift in draft here when his agency early has been really good. And this is something as well the desk was talking about where Osman's best champs and when he plays early real damn hard, right? Xin Zhao's a great example. Maokai takes a little bit to ramp up. He needs 6. It doesn't have the same agency for Osman. So I wonder again how Besiktas pair with this as we go towards BDSA's next 2.
I would honestly slam down Jarvan and Orianna yet again for the set of BDSA. It's worked wonders when they were against the Jinx. Again, Aphelios, another immobile AD carry.
Yep.
But do you want to go for the Orianna here, or do you potentially want to take away the Thresh? Because Thresh is a really good weapon in terms of trying to free up the pressure of that Aphelios getting stuck into this cage. That Lantern alleviates a lot of that pressure of the positioning.
Oh,
They just do it.
Yep. Good call, Trouble. All right. Mid jungle secured means no support, means banned pull to be expected as Besiktas have the option here to pick up something like that Thresh. You already talked about some of the saving grace mechanics of it for Pike's Deer, but does he play it? I mean, that's the other question. This guy's a limited champion pool. Usually sticks to something like the Nautilus' Engage tool. Was great on the Rel last game, but we know Engage is kind of his game. As Miru favors the Aurelion Skull. Scaling a clock again for this guy who had another good game last game and hasn't been as caught out as many times on this pick like he was in the previous series.
I'm a little bit concerned because this time around you see Skumond's Jarvan and you know what he can do in the early game and you're locking into extremely immobile carries, one in the mid lane and one in the bot lane. And I feel like early game is going to be the name of the game for Skumond right here, especially since he's locked in that J4. Now, I feel like since you have locked in such a front to back composition for the side of BDSA, I mean, Genex is going to have to take one for the team. He's either going to go for something like the Renekton and try to follow around, and I feel like BDSA are going to have to move their vision super far forward in the early game to figure out if a lane swap is happening and try to follow through with it, or he's going to go straight onto something like a tank, maybe an Ornn, maybe a Zac.
Well, that's a good call. I mean, Zac, again, has just been S-. In my mind, we've just created these new rankings, but as Sion has already banned away and the Thresh goes to, Engage still's being taken out left, right, and center.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused.
Walk me.
Because you could have either picked up the Thresh, and then you could have Aurelion Sol, or Tristana, or Azir, which all three are great for your mid lane. You could not have banned all three.
True.
However, now, not only do you lose the pressure that Maokai and Tristana do generate through mid jungle, but you lose your Thresh. So, unless Mirror goes 50,000 and 0 in this game, I don't see how this Aurelion Sol is much more valuable.
Not impossible. Like, with the game we've seen,
He had a pretty good game last game, too.
Yeah, dude, that guy's making stars. His
Chomper alert.
Okay, let's get some safety in that dive as well. With Maokai too, that would sink. Maybe not as well as the Thresh, but it is an option here they've opted into. They leave counterpick for who?
They're waiting. It's not even counterpick. It's, are you going to pick a tank?
Yep.
And then we don't have to lane swap,
Zac.
are you going to pick a Bruiser?
How
Look
good
at
is Zac with
Genex.
Jarvan?
Look at Genex. He's like lounging on his chair. He's like, I have to do it, don't I?
I mean, unless he goes something like Renekton and we get standard lanes, but even then, maybe Jinx Milio? Cassante.
I'm thinking maybe Paros locks in something crazy like the Pike even here.
That would be
He
crazy.
has done it before. I feel like it puts a lot of pressure into the fellas bot lane.
Okay.
It's not going to be the case. They're just going to play very standard 4-lane, later into team fights with the Emilio and the Jinx. And again, Genex, he knew he had to take one for the team.
Yep.
Goes for the quote-unquote dangerous tanks, if you will. Obviously, this is not early of season Cassante.
Yep.
Killer of everything. It's still a tame version, but it's still a champion. Very well can be extremely problematic against the likes of Aphelios and Aurelion. So,
We're just theming again, aren't we? It's like Besiktas are like, let's just hyperscale once more. While BDSA have scaling elements, but there's a lot of mid-game power with how they 5v5.
I don't think this is going to be a lane swap game here, Hysterics. Boon has opted to go towards the Aatrox. There's no way his team will throw him into the Sharks' teeth.
Well, to be fair, they have before. And in the last series versus SK Prime, this was the alcove tech that I've now just like adjusted to and waited for wave 3. But BDSA have watched the VODs. We already saw in the previous game as Hoon was trying to slip in, or sorry, as Genex was trying to do in. Besiktas were the ones who...
We've seen so many creative ways for Topless to try and get back into the wave.
That's
We've
the
seen
point,
people
isn't it?
flashing through the wall to
True.
get underneath the tower and just
Rip bomb.
instantly die.
Well, I mean, we just got to wait and see because I feel like now you're starting to be able to lane swap with many different drafts. Cassante, where would I put him? Probably A tier? I don't know. I'm not sure I'm the one qualified to make tiers, but...
Probably B.
Yeah, I mean, he can survive dives. He's got wave clear, but he doesn't have as much as Zac early. Zac also a pain.
And usually you have to stack your Q as well for
Yeah.
it to be threatening as well. So you need to actually last longer underneath your tower,
True.
which obviously level 1 and level 2, you're not necessarily really a champ.
You know what has indicated lane swaps? Ruby Crystal or Doran Shield. There's a pause, by the way. Hi. Get out of it.
You want
it's just a starting
fighting
pause.
already? Has your voice not suffered
I don't
enough?
I didn't ask for fighting. I'm just in the mood of just, you know? Everyone knows.
I completely understood and I think
blah.
everyone else did. Yeah, it was very clear. Crystal clear.
You know, like how Cogmore, I can't actually make the sound. So fun fact, people that can make the sound of Smeagol from Lord of the Rings can usually make the Cogmore sound. As I found out, it's going to be a lane swap. Look at the pathing, look at the pathing, look at the pathing, look at the pathing. Boop, 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 boop. Welcome to Game 4. If you're tuning in for the first time, brain gone. Yes, it is. Mid-invade. Oh, Hoon's going top. Wait. Maybe it's normal. Maybe it is normal. You're right. Brain is lost because in this semi-final, go back, look at Game 2, Game 3. It was wild. And Besiktas and BDSA has come to this point where BDSA overall look like the better team, but Besiktas still got a lot of flair thanks to last game.
I'm not going to lie. I don't think any of these two teams want to lane swap because usually when you lane swap, you also want to punish the top laner that walks up to the tower. And right here, you've got a Emilio and a Tam Kent. Not the best in terms of having CC to lock down someone underneath the tower and kill them off. So it was going to be a pretty hard time trying to dive someone. You know,
Sure.
Flag and Drag can get flashed away from Twisted Advance. You can flash it further away from his team. So I feel like it's back to standard League of Legends, head-to-head, every lane goes to their original home, how we know it. And if anything, I think I would put the advantage onto BDSA. They have shown that playing through strong lanes they have drafted for themselves, playing through that mid-jungle duo that has been the moving gear of the early game for them, trying to shut down things like Kaori onto that Aphelios, Miru onto that Aurelion Sol. Extremely mobile, both of them, would be the key to their early game success.
Well, the early game so far, I mean, look, for BDSA, seeing the Jinx Milio, it looks like this lane is going to be their level 2 first. So Pixie and Kaori have to pay respect to the range advantage that's going to come out very apparently shortly, as Kidui just keeps on trading forward. Now, look at jungle start as well. Opposite sides of the map, Osman will be heading up towards top, and Skumon, vice versa, will be going towards potential on the bottom side. And as I said, level 2 hit first by Kidui and Paris. And the good thing about Jinx Milio is you just outrange for days.
Actually, it was a switcheroo right there. I feel Osman is trying to bait out potentially BDSA because he did start at his birds,
Okay.
which was warded, and then moved into Fog of War, so they don't know if this
Right.
Maokai... They're probably expecting that the Maokai is going to be clearing the rest of his top side, moving into bot, and this is why Rick is pushing. He thinks he's on the right side of the map.
He dissonance, and now the flash comes from Osman. He gets over the wall. Jungle's already burnt. Excuse me, the fly from Miro as well gets him at the end, but with that, the flag and drag. Jarvan's level 3 is big, but flashing out. What? Skumon maybe misjudging damage. Command attack doesn't do too much, and dissonance now out of range because Rika has to reposition the orb. The flag and drag doesn't work. Skumon gets re-engaged on Rika as well. Gets first blood, but he gets traded up. We're already doing it. Hoon is flashing over the wall. He just wants to kill on Skumon, but he has another flag. Hoon, what are you doing?
Oh, 1-for-1 between the mid laners. It is the Maokai and the son of Besiktas that's going to be picking up that kill. Both laners have come to the rescue.
Oh my god.
The one thing that I love about these two teams is that when they say we fight, we fight. Everyone is hands in. Now, Rika, of course, is expecting that Maokai is just crossing behind mid lane tier 1 and tier 2 to go to his bot side. This is why this ward actually baited them, because Osman started at birds, so they didn't expect the pathing. Great wraparound from the jungler of Besiktas. Skumon goes in, thinks he has the damage available, but Miru doing the DPS, they get scared and flash out. However, they will catch Osman here, and Rika gets first blood, but he will get traded over. A bunch of flashes later, a bunch of redirection through the jungle, Skumon gets out.
I guess I shouldn't blame Hoon. He tried to flash W, almost had it. But just unfortunate.
Almost is not good enough.
No, it is not. First blood, as you said, over to Rika. The trade wasn't over to Miro. As a side note, it was Osman who picked up the kill, so even though gold is practically even, gold is where it counts here for BDSA here in the early game as the top lane just continues trading off as you'd expect. Mid lane's going to have a short CS lead in the form of Free Cup, and bot is pretty much even, so early game shenanigans, but apart from that, not much.
Skumon actually evades the vision that's in this ward that he's going past right
you're right.
now. He's wrapped around through the pit. Mirror is very close. He's waiting for his flag and drag to come back up. Mirror now is going to play very cleverly towards the other side of the map, but that looked very dangerous for a second.
It does indeed. We look towards top side for trading, but yeah, we have to see what happens again. Skumon walks back down. Nothing happens in the end. Luckily, longer cooldowns on the Jarvan at this point in the game.
He walks in, checks for vision in that brush as well.
Look at Osman doing the same thing. There's a dive. Rika's in trouble. The Q. Miru cancels. Miru! Ran it! Solo kill for Rika. Oh, man. Again, that's what Miru is. He's the kind of player. Sometimes he can carry games. Sometimes he can lose games.
Yeah, Osman did not have the flash to follow up on this play. One too many auto attacks from the tower, or rather, laser attacks from the tower onto Miru. Only level 5, doesn't have the ultimate to finish the job, and as you can see, he dives in too far forward, takes one too many tower shots.
Oh my god. Well, that's huge for Rika. Second kill picked up. I mean, Oriana's already big. And that's an issue. The laning phase, the range you get from Ori, now that 6 has come through as well, when we talk about BDSA, once again opting into this mid-jungle duo that they played, what was it, game 1? It's just rinse and repeat, isn't it? Swiftness as well to outpace the Aurelion Sol and stop some of this movement speed that is going to be taken away with Rylai's. also seems like a pretty
I was
good
about to say,
optimization.
I'm not sure how much you can outpace him once he's got his highlights completed and he gets slowed up. And then there's the follow-up of the Maokai as well. Talking about the Maokai from Besiktas, this is your only setup. Your Tamkent is pretty much purely there to help that Aphelios getting unstuck from the cage of the Jarvan. And then all the follow-up that you have is this Maokai. That is your only engage. Same for BDSA. You have that flag and drag with the ultimate wombo combo with the Orianna. Osman has found his way towards that boss. There's a huge wave. Could potentially be a dive in favor of Besiktas.
Both summoners are available for both of these carries coming through, but the dive doesn't work out to start off. Zap is there, avoided. Osman jumps on in, he's tanking up. They've not got the support yet. I mean, this is janky. Paris and Kadui get the flash out of Osman. Besiktas, your early game is going completely kaput.
And that's what I meant when I said I don't think they want to lane swap. Your Tamkent offers you nothing in terms of a dive. Paris and Kedui literally just walked out of the Abyssal Voyage, did not get CC'd at all. And once Osman CC was out, they just pretty much out-healed them and out-shielded them.
Pikes here now mid for a gank. Skewmon needs to come and help out. Going to be spotted out. Rika, I mean, just running away. Tongue Lash doesn't connect, and here comes the Jarvan. Once again, with Flag and Drag available, Miru gets on out, but Flag and Drag to get into position. Pikes is in a bit of trouble, but Miru helps out. Great damage here. As again, the Breath of Light just continues poking them out.
You know what I will never underestimate? The damage of an Aurelion Soul.
At no items. That seems fair.
You know what? There is a clip. I'm an avid Katarina player.
Okay.
I've got an item and a half. I'm a level up.
Yep.
Right? I engage onto an Aurelion Soul who's a level down.
Yep.
I put my entire combo onto him.
Yep.
He stands still, cues me in the face, and wins the fight.
Yeah, no kidding. This Aurelion Soul, he does.
that was pre-nerf Aurelion Soul as well.
Oh, wow.
It was a great experience. I didn't lose my mind at all.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to stand in front of Aurelion Soul and just think you've got any kind of a chance. I mean, at least in this game, the burst trades for Rika are going to be great. As by the way, Jungler's hit level 6 on screen just moments ago. So you can see Skewmon starting to position for a play. I don't think he was spotted out. He went around Vision again. Shockwave is there. Flag and drag to Narnia. But now that Astral Flight's been used, this is a sure thing. Rika with his third kill. And Skewmon is back in business with his mid.
And I've just been loving the way that Skewmon has been hovering around Fog of War, always finding creative ways to get past Vision, to get behind enemy lines, finds Mirror this time around. Very unfortunate event that Mirror actually is going forward, trying to trade onto Rika. The Javan is right there. Another kill for the Orianna, and honestly, even when Rika got put behind on the Orianna in game number 1, number 2, I've lost count on this point.
No kidding.
He was still super useful to his team. Now he's ahead. That's going to be a lot of damage on the burst.
I mean, the biggest concern right here is the fact that Osman on the Maokai hasn't been able to impact the game. He's now got level 6, so it's going to be a different story. But this is why we liked him on the Xin Zhao. As Kidui's going to slow push this wave, but Kaori and Pikes are waiting in. Brush tries to peek it. Won't get knocked up, though. And now has the range to play with. Okay, Puxadia just can't get a break, can't get anything. It's not a simple engage, champ. Once that W is down, he does nothing.
Yeah. It kind of feels bad, man. Again, I don't want to be circling around, but I'm like, wouldn't Thresh be really nice right there? Someone walks up and you just grab them, you know, over the Aurelion. So you have so many control mages. And honestly, I do not know why Mirror has not gone back to his Azir. He's played it 4 times in a row and seemed very successful. Looking in the Thresh right here would have provided you so much more CC available for those tower dives that we have seen that have gone completely wrong for Besiktas due to the lack of CC. Also later on in the game, hopefully to help you survive the likes of Cassante and Javan, getting up close and personal. Rika, one more time. This time around, he does have flash, but there's 3 members of BDSA.
And Puxadia just committed to that. Skewmon's here, flag and drag, wait for it. Outside of turret range for the time being and not going to commit. Osman also, I believe, was spotted out outside this bottom side rush. If Rika doesn't care in the 1v2, I mean, look at the level difference. You just complain about the Katarina versus Aurelion Sol, complain about the Orianna versus Aurelion Sol in this matchup as 2 levels sinks in. and BDSA get priority moving to Dragon.
Absolutely. I feel like the early levels and the early kills onto the Orianna, you get the Lost Chapter early on. You don't allow the Aurelion to move from lane. You have so much perma push from all the mana region that you get through Lost Chapter, all the damage. You get to basically play in the face of anyone who walks up from Besiktas with the Swifties as well, so fast. There's no CC that can be landed other than the Maokai. And once you know that Osman is nowhere to be around, you see how freely Rico walks up into lane, trading into them. Always the first one to move from his neutral objectives. And this is going to be Dragon number 2 coming in from BDSA.
I just don't know why they trade for the Maokai. I mean, it's been an OP pick at EMEA Masters. At least it's been prioritized. But Osman has his style, and Osman on Xin Zhao was great. And so it's a shame that for Besiktas, they've walked away from this. And again, so far in the early game, it feels like it's paying the price with individual mistakes throwing into the mix as well from Miru. Some from Pikesteer and the dive from Osman as well after having to burn his flash. It hurts for the Turkish fans who are now facing down a 1k Goldie in the early game, but in the 2v2, trying to play the bait pick again.
Maybe if you land the Graviton with Moonlight Vigil. Oh, they caught him.
Wait, in shot. Paris, I think, was in shot. Moonlight Vigil was going to come through eventually. Eaten up. It's anti-synergy. And now for Kadui with Ghost up and available. Genax coming through. They're looking for the 3v3, but who comes in, gets the first reset and bringing light back into the situation. Kadui has to flash away, but grabbing him on top. He's rooted out. Genax to save his 80 carry. Won't be there in time. Hoon flashes on in. And when things go wrong, you can believe in Big Bad Hoon to save the day.
Hoon TP's down into the bot lane, and he doesn't care if you've got any CC or not. He brings in the damage.
Whoa.
BDSA get too overextended. Hoon comes in and cleans up house, buys the Eclipse as well. Straight after. Great stuff right here from Besiktas. I thought it was going to get really bad, because did the Devour come in on the Moonlight Vigil?
Did you get that music in your ear as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, that was the Hoon music. Let's look at the replay again.
All right, so you see the knock-up actually lands right here, and once the Moonlight... Oh, the Devour comes through as the Moonlight Vigil lands onto power, so Pikesteer actually saves enemy support, but BDSA get too overextended, they get too confident. Rika gets caught on the transition as well by Osman, which means he cannot participate. He tries to go a little bit too far forward to try and save Kedui, give him the speed up with the ball. But Osman flashing through the wall to finish off the job. And that is 3 kills going over in favor of Besiktas. Again, it looks like Besiktas are ahead. They can actually use that lead. However, Osman's getting caught here.
No, flash from the last fight, as you said, with the flag down as well. I mean, they should give the kill and a shutdown over to Kadui. He took the gold off of Rika that has just been inherited back into Kadui's pockets.
And he pretty much really needs that right now. I feel Kedui has started falling behind onto this Jinx, so any gold influx going into her pocket is going to be huge for BDSA. They do need as much as possible to get some items onto this Jinx, getting that Kraken Slayer, start building up onto this 2-3 item power spike that we know Jinx using up so well. It's going to be... Well, no lane swaps, no many tower plays going down. Very standard League of Legends. Again, these were pretty much, a lot of the matchups were very even, right? The Cassante into the Aatrox, the Jinx into the Aphelios, with 2 supports that don't necessarily threaten any engage or any dives. The mid lane is pretty much pushing the wave back and forth between them, and there hasn't been a lot of action through the jungle either. So that's why a lot of the tower platings are still standing. Genax is going to go towards the Swifties as well. Lots of speed. No one saw that, Skewmon. Don't worry about it. No one saw that.
Rika, remember, now has Archangels fully stacked as well. 1 item piece for both mid laners, taking stock of top laners with an item each, but Eclipse picked up by Hoon. I mean, right now he is the strongest member, and it feels like he is going to be a pretty core member moving into this mid game as well. As we crest 15 minutes, Trouble already gave you the lowdown of turret plating, but the lowdown of the map right now is that Herald spawn, Dragons up in 120. BDSA have been stacking these early game Dragons. But it looks like for Besiktas, they want to make sure they stack up not only the 3 grubs they picked up earlier, but the Herald on top to start pushing down some plates and opening up this map a little bit more for their side lanes.
I love their vision right now because they have a bunch of vision around mid lane towards the top side of the map, and also the bot has been warded perfectly in terms of behind enemy lines. Mirror's going to take a trade into Rika.
Yep.
That is the ultimate from Rika going down. If a Herald fight starts, Miru can go back to base and space travel through the walls, but there is no shockwave. However, I'm not gonna lie, the cooldown is not that much. It's like a quarter gone already. But you do need this big wombo combo, especially when you're talking about choke points and all these tri-bush places. A lot of carries like to walk through and get caught by a Jarvan or Rihanna combo, which is not very common nowadays, but we still love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, in this series, a lot of people getting caught a lot of different times. And speaking of, we haven't had a turret dive in a while, so let's just do it again. Genax has cleared out the wave, though. Wait, we've come down bot. Now, Dragon's 15 seconds away, but Herald's just given over.
Again, we've got it unkempt. There's no point in diving these. We have seen Wakasanta get level 11, 2 points into your ult. You've got your first item completed. You've got Bramble Vessel here. There's no way you kill this Cassandra.
And you moved your bot lane down for that. Now, turret's not going to be taken down, but again, Herald's there. You get a free push towards top. Like, Dragon probably needs to be the trade-off, and soon, because Rika moves up, as you said, Shockwave is already back up and available here. And Mira's just trying to clear the way. Shockwave disables him. He flashes away. The skies descend. Mira starts flying, but it's a very short one as Hoon TP's on in as well. And now BDSA back away. No turret placed, but nor was the Herald in the play as well.
Good stuff. They took a lot of pressure. Mid lane push in. Bakayori gets a bunch of this experience. He's one level behind, so he really does need all that solo experience push underneath the tower. They managed to stop the soul point from BDSA as well. So a little bit questionable, because they had Rika towards the top side of the map, so instead of teleporting him down to make a play towards the Dragon to get that soul point, they instead tried to make a play towards the top onto a 0 and 2 Aurelion Soul. I feel Besiktas do truly take those.
I mean, for Besiktas, they're starting getting more and more competitive each game. We have a pause. It's a normal game, though, so I'm okay with that. The last game, it was just wild. Right. Audio issue from Besiktas, apparently. So we've got a pause that's come through. This is nice. This is really nice. We've just, 4 minutes? Okay. We've had...
I love how you just
because
glancing around the studio like, that's nice.
This is chill, right? Like, we have gone from...
Do you want to do some air?
Game 2 and 3. I mean, air's fine. I'm happier. Because, like, those last 2 games, they were chaos. And you know what? Like, I reference it to the LPL because LPL fights, and LPL fights a lot. But the difference was they were just fighting over nonsense. No reason. It was just like, go for it, you know? Let's just brawl.
They were showcasing the skill of the champs.
They were just like, it's like, nah, I'd win those. Like, that's everyone, all comms.
To be fair, this is also where you can a lot of the time see the skill set in terms of, do we TP into this one? Do we want to opt into this fight or do we not? Do we have better things to do on the map? However, I don't think that any of those teams left any time for decision making. It was, you either fight right now or you've already lost it. And I think it was pretty sided that if they were going to fight, everyone was diving in.
True. You had to full commit. And it's the style of the comps as well. I mean, this series for a semi-final has delivered in multiple ways. I think in this game 4, we're getting some resilience come through from Besiktas as well. I mean, there have been some mistakes early on, but they've been mitigated. Osman has started becoming useful on the Maokai, I think, as well. Miro is scaling up nicely. You know, we've already seen on his Aurelion Soul, this guy has been quite pivotal in the series so far. Despite making some mistakes, despite getting caught out, Miro's definitely scaled into the series as well. I feel like, you know, Rika is not, he's not dismissed. Yeah, he's not dismissed from mistakes himself. Like, this guy has also been caught out many times. I can say that about a lot of players, but I think mid laners especially have been caught out a lot this series. You know?
And to give some context on what's happening right here, guys, we've got a small technical pause from the
audio issue.
It's not going to last too long. However, we have TCL's second seed versus LFL's second seed. We technically have left behind the strongest teams from these regions.
Oh, you got an alarm to tell you it's time to tell us the stakes.
Okay, stakes.
That's it.
That's LFL, second seed, the only remaining seed from LFL. KC is gone. GK dispatched of them.
Say goodbye.
The TCL now, we're talking about the coincidence or tradition kind of thing. 2023 spring was when the TCL joined the league. And Wildcats took the entire league by storm. And this used to be an LFL-dominated season. Spring used to be only LFL wins. TCL broke this, and now Besiktas have the chance to actually prove that it is tradition. From now on, it's going to be TCL in spring and no longer the LFL.
And imagine this, while in a pause, the worlds collide, and we don't know if it's Turkey or France. we then divide ourselves and go to an analyst desk to get us through the rest of this time. Imagine that. Or just live it.
That was good.
Beautiful.
I didn't do anything. I just piggyback off.
Have you got a little poetry collection I can get a hold of?
Yep. Yeah, it's called Dung Beetle Swim by
what?
Hysterics. Dung beetles swim. Dung beetles swim. Yes, they can. Dung beetles swim. That's the start of it. There's many more
That's
lines.
very deep. I think what's the kind of like syntax to all of that?
What's it?
Yeah,
Syntax?
I remember.
I looked at Aragon. I'm like,
but my undergrad was English lit.
Call your lawyer.
I did way too much on
and,
this.
and the reason you call it lit, like not literature, you English lit. Like
that's what everyone else called it. What do you want from me, man?
everyone calls it literature. You know what? I do CAS.
I would have to
everyone
say,
goes casting.
I would have to say that this journey has been really interesting so far.
Has it?
France has been really interesting.
Has it?
When I left Portugal, my mom told me, "What do you expect?" I'm like, "I don't know. I was not expecting this though."
Well,
what is this? Explain.
What is this?
Like,
Go deeper on this
I
one.
know you three. You know that
Unfortunately.
individual.
What, me?
Okay.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
He's pointing at him,
Things
not me.
change when he joined. You know. Oh, it's
So?
the regular folks, and then, hey yo,
Hey,
I'm from
bro
Australia.
found LPL at home. He thought
Right.
we didn't have one. We do.
Bro, these games have been whack. Like,
Whack.
I'm just in my environment. I'm not in my.
I can see that.
I'm not in
I can see
the.
that.
I'm not in the. Like there's that picture of the guy. I'm in my zone. I'm flourishing. He's in a spa or whatever it is. I'm not that. Like I feel like I'm the guy in the burning house from
I just love that
Adventure
The
Time.
little
Somehow-
dog with the
Adventure
mug
Time?
in his hand.
Yeah.
Somehow I've seen your socks every single day. And
Yeah, they're
somehow
interesting,
they're
aren't they?
amazing.
They're interesting. Look.
What are your socks?
I don't know. Yellow Spider-Man. I guess
He uses this at gym.
I do because
Well,
I don't have any
better
other
than
socks.
using boots.
Okay, I didn't bring any of the
Boot?
shoes. It's what I have to wear. I'm sorry.
Did you wear boots at the gym?
No,
he
but
did.
he wears
just
boots.
because I didn't have anything else to wear. So it's out of
He wears boots and jeans.
He said, like, what sorry, man.
But the most interesting thing was, this is a beautiful game so far. Ooh, good job. There's a pause. It's not going to be that long. Don't worry, folks. I need to understand more, Eragon. What's happening? Because so far it has been interesting. A handshake on the bot lane. Let's fight it as League of Legends should be played. I like that. But what else could we bring into light?
I've just been kind of out of it since he talked about dung beetles. I haven't been. I did not. But
You're
yeah,
the bad influence.
yes.
You're ruining our star. What have
Okay.
you made him?
Some really interesting things happened.
Yes.
Okay. Miru struggling once again, and I think that's a really big pain point. A little bit too inconsistent over the past few series, I feel like. Whether or not he's going to do well, I think it largely hinges on how proactive Osman can be. And a big problem they had this game is, once again, the lack of priorities. Down on bot side, you got 2v2 with ranged versus melee, and thus you lose priority there. You also, as Hysterics said a bunch, you have a big issue because Osman isn't on something that can make a lot of plays. Maokai can do an odd gank here or there, but largely he's relegated to farming and covering dives as well as counter ganking. That's nothing like Xin Zhao, who could do so much more with setup. Unfortunately, they 1-2-3, unbelievable scaling, and lose a bunch of prior in the 4-5 as well. So Osman is relegated to doing nothing.
And it's interesting, right? Because in the quarterfinals as well versus SK Prime, Maokai was like B1 priority like the entire series. And it's not that I think Osman is bad on the Maokai. In fact, I think he's pretty good. In fact, some of his ultimates, particularly in the games and some of those series, were really clutch. But I think the team as a whole needs Osman to be making things happen early or having a bit more early agency, especially if you're going to put scaling elsewhere, or they can start looking a little bit more shaky. And I think it also exposes Miru a little bit more, who is actually pretty good from ahead. He's a really good playmaker when he's got gold to work with. But if he ever starts to give up advantages, he just keeps giving up more and more and more. And if you look at the discrepancy in his KDAs, and again, KDA is not a great stat in general, guys. I'm not a massive fan of using it necessarily, but it is indicative here of what we've seen on screen, where like when things go wrong, they keep going wrong for this guy. He goes from like being 4-0 to like 3-9 on Aurelion Sol. And that can be really problematic, especially when you have got a team with a player like Rika, with a player like Skewmont, who can start attacking that lane and causing some damage. In this game, Miru has given up a little bit early on that could prove problematic.
And I want to say, I'm not an absolute hater of these kind of scaling drafts. I think, like, if you have Osman on Maokai, that's fantastic, but not this team. right? I think if you're an LPL team, fantastic. Get to third dragon, team fight. You see it all the time in these top leagues. But this team in particular, it needs Osman to have some sort of agency because he is so damn fantastic. I said it from day one of this tournament. This is my star player. Then you have weak points in Paxtia and Miru, but Osman 1, 2, 3, he always gets something done in the early game, and that's what they need to bridge.
So are you having a feeling that Besiktas are running into the trap of, hey, we play the early game slow and then we'll scale into the late game and we're powerful versus BDSA?
I mean, that's the worry, right?
That's a trap.
BDSA are really good early. I will say they haven't gotten crazy ahead this game, actually. Once again, they've been held to a manageable lead. Like, Besiktas could still win this game. You know, Osman could still have a great game on the Maokai. The Jinx is doing actually pretty well. It's a really good teleport at a certain point, like early on in the game, to go down the bot side, get some kills on that Aatrox and Hoon. Actually, when he has got some agency, he's been a pretty good secondary carry for this team. And he's potentially got that opportunity here as well. But I do still think that giving up a lot of agency to BDSA early and mid game is risky, to say the least. I do think they have been one of the more ruthless and proactive teams at taking the opportunities they have to make things happen in those stages of the game.
I don't think it's all doom and gloom, though.
No,
right? You still have that insane TP that from Hoon that sort of brought the game back. I think it looked pretty not great, especially with Miru dying multiple times. But then you had Hoon with the post 10-minute TP down bot side, kind of recovering. I think this is called a bounty. You know, now the gold gap isn't so bad. So kind of stabilizing, potentially getting to that late game spike of, you know, the ASOL and the Jinx.
That's the thing. You have the ASOL, which is so powerful in the late game. All they need to do is slow down the game, survive until the late game, and Aphelios Aurelion should be enough. And then you have that front line. Maokai would be pretty relevant on that one and probably lock in the enemy team. So if they're able to hold the menace that is BDSA, there's still a chance.
Yeah, and part of that as well is Aphelios in the late game is quite conditional. He's always a hyper carry, but it's quite conditional in terms of how he wants to do his damage, because his weapon combos determine how he wants to play out a given fight, and your teammates determine how easy, and obviously what you're playing into can determine how easy that is to execute. So if you're running in team fights, you see a lot of Aphelios go for Infernal Gravitum, so blue-purple to those who aren't so up on the names. But the point is, with those, you've got a lot of those big ticket ultimates you can pop to hit the whole team, right? Or if you're running Severin Crescendo, you're looking to try and get in close. Having something like the Maokai and the Aurelion Soul means you can get a much better option to get those team fights happening on the Aphelios more regularly.
Let's see what happens. We were trying to fix some audio issues. We're trying to mute aesthetics, but apparently we can't. So let's toss it to the cast yet again.
He got you. We finally got him muted, guys. Welcome back to the caster desk. Technical issue has been resolved, and we will be jumping straight into the Rift very shortly. Thank you so much for joining me. Now I get a little bit more time to speak on this cast.
True.
Thank you, guys. Oh no, he's unmuted. Oh no.
You know what? It's fine. That was passionate. It was just the beard that got to me. My lord.
You've never been kissed by someone with a beard?
No.
Now
I've got
you have.
a wife.
Welcome to Paris.
Oh. Well, who knew? Yeah, he did a very French laugh over
The
there.
city of love. The city of love, isn't it?
City of love.
Yeah.
It's the best way to say it. Thank you for that. Well,
back in we go.
I've now been kissed by John Travolta, and I'm ready to get back into the game. What a dream of mine. Can't wait to dance Night Fever with him after this. Well, going into game, quick stock. As they said on the desk, the TP from Hoon brought the game back for Besiktas. The early game doesn't feel as run out, but we're waiting for the Baron to come up in 2 minutes. Remember as well, we've got two teams that will start burning it down, getting 2-3 items, so we look at it closely. Well, no dragging the bottom side, but the push here for BDSA to try and get this outer turret bot is the next course of play.
Yeah, it's also so weird to see the mid laners down on the bot side of the map. It's not like any towers are missing or you're playing for any certain objective at this point in time. You're not going to be 20-minuting the Baron. There's no dragon to be taken away at this point. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So usually you see AD carries moving into the mid lane when there is like void grabs or some sort of Rift Herald fight, and you want them in the middle of the action so you can translate them towards that side of the map. However, this time it's going to be Rika and Miru. The bot side of the map, they are threatening, however, but again, if you don't see the Jarvan there, which is the only means of engage, Besiktas do know that they're more than safe.
Yeah,
Diving with Milio, not the biggest tool that you have in terms of CC and engage.
True. Can do absolutely nothing. So we digress. We wait for these timers and we wait to see
Imagine waiting for fights.
That's crazy. I know, actually. What a foreign thought. Or a Gen X
I've been
got
spoiled.
CS. Oh my god. Yeah, it's been chill. I mean, it's been so nice. Again, just being able to like wait and think, hey, we're not going to fight because like we got to use time as well. It's a crazy thought. Herald now going to be put mid.
Ooh.
But the Shockwave, all Kara going to get eaten up. That's ulti for ulti here. Maokai ulti comes out as well. No one in the Herald is the flag and drag away after Osman lets nature out. And as he grasps through, the Herald goes down and no turret goes down in the end. So BDSA back off.
Hoon has to drop his entire wave to try and get to mid lane for that play. They throw down the Maokai ult, and Genax gets more free hits onto the tower, gets a lot more CS on his own towards the top side of the map. It's pretty good that... Oh,
That's
Ricker,
double grabbing him as well. Mirror's coming in. No Sky, but a semi-piece of Sky will fall. And Paris just cleanses that one up immediately with his own ult. So ulti again, trade, no one dies.
Nothing can happen. There is no hard engage. The Maokai ultimate is gone.
True.
You get that Graviton Moonlight Vigil, but Paris had ult. He just cleansed it instantly and everyone goes back home. I think a lot of this game is going to be back and forth and who's going to be getting caught out of position because the CC is clearly lacking. The hard engage is clearly lacking for both of these teams. Again, you've got the flag and drag into the ultimate for Jarvan. Same for Maokai. Once this is down, it's all done.
Humon, though, might be caught out. Paxadir is coming in as well. Never mind. Ignore that because Miro is off on the side and Paxadir just defending the wave.
And it's done.
We're chilling. Wow, I'm so used to, again, just forcing for fights. The fact that we're not fighting just feels weird.
We've slowed down for sure. Minute and a half. I feel like a lot of the resets will be coming up shortly. They already have for the bot lane of Besiktas. Now you see Osman going back to base. Potentially grabbing a few control wards for himself. Finishing the Frozen Heart as well. Huge. Especially if you're going to be playing around that Jinx. Slowing down the Autodax is going to be massive for this fight. Kraken Slayer already completed for Kedui. 2 items in Kaora's inventory. The Kraken Slayer plus the Infinity Edge. Definitely if you're on the side of BDSA.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to be taking these fights. However, it is your sole point if you get that third dragon. So potentially some side pressure on the map to redirect Besiktas' attention somewhere else. You can get a dip into this river. Besiktas are not letting you do this. They have complete control through mid-lane pressure.
I was looking at items like Kadui's going to back away. He's going to be able to match that now. He already had a BF sword, long sword as well, surely. With the dagger, yep, Infinity Edge pulls up there as well. So, items in the 80 carries are matching. Items through mid are matching, although Rika with the Zhonya's is comparable to the Liandry's that's come out. And yeah, they're going to be slow, as you already mentioned. BJK here on River first, and in 15 seconds till Dragon spawns, it's going to have to be BDSA to make a play or move into River themselves.
If you had a tank on the side of BDSA, I would say just brute force yourself in, use your bodies. However, here is Rika walking in first with an Orianna, might get caught.
Paxadir jumps on in, here we go, there's the ultimate engage we talked about, but all 3 members of BDSA tank it up, and Hoon comes in with a mega angle, but he's knocked on up, the Sky to send damage, and Hoon jumps in under turret, and that's what Genax did to the rest of BJK before. The angle from Genax is good though, but no one's there anymore. He gets burnt down, sword through, and Osman tanks it up to kill Rika on top of that. Hoon is single-handedly bringing this to a game 5.
And screw the dragon. Besiktas are heading straight for that purple worm in the top side river. They're going to take the mid lane tower. They're going to take 4 souls off of BDSA, and they're going to take the Baron as well. What a fantastic angle for a fight. BDSA, we said how late they were in the setup for the dragon. How they had to use their bodies. They had to use Genax if they want to brute force their way in. We'll see very shortly through the replay that that wasn't actually the case. And Besiktas win a huge fight. Now, going back into this replay, Rick is walking in. He's just face-checking the brushes. And they just instantly engage upon 3 very squishy members. Again, Hood dropping that wave top to go towards that mid lane. That Q3 flash was massive.
Holy.
Double kill for him. And again, Genax arrives way too early. You're the only frontline if you're Genax. Brute forcing your way in when you're late to the setup is not an option for BDSA.
Hoon has just brought us what feels like a game 5 because Baron goes down on the comp that scales hard. And this guy that's played a normal lane, I mean, it's so funny going up against Genax, who in a previous game, in that game number 2, brought BDSA to match point.
Unofficial Penta as well.
With his unofficial Penta. Like, the Aatroxes in this series have been insane. And who now adds his name into the list? He's level 16 at 24 minutes, by the way. Just think about how insane that is to experience game. You have to be involved in, like,
He's 7 levels up on Paris.
Yep. So he will destroy World Ender backup and available. And with this Baron buff, you can see already 1500, the starting base play as they start pushing inside.
I'm not a big fan of splitting the Baron into 3 lanes, especially since your Aurelius is super far away. Yes, you have TP to join in, but your Aurelius is usually the one that sets up around the team fight while it's already started, creating that space for Aphelios to play through. It's mainly just to take that top lane tier 1 and then push through. But at this point, we have seen BDSA do this, where they split themselves thin through 3 lanes, they get engaged on, and they end up dying. There is a lot of control, though, towards the top side of Scumon's quadrant of the jungle. So Besiktas are going to transition from that mid lane to the top to take every outer tower possible.
Francis last hope being put to the border right now as Miru waits for this next wave to push through in. He breached outer, and as you can see, BJK clearing out the enemy jungle.
I'm the same.
As you said, not there for the setup, but still alone his own side lane. Rika comes through, still has good wave clear. Hoon can't do too much against Jen. Actually, he's got his own wave clear as well. So it's been stalled a bit. Even though the Baron power play moves to 3k, I mean, it's been slowed down by BDSA as much as possible as Osman uses the ulti, tries to zone them off. That's another way to get them through. They get a double root, though. Turret's down, Osman jumps in, but again, the campfire's out. A Shockwave is only a 1-man. The skies fall. And Miru stops them in their flight as well. For BJK, they've already picked the outer turret out. The Baron power play is what you'd call a success. They back off with 15 seconds left remaining, in Hoon getting the inner turret on the bot side as well.
Absolutely, that's great news. This is why I wanted the Aurelians to pretty much join them, because you can zone people underneath their own tower, throw the Maokai ult from the side, and you get a pretty easy tower. You don't have to go for kills, you don't have to go for team fights. The more you deprive BDSA off of vision control in their own jungle, the scarier it gets for any of the 2 immobile carries, like the Orianna, like the Jinx, to actually walk forward and try to pressure the waves. So right now, BDSA do not have a lot of vision. They're gonna need Jenax to walk into this fog of war to try and get some back for themselves. Because at 240, there will be a Baron and there will be a Dragon, and they're gonna have to choose their poison. But they will need Jenax there to face check for them, because by that time, they would have lost so much vision control inside their jungle.
And you know what we haven't had yet? We haven't had the Scumon set up for Rika ulti on an ult on core targets. We haven't had a proper team fight. It's always been this scattered pick tool, as now they've found one of the Pykesadir. Jenax is here, but you can see the Aurelian Soul zoning away. Flag and drag in and out. Pykesadir takes a long time to die as he flashes away. Carries nearby, remember, the Death Rocket does nothing. Pykesadir loses shielding. Flag and drag gets a knock up. There we go. There's the ulti. Finally used the shockwave. Flashed away from, though. All summoners were up because BDSA fell so far behind, and BJK didn't have to use anything. Now they continue forward. Good distance to zone off from Rika, but BJK still healthy. They try and turn it over to Miru. Walking up. What are you doing? He gets an Aatrox and a choke. Why are we doing this? Skyfall up, and BDSA have secured their death. From Hoon bringing us to a game 5 to BDSA being so egregious in their own jungle. It is game 5 on the menu. Absolutely.
Scumon really wanted that catfish dead. They threw everything and the kitchen sink at Pykesadir. They had no ultimates left. Besiktas are gonna be ending the game. They're gonna be throwing us to silver scrapes.
BJK on the brink of despair that have come up of the precipice of feeling like they were going to get clean wiped, but some crazy games playing in the chaos. They showed they could do it too. It's not going to be over yet with the respawn timers coming back up, but at the very least it feels done as Miru flashes away. A good ward to see that coming.
Flashing away, however, they go back to base with 11,000 gold in their pockets, more than BDSA can say. Scumon. We did speak about the Javan and how you dive forward. At this point in game, you get one shot.
True.
You are so squishy. You've got just a little bit of armor, 0 HP. The Aurelian Soul is just going to melt through you. Again, caught catfish in the jungle. They throw everything at him. They keep chasing. They keep chasing for so long. Hoon has the time to walk all the way from the bot lane wave to the top side river. This is how much blood in their eyes BDSA had. They overdive, they walk too far forward. You see that Kedui is not even there. He's not even able to put down any auto attacks because through choke points, Aurelion Sol, you have an Aatrox, you've got Maokai as well. They're just gonna rip through you. That's exactly what they do. Nice flash here from Osman as well. We're back into normal because we're going for a Baron fight.
Fight again, okay. BDSA and River started this, but a nice little star piece to forward. Hoon's angle once again does it all. No Melia left on in as he sits on top of Skewmon, but he's unkillable. Flashes away, Cataclysm out, but he's in now by Pike Steers. Kedui is left on his lonesome. Run down by Miru, and out comes Hoon for another round. BJK have cleaned up yet another fight, and as you can see, Rika was zoned so far off. He's in the enemy jungle, backing away. As now the victory march for a Game 5 start for BJK again.
Oh, BDSA, the LFL starting 2-0. Both BDSA and KC, and faced with potentially a reverse sweep that could send them home.
Well, going golden's going to buy time. Might not be over yet. Hoon is going to die here. In fact, Carry has to walk away. We're not done yet.
The tower!
Besiktas couldn't kill the turret. Osman will help it out, but he'll die too. Look at the timer. I mean, Mountain Dragon will be denied here, so it's not over, but it is a ban Nexus that for the LFL it is going to be very hard to defend.
Yeah, and I feel like BDSA are going to be running towards the Baron right now to try and defend their base as much as possible. Again, Kedui, look where he's standing at the bottom of your screens because Hoon has a fantastic flank yet again. 1 Q is all it takes to take Paris out the picture. And then, of course, zoning away, Miru and Osman get straight onto Kedui. Skewmon, the only member alive, and it feels like it's so freakishly scattered from the side of BDSA. They cannot stick one as a unit because Aurelion is just too damn strong.
Baron comes through. We get a soft star from Miru once again. The damage is out. They're not killing it that fast, though. I mean, they're walking in to an Aurelion Sol at this point in the game. Rika's coming up as well. They can TP to that control ward. They can play it through, but first Baron has to be denied. Still running through. Miru into the pit. It's an objective bounty, and you're right, Miru is down. Rika died for this, though, and Skewmon has nowhere to go. Ooh. That's a big ult from Kaori as Kedui and Paris run for their lives. Skewmon now has to pick a different angle as Baron enhanced recall for Genax works out, but Skewmon is about to die to Hoon over the wall. Is it worthwhile? 2 long death timers for Baron, and you take out Miru. Can you defend a bare Nexus to stop this from going the distance?
I feel like Skewmon was thinking about flashing through the wall right there to try and extend the chase. Try to potentially extend the time that BDSA has to stay alive. 4 members of Besiktas running into the Nexus.
Osman has ulti. No one else does apart from Pike Steer, which is defensive. He burns it immediately. The knockup comes through. And down goes the Jinx. Kedui never stood a chance. But Turkey rises again. We're going the distance. We're going to play the scrapes. And Hoon cannot be allowed this Aatrox ever again. This guy single-handedly brought us to a Game 5.
We started this series with BDSA coming in as the favorites. The only remaining team from the LFL.
Yes.
The only team to defend the LFL here. 2-0 up. We're preparing for a Game 3 potentially to be a 3-0. We're like, okay, we're shutting it down.
It looked like a sure thing.
BDSA lose quick. Besiktas lose, BDSA win quick. Besiktas lose quick. It's over.
Yep.
However, Besiktas have cracked the code by going to red side. Not many teams have actually managed to do this. And they've pulled back-to-back victories on red side. And my question here, I'm going to potentially even redirect it later on to the desk as well. Is red side the answer here for BDSA as well? What do you guys think?
I don't even know on that either.
I mean, the flag is red, so I don't know. I don't know. That's actually a big question because out of a sudden we are on match point. LFL could be out of the equation. Out of a sudden, the curse of the 2-0 for LFL. He's trying to switch the bong to Hoon. I don't know if that works for you. Gentlemen, it's upon us. This could be it. This is history, by the way. And I heard this from Treble like, I don't know, 55 times or even more. The fact that when Turkey gets to these points, like, they win. They just win. You can't lose.
So I want to throw people's minds back to spring of last year because that particular EMEA Masters ended up being a Turkey versus Prime League finals with Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition versus the Wildcats, of course. And that was Wildcats beating Unicorns of Love, the Prime League's first seed, to become champions in the spring. The first year that Turkey joined. It was first split they joined. We are on the verge here of LFL being reverse swept in the semi-finals, of Turkey, number 2 seed this time around, going to the finals, fighting off against the Prime League number 1 seed again. And it could just be a mirror of that. And to do it, where Carmine Core Blue, who are the tournament reigning champions, are knocked out in quarterfinals by Arabian League. And then on the other side of the bracket, the other tournament favorites, the people that a lot of analysts said should have won the LFL finals if only BDSA hadn't choked, so they say, now on the verge of being reverse swept in very similar fashion. 2 really good games, and then suddenly it all goes very wrong.
Look, we had draft on screen there. I just want to say the scariest part of this was the fact that I don't think there was a clear draft gap. It was Besiktas winning with relatively even scaling, with worse early proactive tools, and off of the back of Hoon having a monster individual performance, actually bridging the gap between a terrible early game to very strong scaling with the Aphelios and the Asol. So I think massive credit goes to Hoon here. I don't think you can give MVP to anyone except for him, especially on that mid lane fight when he TPs in and finds that double kill.
This is one of those moments right here where it's actually a really good Maokai ult, this Breath of Life, but
this flash,
that then means that flash on in is fantastic, and it's paired up with that Aurelion Sol ultimate to devastating effect.
World Ender comes to life at that specific moment when you needed him the most. Is this Besiktas not, you know, like, oh, coin flipping? No, is this Besiktas actually understanding, hey, this is how they play? We got him.
So we had some relatively negative things to say about some of what we'd seen from Besiktas. It wasn't the cleanest early game in either of the wins they've gotten, actually. And we were saying, look, they're on this Aurelion Sol, been targeted. We've seen before when he gets targeted and goes behind early, he can get a little bit over-eager to try and get back into the game, gives up way more resources than he should. Do we like Osman on the Maokai? Well, literally moments after that, they managed to start coming online and having these moments. And it's great to see Hoon as that kind of secondary carry come on and get them to that point. But the fact is they are making these drafts work. They are getting these champions online. And bluntly, we've seen the Aurelion Sol and Jinx, when they've got enough resources to get to this point in the game, prove pretty much unbeatable in the later stages of the game. And BDSA didn't snowball either, so they weren't exactly, ahead of the clock or anything. Just look at the DPS.
We specifically talked about this on that little break. They have Aurelion Sol. They have the feel as if they get into the late game. We didn't put Hoon in the equation, and he's also a big one. But they're getting into that late game and saying, hey, we got you, because BDSA are not following them into the late game. It's not happening.
I think there's potential. There is potential in the front to back. You have Enchanter plus AD carry. It gives you extra range, and you have excellent ball delivery to get onto the carries, despite there being a Tom Kench. The problem is, they just got hands diffed. There's really little that I can break down and say, there's a clear-cut better way you can draft him. Maybe you can argue that Asol is just unbeatable in scaling, but you did so well early. I really just want to say Hoon. He performed extremely well, and they just outplayed BDSA.
And again, the Milio helps with some of the range discrepancy. Aphelios, his range is predicated on what weapons he has. I will say a slight difference is that BDSA, to make their fights work, are somewhat reliant on the ball combo landing on key members at the same time. And actually, things like the Devour, things like the Maokai Ultimate, things like the Singularity, the Aatrox Flanks, make that actually a little bit trickier to pull off than actually, for the side of Besiktas, pretty good extended DPS. Aurelion Sol, Aphelios, the Aatrox as well with the World Ender running are actually really good in those extended fights, especially when they have got the backup of all of that zone control and things like the Devour. And they were really struggling with BDSA to find a good shockwave combo onto a key target as the games went on. And I have to call it out a little bit. Janax wasn't really playing his role either as a frontline or as a flanker particularly well there. Compare that to what Hoon did and the chaos he caused, particularly in those kind of early mid stages to get back into the game. It's night and day.
I want to echo your point right now about what happened in the late game. It was not due to draft, but I'm going to give you some information that BDS actually picked the red side. They went for the red side right now. But I agree with you. Will this affect that much? Because I think it's like Besiktas showed up.
So what happened last game was their adaptation to banning Sion and then taking the Jinx to deny the lane swaps. Now they're on blue side again, Besiktas. Will they go for the Jinx themselves, or will we see Jinx, Sion bans on the other side? I think that's the really important dynamic and what trades will get out of that. But the scary part is, regardless of what happens, Besiktas have now won without lane swaps. So they don't even need that in any case. I imagine, though, what will happen in terms of the BDSA drafts on red side is they will get rid of the Jinx Scion, and we will see more of a standard game.
I think I also need to see probably something a little different in terms of the style of play BDSA are going for, because they aren't snowballing the way they were before. And then Besiktas are quite happy to take those messy brawls and are largely coming out on top. That's a little different. Kandui has something like the Twitch to pull out, but I need to see something of a curveball, maybe something that can target Miru in the mid lane a bit more, because we've known he can be a weak point. Maybe just getting rid of the Aurelian Soul, which he seems to be able to get to the later stage of the game, might be helpful. Or maybe just going down bot side and saying, okay, Paris, we know you've got some weird stuff in the back pocket. Do we know you can play for lane? Can we get something rolling here?
Well, at this moment, it is time to toss it to a break before we jump into the last match of the day. It is now. It's either LFL or Turkey going into finals to meet Spandau. Keep in mind that we had a sentence on the beginning of the show. KC is our only opposition. But now, listen to Silver Scrapes. I'll see you soon.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Carefreely using...
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
It doesn't even matter. I'm ready. It's fine.
right, we're at game 5. We're running into Besiktas for the potential for the reverse sweep where BDS started, as we said earlier on. This team started on an absolute tear. They ran early game. They had this crazy counter game in game 2 that they came back from, and it looked doomed. But Turkey has blown us out of the water with what I think was good draft adaptation, but more importantly, what Aragon said on Desk was even drafts in that last game, where we just got skill diffed, and Hoon single-handedly, it feels like, with the TP and the mid play as well, helped win them the game.
I just feel like the false sense of security of there being only one hard engage on the side of Besiktas kind of gave that feeling over to BDSA that they could overwalk and overstay their welcome and overextend in a lot of these instances.
Yep.
And I feel like once Hoon punished them once, he kept finding such great angles, such great flanks, such great TPs, find himself into the fight, get onto the back line, and I feel like Kedui and Paris were just getting completely annihilated super fast off the get-go.
He didn't get to play the game. I mean, Kedui has been such a big AD carry in the start of this series, but things have really changed. Rika getting caught out as well. You know, Mira was the same, but still when things came together, fights looked so much better and it started cleaning up. I think as well we didn't get to that mid-jungle duo. That was the biggest thing too. You know, for Genax in the fights, what can he work with when his team is getting annihilated and picked off and bodied before he can even play a front-to-back or think about playing a front-to-back with the rest of the engage?
I think Genax picked the best of both worlds, right? He's like, if I pick Asante right here, I can go up with the likes of Aatrox, which he did.
Right.
They came out of the lane pretty even. But then he's like, if I'm put in a position where they lane swap onto me again, at least I'm playing a tank that has some sort of wave clear and I can walk up at some point when I'm level 2 and level 3. So being on blue side, I feel like kind of didn't help Genax because I feel like he's a pretty good laner, and if you do give him a counter matchup, he's going to shine in that. We saw it with the Aatrox earlier on. So I feel like for BDSA, since Besiktas won twice in a row, back-to-back on red side, I would say for BDSA, since they have side selection, screw it. Go over to the red side, get that counter picked on the bot side.
Well, yeah.
That's great news. And also, I feel like go back to game number 1. Play aggressive. Give me that Lucianami. Give me the likes of the Varus down in the bot lane. Take control of this lane because I feel like it has been a case of whichever AD carry gets fed first ends up winning the game. And the ease of execution in terms of front to back really favors those carries.
I mean, again, they were blown away. Besiktas had no response to full early game comp, full dive, and you know, level 6 like Lucian, Nami, Talia. What was the jungle again? Something that hit level 6 hard. The Sejuani that came through as well.
Yeah.
It was a really good draft, and it was fun because it was definitely execution based, and BDSA played it well. But as the draft's gone on, as the games have gone on, Besiktas have found a really good response, as we said. And now that we move into game 5, and hopefully the draft very shortly, we get to find out how it rounds out, because something like the lane swap has been, you know, looked at and denied a couple of times, a Scion let through or passed by. I think the Jinx priority in this series has obviously been adapted, as we talked about as well. But the biggest AD carry, I feel like the biggest, I was going to say biggest AD carry was Twitch. Biggest AD carry was Lucian. Biggest AD carries for Kadui was his own picks, right?
Yeah.
You know, further to your point, playing their own style of draft, that was when he looked best, rather than when he started adapting to the Jinx and started playing Besiktas' style of game.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we need to see something that takes priority down the bot lane. I feel even taking down the Tristana. Luckily for us, we don't have to fill any more time. We're a little bit delayed in the draft, but we'll bring it to you shortly. Guys, take it away.
Hello. We were like, you know what? We still need to talk about what is happening in this match, so might as well jump into the desk and leave them breathing a little bit. Let's talk about evolution on the draft so far, because we started with game 1 and we thought, drafts are not going good for Besiktas.
Yeah,
something has to change.
I completely agree with them. I just want to echo what they said with the agency bot lanes. Like the Lucian and the Twitch, having these proactive counter picks was absolutely fantastic. You know, something like an R5 AD carry, why not? But I also wanted to highlight the fact that I love when Genax has agency. I don't want to see the blind pick Cassante where he's in a soft losing matchup and has to just free farm, because I think this guy is he can be so oppressive on things like the Renekton and things like the Aatrox. Yes, you lose a bit of your front to back capability in terms of having a tank, but his ability to dominate lane, play for plates, and do all these sorts of things is so much better. Take a look at this draft. Look at the top side agency that you have. Yeah. Talia, Sejuani, Renekton. I know Talia's being banned out, so the combo's on there, but anything like that for him.
I think the problem is the last time they tried to do that for Genax, they locked in the Rumble, right? And he got lane swapped on and he lane swapped on and he was absolutely useless. It was not pretty. So they've got to be a little bit careful in terms of if they're wanting to give Gen X a bit more in that draft, that there's kind of one of those like weird kind of push and pull scenarios where to get that happen. This one really works because you can play whatever lane you want with that kind of mid jungle. They can go to either side lane, feel really good about it. There is definitely a world where if they get the wrong matchup for Gen X, like, okay, we've got a really good counter on the 1v1, and then it turns out it's a lane swap, what happens then? Because that had to happen one time and it went very wrong.
You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see Sion, Jinx, Aurelion, Soulban. You know what? Just send it, right? Just completely adapt to the series meta. Just say, you know what? Whatever bans we were doing beforehand, let's get rid of all that. Let's start fresh. Get rid of these picks that they become so dependent on.
I mean, the Maokai ban's in there as well. Maybe they have to go back to getting rid of that one a little bit as well, because for all that the early game is much better when Osman's on things like the Xin Sao, interestingly, that Maokai is proving a bit frustrating in those team fights because BDSA aren't actually snowballing that well right now, despite Osman not having the earlier impact things we were hoping for. Like that game, it was a solid enough early game until the Hoon flank came on through. Yeah. But if you're going to consistently get to those team fight angles, it could still prove difficult.
Actually, I could see the point. I think they also had an answer into the Maokai where they had Milio ulti into the potential ulti route. So it's Hoon, man. Give Gen X the ability to actually win lane against Hoon. You mitigate any other TP threat. The whole game looks different. Yes, you have weaker front line. I'm going around in circles. Point still stands.
And you're looking into a team where Osman, at the beginning of this draft, you told me, hey, he was muted on this match because he needed to do everything everywhere and he couldn't. But now, I think on game 4 and game 3, it seems like the lanes are individual. They don't need as much help as they needed before. So Osman is a little bit more freed from his task.
They have stepped up to the plate on the whole. And I don't think it's been entirely clean. It's not been flawless. We have seen Miru overstep looking for plays a bit early on the Aurelion Sol. We've seen that bot lane get a bit scrappy at points, rely on those flanks to come on through. But they have found them. They have made their way back in. They have got to the point where their comp comes really, truly online. And even when you're looking at things like being able to cleanse the Maokai, well, what about things like then you've got the Tarnkash W coming on through. There's the Singularity coming on through from the Aurelion Sol. Then there's the Hoon flank. There's only so much you can save people from. And I think then I have to bring the question forward to, okay, so what the hell has happened to BDSA's identity we've seen throughout the whole tournament, which has been all about that raw early game domination. We've got priority lanes. We've got something that allows Skumon to get active in lanes and the ability to snowball from that. That hasn't happened recently.
So let's see where the identity is going to fall on the draft as well on the 5th game. But in order to jump into that one, hey, Costas, take us away.
Hello. I'm tapping on you on the screen, just on you. Look at you. Oh, he's gone. Well, game 5. Draft underway in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Almost. I thought I could count it. I thought game 5, you know what? I'm feeling it like the players should be. I thought I'd count into it. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's right this time. There it is. Thank you. I'm so close. It had to come to this, didn't it? Jinx ban.
He cheated, by the way. Ban. He got the countdown.
Go for the trifecta. Get rid of the dragon. Get rid of it. Wait for it. We've already got Talia gone. See that bear? Boom. Sman. Skumon's out. Get rid of the dragon. Do it. Callista gone. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Miru.
It's got to be a Maokai back.
Let's go! We live for this. We live for this. Okay, first pick. What is it?
Remember, the whole thing will adapt to what kind of game it is in terms of tone. We haven't even gone into the game, hysterics.
Man, I'm so glad we're in a game 5 without Aurelion Sol, because now Miru has to stand.
It's going to be a Maokai first pick again.
On his legs, yeah, but who cares about if Osman plays Maokai? That's part of the problem. We talked about proactivity. Maokai didn't do much last game. They set it on desk. The Milio mitigated the fact, and it made it hard for Osman to play or at least be proactive. You even talked about the single engage. There was nothing else there for BJK.
I actually don't necessarily mind the Maokai. What I mind a lot in terms of like the LFL teams, and it's the same trap that KC fell into, is that as the draft progressed, they just kept on taking things away from enemy team and they lost their identity. And I just want BDS to go back to play very aggressive, very proactive, taking their leads into the early game. Now, Zeri's gonna be locked in for Kedwin.
Lulu's up as well.
The only way I can see this being proactive in the early game, very nice. Vi made it through the draft.
Yeah.
The only way I can see this being proactive through the early game is if BJK right here lock in something like the Lucian Nami, and the Zeri Lulu can pretty easily go toe-to-toe with that in lane. However, knowing Kaori and how he likes to skeleton was a late game, I wouldn't be surprised to say Zaya Rakana was about to say. Zaya it is.
Now, The biggest question is that Lulu just going to get paired up?
Skewmont is like, no.
I mean,
Not the Zyra
to be
guy.
fair, it's been a long night. What time is it? Where are we at?
It's 9 o'clock.
It's almost 9 o'clock. This series started at 5.
Yeah.
So we are heading into 4+ hours on the series. Like, it has been a long one for them. And some of these games have been wicked and wild, as this last pick is going to be the Orianna. So we do not get an early game draft here, really, from BDSA.
I wanted to see something like an Ari. Not Alia's Banis is a fantastic duo with the vibe, but something like an Ari, a little bit more proactive in the early game, play those skirmishes in the mid jungle. I'm getting worried every time I see a Vi locked in for the sake of this not being taken away because you have the Zeri. I feel you, Skewmont. I feel you so bad, buddy.
Right.
This is what I call a naked Vi. He basically dives into the backline. You have no other champions diving in with you. And the second you press R, you know you're diving into your death. And it's up to your teammates whether they're going to follow up on that ultimate or not. Unluckily for him, it's locked into a Xayah. Xayah cannot be locked down, especially if she has ultimate. So off the get-go, I think Skewmont is in a very, very difficult situation with the Vi. And as much as possible, you need to try and find ways to mitigate that early game. I don't think Orianna was it, but hopefully for BDSA, they'll have some answers through maybe support or top lane to follow through.
I mean, it's been a new priority, hasn't it? I guess Orianna with Zeri is the idea here for BDSA, but they start banning away other mid laners and Rumble follows suit. And as they said on desk, they want to see Genax being able to take a toe-to-toe for Hoon. Now, they have red side counter pick here. This should be a support, right?
I mean, you can very easily go Lulu here if you so wish and play all hands on deck for your Zeri as well. If you want to go towards a more engaged support, you know, things like Alistar. Okay. Powers' Blitzcrank 2023 Spring Finals of EMEA Masters broke the damn game. He brings it out in game number 1. Guess what? It's permaban for the entire series thereafter. He's a fantastic Blitzcrank player, and luckily, if you pull people to your team, Vi doesn't have to overextend.
Yeah, true. We can make things a little bit simpler. Renekton gets locked in for Hoon, though, for the timing, so that's proactive top lane. Silas game 5. This is what Besiktas did against SK Prime. It was into an Alistar, it was into a Maokai, a lot of tools. The Vi can be taken away here, but I want to see how useful it is here. Outside of just the early
he's
game.
got pretty much 2 Blitzcrank ultimates, full AP scaling. He pops Zeri ult or Blitzcrank ult, everyone dies.
That is true. However, as Genax shows us a game 5 Aatrox, a counter matchup.
Don't get pushy.
I don't care because for Genax, it neutralizes the Renekton. Early lane, Renekton can bully this out, but once we get a little bit deeper in, past 5 minutes, Gragas will be able to neutralize.
I'm just looking at Skewmont, man. He's like, why am I on this Vi? Like, why am I playing Vi here? What?
He can
why
pop
are we
off.
here just to suffer? I feel you, man. Like, I cannot just ignore it. I am the only person I could ever allow to play Naked Vi is Shun. The only person.
You know, with no context, someone tunes in and says, Naked Vi.
Okay, let me give context. It's when a Vi does not have anyone to handhold her into diving into the backline. Basically, you press R, you die. You're literally there for a point-click CC, which Nautilus does much better, by the way, but he doesn't have to commit his body into it.
True. Okay, Naked Vi, Suicide Vi as well, but you know what? We'll go with the terminology. I think overall...
Let's call it Lonely Vi.
We see a Lonely Vi and the role Skewmont plays, right? And I think also we can look on the other side and like, in this game, it comes down to Xayah Rakan. It comes down to, not Genax, Hoon on Rakan. Renekton. Brain is going to wake up to this one because it has been a long night. We're going into a game 5 where the LFL's last seed, their second seed in BDSA Academy, have a shot to make it into finals and get through. No one's going up for a toilet break. It's the last game. It's the last hurrah. TCL has tested them. They've made adaptations within this series. And you have to give it to Besiktas. They have been so good at adapting, not even through the SK Prime series, but now through this one as well. It comes down to this final game where drafts have been so crazy, so different And now it comes through with the Gragas top for Genax is the mainstay for him. Hoon on the Renekton. Playmaking abilities that come through from these teams, through these top laners. Hell, mid laners as well, with big jobs to do. We go for the invade.
Have done this every single game. They've bundled up as 4 or 5, entered the jungle. I think right here it's very valuable actually because you're running straight into a Blitzcrank.
Yep.
So you could potentially turn the fight around when you have more bodies in the fight at this point. As you can see, BDSA have spread themselves thin through the map. They're pretty much guarding every single entrance as safely as possible. You can see how far into his jungle Skewmund is actually waiting. They have put a ward towards the top lane brush next to mid lane from the side of BDSA just to spot any shenanigans coming in. It's not going to be the case. Besiktas just pretty much covering for themselves with a Blitzcrank on the enemy team. Now, of course, we did hit a little bit on the Vi and the situation of her going alone into a fight, finding that target that she wants to lock down.
Yep.
However, you do have, again, the wombo combo, same as Jarvan and Orianna. It works pretty much the same with Orianna and Vi. You put the ball on the Vi, and Orianna can deliver it straight into the backline. It's a pretty handy tool for Rika to not have to overreach. However, talking about overreaching, I think you won't have to overreach too much. You're playing against 4 melee champions.
Oh, yeah.
From the side of Besiktas.
I mean, it is going to be hard, though. Like, usage out of the Vi ultimate. We'll talk about it as the game goes on and see how the interaction plays out. Skewmon, but level 6 for both these junglers is a nice hook to start off. Ignite down as well. Kaori has to flash, rather, ghost away immediately. Looks for the turn, but will find none. And that's a nice health bar chunk and a summoner to start.
That was an incredible hook from Paros, threading it right there through the needle. Kaori has to burn a summoner, which is very important here. Playing against the Blitzer, you need all the movement speed and all the displacement that you can take. However, mid lane's a different situation. Ricker's going to be able to bully out Miru Osman. Can he find the flank around? He's waiting in the mid lane. He knows there's no ward in this brush.
Side.
He can wrap around. Only level 2 onto Ricker, just about level 3.
Yeah, has Flash Veil. Might have to burn it immediately. Twisted Advance, though, knocks him, and now he's out of range. Distance there. Flash away, but absconded Duck. Chain latch down. First blood to Miro on Silas is a massive whoopsie from Rika, who played too close to top.
Honestly, what a fantastic gank right here. You do not expect a jungler like Maokai to hit you with the top quadrant of the jungle straight into a gank. You're expecting full clear, and it was the case. Rika overreaches. However, keep your eyes on Miru because he'll use the first part of the E, but he's waiting to hold the second one. After Rika flashes, then he connects the E2 for the chains, pins down Rika, has no chance of escaping that one. Burns the flash as well. Huge stuff right there for the mid-jungle duo of Besiktas. Great start.
Massive mistake. I mean, Rika pivoting too far up. Your Vi is bot and even eventually clearing up to top. That's rough. But Rika getting caught out. I mean, he had a really good start of the series. We're talking him up. Rika has adjusted to reality because now, especially with enemy jungler like Osman being in his face, he's really struggled. He's been caught out in the past couple of games as well. But that first blood, like, we can relate to any LPL mid or any global mid. Silas getting a lead and snowballing a game is so oppressive. And when you talked about his ult usage this game as well, with all the AP scaling, Miru has the chance to take over this game now with the burden of execution upon his head after first blood.
I mean, obviously, any melee champion that wants to get up close and personal to the wave is going to suffer. Orianna is great at punishing through the passive that does more damage through the auto attacks. She does a lot of AP damage as well. So the faster she gets to the lost chapter, the more of a pain she becomes. She clears out the wave really fast, does a lot of damage. However, now Silas being able to not only get ahead in terms of damage, but also levels and extra HP is going to help him tremendously in lane.
As Ward spots out in the top gank, we look towards Hoon, who just backs away with a low health bar. Again, Genax doing fine in the lane as expected in the early parts. And Hoon just has to get through the rough times until he gets towards level 6 and gets a health advantage himself, while Skewmon moves back towards mid, crossing now. But you can see already it's a scuttle for scuttle because Osman has already made his way down bot and cleared out himself with an interesting angle.
Oh, he has sneaked past Vision again right now. You're gonna find a ward, walk past it. However, Osman was a big move in gear on why Besiktas won the previous game. I feel like his Maokai was actually on point in all of the skirmishes and the fights. He's going to take a reset right now. We're all going to go back to a little bit of normalcy on the Rift. And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Getting that early game advantage, knowing there's no flash onto Ricker, you get to make those more aggressive plays onto the Salas, having the extra AP in your inventory.
When you can just stay in on Silas, it's so oppressive. I mean, if you're going to get level 6 as well, that's another addition we should add into the lane. The 1v1, having Shockwave on yourself first. There is kill threat onto Rika. So we'll just wait and see. Remember, Flash is still available for Mirror. Didn't burn it in the previous exchange where Rika doesn't have that available as well. Skewmont is pivoting around mid. Looks like he's trying to hover for the time being. All in engaged. There we go. Mirror might have pushed a little bit too deep. Never mind. He has not, because you're right. He's just gone over the wall.
Just going to wait around. I think they're trying to bait Skewmont. They know he's in this brush.
Oh my
Osman
God.
just finished the first one.
Could be a big mistake, but at least he's got Flash available. He Vault Breaker's out. Never mind. And grubs were taken. Osman still getting the second one in the meantime.
Last time we saw Ricker and Skewmont fall behind in the early game was game number 3. It was the start of the reverse sweep for Besiktas. This is a fantastic start for Besiktas to try and turn the tides around against all odds, against the LFL, the last TCL remaining team here. Level 6 from Miro locked in as well, can fill any ultimate, and they're all relevant. Blitzcrank, Seri, a ton of AoE damage with a bunch of AP scaling. You want more CC, the Shockwave, the Vi ult, or the Gragas ult.
Gragas ult explodes that team as well. We talk about them trying to create space and use range. Gragas ult, very good tool that I'll be looking for with the damage amplification that you were so highlighting before. Genax going to use it in addition. There we go, Hoon. In response, though, goes straight into the Dominus. Body slam for the disengage, and Hoon's going to be just okay for the time being, as Genax just trades ult fall.
The wave manipulation from Genax here has been absolutely fantastic. He's been keeping Hoon at that position for the longest time ever. However, unfortunately for him, there is no top lane response from the jungle. Skewmont sneaked into that first dragon. It's going to be extremely important, especially when you want to win a little bit more time on the Rift in terms of item advantages. 1.5k gold lead for Besiktas, so if you fall behind on dragons, if you have to fight on timers that you do not want to, it's going to be extremely hard to come back into this game. However, that first dragon will alleviate a little bit of that pressure.
At the very least. We'll count down for grubs as well. Top side of your screen, 240. As Skewmont goes back to clearing his normal camps. He is close to getting level 6. Osman the same. When both these junglers come up to par, but Pyke's Deer making this roam towards mid that's already pushing in.
Look at Paris, he's read that.
He has indeed, you're right. So if this engage comes through, Paris with the counterplay, but no one pulls the trigger. Again, not going too fast here. That's often what you see in a game fight. Everyone kind of becomes reserved and starts appreciating using patience as a tool.
I'm kind of getting scared though, because...
Paris? What an rotation. There is no damage here, by the way.
Just grip someone for fun. Oh, it's the blue buff.
Okay, it's going to reset. Never mind.
I mean, it's good. Making Osman stay in one place for the longest time allows Skewmont to come in. He's level 6, Osman only level 5.
Now hits level 6, has the nature grasp to disengage. Might have to use it, but Miru jumping in. He's still got the Shockwave. Here's a re-engage onto the Silas. Miru flashes, or rather, it's Skewmont who does. They go for Kadui, who has to get out, but now the range is there. The real Shockwave was big. Kaori finally joins in, though, and the turnabout play's coming for Turkia. Kaori gets the kill, and it almost becomes worse for BDSA. A second one in this early game. Man, France must be shaking right now.
And say it with me, and Vi dies in this particular skirmish. It's so difficult. The fact that Osman actually gets the smite there is huge, because it dings him over to level 6. He gets his grasp as well, gets his ultimate. Overextension by Skewmont right there. Has to flash out as well. So pretty much this Vi has used ult, has used Q, tries to go back in. At this point, you've used everything. The HP bars are too low, and when Kaori shows up, Skewmont dies. He's way too far forward. Again, there's only one way ticket for Vi, and this is it.
Yep. As you so rightly said, with Skewmont dropping down, a kill goes over to Kaori. The kill's right where they need to be for the TCL's number 2 seed, and the gold lead moves to close to 3,000. It was the plate through mid lane as well that just showed how well this matchup's going for Miru. It's not meant to go this well, but 1k in his lead. He's already picked up a Dark Seal stack as well, and I mean, this Silas is off to the races. The snowball's begun.
Look at him, he's walking into the jungle. He knows he's 2 levels up on this Vi. He can take the 2 versus 2, make Skewmont's life and live in hell. Who knows as well, they do have vision on Skewmont. Uh-oh.
Blast Clone comes through. Skewmont's going to have his ulti stolen as well. There we go, the cease and desist. running forward. Skewmon has no way out, and now Hoon benefits from this mid laner as well. Miro, I am sorry I disrespected you, but bro, stay on melee traders. You were so good on these fighters.
Absolutely. The Akali that he showed up earlier on, and the Silas. Now, Ricker is in trouble.
I think he's dead too. Miru's coming in. There's a knock-up. They buy time. Twisted event. No blast. Going to abscond. Duck. It's all about Miru's Silas again in a game 5. SK Prime got this feeling. Now France can too.
3.7 thousand gold in the lead for the TCL second seed, and Kedu is trying to take something back.
He has to. Matters into his own hand. Flash at least burned from Kaori in the bottom side, so this Zeri has to be some kind of hope, but the map is burning. The early game, once BDSA's at the start of this series, no longer. And Turkiya can feel it in this 5th game as the early game is becoming insufferable for BDSA to approach.
This is so sad because through the progression of this series, we saw BDSA lose their identity slowly but surely. This particular draft makes 0 sense to me. The Vi playing aggro, but has an Orianna that wants to scale. With the Zeri that wants to play and create space, but the Blitzcrank is gripping people towards you. It's a little bit confusing, and it shows in terms of execution as well. Besiktas are able to utilize the fact that Osman got the Maokai, that has been permabanned in more than just this series. He has been the EAT jungler for a lot of the teams in this tournament, making the play onto Ricker and punishing over and over again. Allowing Miro, of course, to get ahead onto the Silas too.
Parasite looking for a hook just to see if anything progresses, because Dragon's coming up. It's the second one here. BDSA at least got the first, so this early game could be a lot worse. However, for Besiktas, it doesn't seem like it's going to be too bad as they have priority through mid. Once again, they hold mid-wave. Rika has to walk into Miru, who has a Lich Bane after this first reset. And remember, Osman on the Maokai going back for Knight's Vow. I guarantee you that's on Miru.
Oh, it is on him 100%.
Yep.
Actually, it was on Hun last time I looked.
Oh, Hun. What a guy. Actually, to be fair, after last game, as Osman, I'm like, bro, you can have it. Bro, I'd give Hun anything.
Remember the top lane
My
play
firstborn?
at the Gromps? Not the Gromp, Krugs.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's where I saw that it was on Hun.
Ah, okay.
Oh, maybe it changes, you know? Oh, there you go. It's on Silas now.
Now
Yeah,
it's on Miru.
Silas now.
Well, Dragon's going to be on them as well. I mean, BJK have just taken this over. 1,500 gold individually between mid. There is no way.
How do you walk in the river?
I was just going to say.
If BDSA don't push in the waves to get into the river first, to set down some control, some vision control, how do you walk in the river? Luckily for them, that one dragon that they managed to sneak in the early game gains them pretty much 15 minutes. They can just let 50 minutes go, they'll give 3 dragons away, and hopefully by that time, they'll have some key components or key items. We'll try to catch some people off guard from Besiktas, try and take this fight for short point.
Dragon's going to be taking at the very least. Taking stock. First item should be picked up by Kaori on the way back as well. And looking at Hoon, should be close to what looks like an Eclipse here. Getting picked up shortly as well. Graga's starting to stack up, at least for BDSA. Genax with Rod of Ages, so one of the scaling elements is slowly getting there. But when you see this early game, you think, just how, again, can BDSA keep getting time, right? Especially when Grubs are up as well. That feels like that should also be Besiktas here from early game.
I'm not going to lie, the saving grace right here is the fact that you have a Xayah on the side of Besiktas. However, there are many abilities and ultimates that can take a Xayah ultimate.
True.
We're talking Shockwave, we're talking Vi ult, we're talking Gragas ult, we're talking Blitzcrank hook. There's so many individual spells that if you do take the Xayah ultimate off of her, you take away her ability to walk into choke points, to walk into fights. So if BDSA can find angles to eliminate that ultimate off of Kaori, they can very well easily walk into objectives, and then the only thing that they have to deal with is possibly the Silas.
I mean, true, and you know, you talk about the Vi ult, then at least it's going to have use too after everything's down. If you can coordinate from BDSA, which you've got to expect after what we've seen in this series, then maybe there's a chance. Now, we're going to get to that point first because we're still just kind of waiting to see what happens around topside. Herald, only 3 grubs were taken by Besiktas in the end. BDSA took 1, but then walked away. So it's not going to be a 5 or 6 grub game, which again is a plus when Hoon is on something like Renekton and Miru on a side lane as well. But the style's not the worst at pushing turrets. Besiktas are at least going to be taking themselves the Herald and topside. This is going to push most likely mid as we expect. and again, pushing tempo forward, as we know this comp has to continue doing, despite the early lead that we continuously talked about.
Full free reign into every river whenever they want. They just pretty much brute force. If the Silas is there, you absolutely cannot walk in until you have at least one item to try and match the power of the damage that Silas brings into these instances. Let's see if they can make it.
There's a Rakan. I mean, there's Kaori coming nearby. Ignite was used, but not much else apart from that. Just fighting over priority once again. Apart from that, they disengage.
Osman's waiting. The entire top side is also warded as well. So there's not like any play can be made towards the top side of the map. And right now, they've put the most volatile lane, which is your Xayah Rakan, in the mid lane, in the shortest lane of the game right now to keep them as safe as possible. They have transitioned Mirror towards the bot side because I feel like the Silas very easily 1v2 if Bayern or Rihanna just woke up with Woodyard Cell inventory like they've had up until now. Archangels though completed, Sundered Sky completed for Vi as well. This is where you probably should look to pick up skirmishes now that there's not too much of an item disadvantage. There's one build on the side of Besiktas and a couple of components.
Look, apart from that, as we continue forward, I need to pause. Mirror actually with a Vi ulti might get ganked here. Paris looking for something with Paxadir is trying to lure out. Rakan feeling very confident. It's mentioning that because with Mirror having the ult, I'm noticing the hijack, 1/4 of the cooldown left remaining. He has to use it.
He's still there.
And everyone's walking bot. Kaori coming in. Paxadir is a bait right now. The Vi is there over the wall. They find nothing. The push continues in, and it might just be a turret trade for all that pressure.
That was such a cool combo as well with the blast cone. He tried to blast cone himself whilst gripping, which means the grip would pull you further down. However, Kedui a little bit too far forward. Knowing Azeri, when you are playing very close to the wall.
Cleanse comes out. That's summoner key trade as well. The ulti follows through. Kaori running forward. The feathers will fly out and close to a kill. Double summoners burnt. From the bottom later of BDSA, you can't get caught like that.
I was just about to say, when you're close to the wall, you know how safe Azeri can be. But Kedui gets caught literally by the tip of those feathers. Rooted into place, and then, you know what happened after that? Has to burn both of his summoners.
In front of Dragon. A minute 10 till we get to the Infernal Dragon. If BDSA wanted to contest that.
This is getting sketchy, because we talked about how they can pretty easily take that ultimate off of Kaori, and the Kaori is going to find it really difficult to walk into this fight, especially with the casts and the grips from the Blitzcrank and all that. However, right now, Kedui is not going to be in the best shape possible, losing both of his summoners 45 minutes. Saving grace, it's only the second Dragon for both of its teams, and again, I feel like getting that first tower for BDSA has given them a little bit of grace in terms of time. They can let go of yet another Dragon and try potentially to slowly build back up from those disadvantages that have been given to them from Besiktas.
Because again, let's just reiterate, scaling is there.
Yep.
BDSA, from what the early game was, I'd say it's slowed down, but Besiktas is still picking up individual gold advantages, whether it's through lane, minion difference, the works, right? But if they can delay this game for another 20 minutes without losing too much more, which is asking a lot as Genax goes for the full commit, the flash though, because who knows, he can have a solo kill with Eclipse under turret, he'll survive as well. The slice, the dice, and everything that's nice. Who does it again and lives to tell the tale?
Oof. And you can see how uneasy Genax was after this interaction. Getting a solo kill right here is the worst. If you're a BDSA fan, Hoon has actually woken up through that series. Game 1 and 2.
You know,
not that great. The progression of this guy, the second he got his hands on this Aatrox,
that's right.
It awakened the beast.
It's the second that Hoon was given the respect that he deserves. Both these top laners, when they're on carries, it's a very different story. Genax hasn't been able to neutralize the lane, or at least now Hoon, with the item to build up towards the second, has been able to take over in his own individual way as well. Top didn't go down because of it, but Hoon now able to group up with a lot of extra damage to help push this Herald in. That crashes, and with the shockwave available, Rika going to get engaged on. There's the hook. They go for the turret dive, and turret eventually falls, and Nate's Stress comes out as well. Mirror with his own static field. It destroys the likes of BDSA. The engage follows through. Hoon back on him, but Genax finally coming through. Explodes was massive. Both these top laners are trying so damn hard. Genax got solo killed, joined in mid, and said, hold my damn beer.
Kedui coming up clutch in this fight. Genax gives him the space and the time he needs to to pop off on Zeri. Welcome back to the game, BDSA. Besiktas take the mid lane tower, but they overextend. They take the first kill onto Paros, but look at Ricker, he's on the side. Kedui absolutely untouched. Everyone's focusing the Vi, which is the easy target, but Genax absolutely demolishes them. That ultimate was insane, and Kedui cleaned up house.
And let's raise a point that you said so well, Trouble, in many points of this game. When that Xayah ulti is down, everything else that can follow through is a threat to the Xayah. Body slam, Skumon's Q, everything you saw in that fight, she lands, she's dead. And as you said, BDSA back in the game from that as he engages there. Shockwave in and we start getting bloody again. Cease and desist under turret. Pikesteer takes it in as Paris silences everyone. Kadui's over the wall. The fights are looking better. France are starting to feel themselves again. Skumon rushes through and Hoon is isolated. By himself, he gets a nice slice and dice though. But here's the trade. Under turret, Hoon takes him on. Skumon went too far. Heals up, almost survives. BDSA get the kill in the end, but they lose in a turret in the mid lane. It's not without a trade.
LFL, wake up, because BDSA are putting a fight for their lives. Still 4,000 gold in deficit right here, but they're not letting it go. Remember when we said on those 1-2 item spikes, you want to start fighting, you want to be taking these skirmishes. That's exactly what they're doing. Fantastic setup right here for Skumon. Not only does he take the hourglass off of Miru, knowing there is nothing else left for him, but also while Pikesteer is tanking the tower, he ults him in place, takes 2 more tower shots, and then the rest of BDSA are actually following up on the play. And we're going back to games number 3 and 4. We're talking complete chaos. Everyone throws their bodies in, everyone follows. That's what I love to see. Skumon being on the Vi and me saying, you know what, this poor guy is going to be diving in alone. BDSA said, no, we're all diving in.
A brilliant buffer on the Rakan W. What I also saw was another great Genax barrel. It is sad that we have to say goodbye to one of these top laners, but both Hoon and Genax in this series have had game-breaking performances. I think that Gragas engaged mid, as you said, put BDSA back in a game. But we have to see, Mira might be caught out. Again, Genax with the engage there. Shockwave comes through, he blocks for Rika. Genax gets in the way, so it's not going to be a trade. Skumon picks up the kill. There's no dragon bot side, but it is more gold for a counterplay. It is more gold that took away from what was almost a 6,000 gold lead only moments ago.
And this time around, you also have Kedui mid, so there is no pressure coming in from Besiktas. Genax is going to claim that bot lane tower. Bounty's coming in. Lots of money spread through the team, 3.5k only. The deficit, you mentioned it was 6k just a moment ago, and Genax doesn't want to lose at all. I don't know if you're familiar, Hysterics, with Genax's Gragas, but not only is he one of his favorite champions, he's one of his most legendary in terms of performance.
Right.
This guy lives and breathes this champion, and it absolutely shows here. He had one blunder in lane, where he died to that 1v1, but also props to Hoon, because he played that fantastically well.
I think Hoon really did.
And BDSA, I think, the least we can say is that they're absolutely and definitely back in the game.
They are, and with scaling as well, and the first dragon that is so liable for Besiktas now, that delays the game an extra 5 minutes, is huge. Paris looking for a hook, he won't find it, but remember, everyone's grouping up, because in 10 seconds, Infernal Dragon spawns, with Miro trying to get an edge on this to see if BDSA walk in.
Carry, very importantly, no flash available. He loses his ultimate as well. We're talking about a Xayah that can no walk up to any team fight, and BDSA, they know, and they're looking for it.
They're looking for the pick. The hook, it lands onto Hoon, but it's Renekton. He flashes away. Nature Scratch in response to quickness. Runs the fight. Miru with his explosive guns, not as good. Genax does it again, and Skumon runs on in the front to back. It only begins with Miru. Buys time until he dies. Feathers fly out, but Kadui flashes away the Zeri. Charged up, but Hoon's damage is still unbeatable. He slices, he dies as Kaori gets through, and Genax can't finish the job. Kadui survives, but somehow Besiktas are still so damn strong.
Kaori with a triple kill right there, cleaning up that fight. And honestly, that wombo combo, let's watch it again, because I'm pretty sure it was Genax's cast into a 4-man shockwave. That was great to see. The hook right here from Paros. Genax thinks he's gonna land the body slam, and look at this one. That is the wrong cast. Oh, that was beautiful. Gragas cast into a 3-man shockwave by Reeker. They kill Mirror pretty quickly, which I think is most of the threat. that Hoon stays alive and he does have access to that backline. Demoralizes everyone, and Jenax almost has the chance for the upset. Kaori, one auto attack away from dying.
Jenax is playing out of his mind. Like the fact that was close when, I know again, we saw the combination, as you said, very good pick up their trouble on the Shockwave. Because normally they're counter synergy, right? They send them out,
you split
Shockwave
them
brings
up,
them in.
yeah.
Rarely do we see those two ult interactions work together, but it was beautiful. However, they're not at the damage power points. We know, especially for Rika, 2 items picked up here. He's not at the same level of power as Miru. I think more importantly, we got to see Kaori, who was elevated in the early game, now with 3 items, and is obviously showing more damage than Kadui right now, get to carry the fight. Shockwave comes through, but Palaxidia has Miru nearby, so Rika can't find anything more. But for now, no, 3.5k gold in this game number 5 to go into the grand finals of EMEA Masters. Dragon picked up, Feathers fly, he's going forward, Kaori flashes away though. He gets the root, Nature's Grass gets the flash out of Skumon. We're getting some nerves, I don't know if Steel, but as Skumon runs forward, he doesn't get rooted away, but he does die to an auto attack. Crazy mistakes from individual players there, but it is Skumon who in front of the Baron makes a crucial one.
Skumon ends up paying with his life right there. I do believe it was Powers that had to take that route to try and allow for his jungle to get out, because now it's up to BDSA to try and steal.
Silence is there, Pike to the air, Jenax comes in, maybe saves it, but look how quickly the Baron's going down. 3K, 2K, 1K, Explosive Cast comes in, the shock over the wall is not enough. It is a smite that comes down for BJK to secure the objective. They have to get out. Explosive Caskers, the real one from Jenax, is down on CD. Osman's going to die in the meantime, though, as Kadui runs over the wall. You mentioned BJK have to run. If they die here and get ace to cold, it's going to be massive. The hook back, even bigger. The Shockwave draws him in, and Rika picks that up. Baron only on 2 members. That's what BJK get for that rooted play.
It's a Baron, but a walk off. BDSA need to send someone mid lane. That mid lane tower is so low.
Jenax too far. The hook almost connecting with Kaori. Look for Hoon as well as he zones on up. Kadui jumps on up to the turret, takes some shots, but gets it in the end. Inner turret goes down, but BDSA, I think they're calling worth on that overall play.
Yeah, they're pinging that mid lane tower as well. Skumon is going to take it over right here, but the team is top lane. They want more.
We're fighting again. Hoon, though, is massive here. 2.5 item Croc runs on in. Can Renekton and do it? You think so? Heals up, shielded up. He's still alive. Pikes it in. Saves the day, but Jenax shuts him in track. Kaori gets a trade off as Kadui runs forward, but again, this Dire is such a problem for the LFL, but Paris says no. He says no! Paris on the Blitzcrank, interrupts, into tracks, TP comes in, we do it again. Cease and desist, Miro onto Rika, now on the Oriana, not going to get taken out just yet, but slowed on down, the Shockwave bops around, he goes golden, but Miro made a mistake. Nature's Grasp is there, Miro absconded, Duck still dies. We are back to the shenanigans that we saw 2 games ago, and for a game 5, things are getting real messy, but every single time, I can tell you one thing, BDSA trading with a scaling composition is bad news for Besiktas.
And the gold lead for Besiktas is only down to 2,000 from almost 6,000. The one thing that I've been mesmerized by is the way that all of these abilities just tie together, pulling people back into a barrel that has been set down. And let's look at this TB from Hoon. You're tipping into 4 members with so much CC. They've used him like a bounce ball back and forth. He can barely touch anyone being a melee member, and Jenax takes him out the picture. Kaori, however, tries to finish off the job, gets pulled out again. Paris has been so clutch with these hooks throughout these fights. It's not just to engage them, but it's also how he uses them to redirect a lot of the members through the fights.
Man, we're just coming to borderline craziness again. Trying to edge out on the play. I mean, the biggest thing as well, statement before, like they still have Xayah, they still have Silence as well on squishy targets. I think the biggest thing as well is that Osman is always going to be relevant and frontline tank is going to be hard to beat, but I see Azeri with 3 and a bit items. I see Xayah with 4. And mid laners as well catching up on the draft. They're 3 apiece. So we're getting towards Dragon in 40 seconds, and this is Soul for Besiktas, crucially, which is such a big stat boost for this game.
There are no summoner spells on Kaori at all. No ghost, no flash. Only thing he has to evade anything thrown his way is his ultimate. So if somebody throws in their bodies from BDSA and take that ultimate, it could very well be game over from Kaori. Very nice push from the top lane from Reeker as well. That is a wave that eventually Besiktas are going to have to reply to. So top lane push and mid lane push is going to go to BDSA.
Rocket Grab not going to connect. They hold River for now. Genax thinking about the engage going in. They group on up. Genax Explosive Guns gets bursted in. He walked into that knowing. He walked into that knowing from being a hero to a zero. BDSA's top laner might have just lost them the game. He walks in. Besiktas laugh at him, take his life, and they may have just taken away their chance at a grand final as well.
Reeker is trying to take the wave. He's trying to stop Hoon.
He's dead. I mean, Hoon's going to follow him to the end of time. Slice and dice. Another blast going there. They're running down mid. LFL are shattered. They're in tears. History be damned. Routine be damned. You thought BDSA were going to win it all, but in a reverse sweep, Turkey shout, they scream, and Besiktas create a date with Eintracht Spandau in the finals of the EMEA Masters for 2024 spring.
What an incredible semi-finals. Showcasing of talent from both teams. They have been throwing their bodies towards one another for 5 games. Back to back. You've been screaming for 5 games. Back to back to back to back to back.
Genax played so well in that game.
And he must be kicking himself after this, right?
And he face checks. And it's just such a hard way to lose the game. I mean,
especially after he brought it back himself almost.
Yeah.
What a fantastic series. Commiserations, of course. You know, a lot of people say EMEA Masters without an LFL team final. It's not really EMEA Masters. However, the TCL is here to tell us that Springs do belong to TCL potentially. It wasn't a coincidence. It's going to become a tradition. Besiktas, the second seed of TCL, move forward to the grand finals. Congratulations to a league that only joined us last year in spring. And so far, they have solidified themselves in 2 grand finals.
I mean, this is why TCL went to Worlds or MSI in the past, and everyone was worried about them as a wildcard region. OCE here actually burnt us a couple of times. I'll get the Deaths to break that down because that was an explosive way to end that game, and that was an explosive series to say the least.
Can I just say, I love this game. I just love this game. This was
crazy.
We were screaming non-stop. We didn't even went to the room. We just stood there on the lunch break. We're just screaming at each other. This was so fun to watch. And obviously, congratulations to Turkey going into finals to face off Spandau. So whoever takes it, I don't know. Zanzara was talking about it, but later on we'll talk about it as we need to break this one down. What happened? Oh, let's dive into it.
The early game got really interesting because the Silas comes up from mirror again. It's something he does when he feels like he's got the angle. It's been his kind of pocket counterpick for a lot of this tournament. And Osman gets towards the mid lane, gets an early gank on. They get the kill on Rika. Suddenly Silas is 2-0-0, 4 kills over. The early game looks fantastic for Besiktas, and BDSA are falling apart a little bit. In the green room, we were kind of chatting as well, saying, I'm not sure about how BDSA play out this game. The Vi's going to have a tough time getting through all this EC, and the snowball's already started. It looked like a clean win and a reverse sweep easily for Besiktas in the early game.
So the problem that BDS Academy have is that Besiktas esports composition, it spikes so hard in the mid game with all the skirmishing it has with the Zaya Rakan, the Renekton, and the Silas, the ability to fight in river, fight mid to side. The amount of pick potential they have, it just makes the game so damn hard when you're waiting for Kadui on this Zeri and the Orion to come online because you need it for the ball delivery. But these fights that they were taking were not good. Besiktas, this mid game, there was a massive dip where Kadui rather, was, I think it was in this one, was just fighting over the wall. And then after this, the chain fights of BDS winning, BDS Academy rather, were just so damn good.
And serious credit to Genax as well from this point. And again, we'll come on from him, which was a bit of a brain turned off moment. But for large portions of this game, this Gragas was doing such scary things to help the Zeri set up. And then it all kind of falls apart.
I want to highlight one player though, and I think I absolutely have to say it over and over again. Osman123. I think this guy, from the very first second I reviewed TCL playoffs, I was just watching before I came to this tournament. I knew he was special. He always finds incredible early game angles. He sets up his team, whether it's bot lane, whether it's mid lane with the skirmishing and the setup with the Silas. He finds the angles, he sets them up on the Maokai, and that transitions his team into an early victory.
Does. And then, of course, the person he's setting up for a lot of times is Kaori on this Zaya, who had another really, really good game. He's been a very, very solid AD carry this whole tournament. The problem is that we're still seeing some issues from Besiktas because the kind of retreat from this Baron goes a bit wrong. There's a moment here in a second where Miru is kind of CC'd by absolutely everyone here. He's going to get hit by the knockup despite flashing. He's then going to dash away, get pulled back by the shockwave, and there's just nowhere for him to go. But then the chain play after this is completely wild. Besiktas lose their minds.
Yeah, Besiktas lose their minds, but I want to just highlight, the reason we're showing this is to showcase just how back and forth it was. Their early game was super clean, and then the team fight in the end, it just feels so unfortunate for BDSA with that face check.
Yeah, because it did feel like BDSA were coming back into it, that it was going to be a close fight. And then for it to end the way it did, it is so disappointing. You can see, like, at some point when we come back, well, there's some great damage to see, but like, Hoon teleports in here, and we're just in the green room like, oh my days, this looks very risky indeed. But Zaya and Rakan are coming, but it's too early. Rika surviving for so long, like Cask again from Genax. I don't want to play-by-play this again, but the point is basically that BDSA, despite the early deficit, did not go quietly and actually were some really seriously cool plays to get back in and punish Besiktas, trying too hard to find something after it went a little bit wrong.
Look at the team fight. This took like 2 minutes.
Huge.
2 minutes of non-stop. People revived and went back into the fight with a teleport, and they died again, and it kept going on and kept going on. Aesthetics was losing his breath. This was a long one.
Yeah, what a chaotic series, what a chaotic set of games, and I think the biggest takeaway is Besiktas are improving.
Yeah,
it feels like every single game, every single series, they learn to adapt, and yeah, there was the face check. They don't just need lane swaps to win anymore. What felt like a team that needed lane swaps to win to avoid the laning phase, they can now play standard lanes. They can play hard matchups, easy matchups, early game, late game, whatever
and they did this against the team that was the best early game snowball team in the tournament, by bar none. There's the damage numbers. There's the graphs. You can see it.
If I might, graph is gone.
Oh, it's gone. It was there. It's on me now.
No, I need the graph. This one. I was not expecting this. Silas was demolishing everyone. We even got that cinematic fight between him and the Vi. So beautiful. And all of a sudden, you end the game on 16,000. He was demolishing. So the rest of the team had to pick up where he left it from. So it was a team synergy. You guys are bringing this up. They're evolving as they play through the tournament. If we started like this, Besiktas, and they were playing at the beginning of the tournament and they had to face off BDSA, I don't think like in 10 years they would be able to do it. But now they've evolved. And this is scary. Spandau should be afraid of this.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Because I think a lot of times we've come into these series and most of us have gone, well, they look okay, but we've kind of underestimated them at every stage. Like, are they getting out of groups? Yes. Are they getting out of quarterfinals? Oh, I'm not sure about this one. SK Prime, they beat them anyway. They come to this one. It's the LFL number 2 seed. It's the remaining LFL team. Well, it's LFL, right? They should win this. No, and not just do they win this, they will win this after going down 2-0 in pretty convincing fashion. We were pretty certain we were going to have a very fast day today, and it was anything but. Now, I won't sit here and tell you that Besiktas were the cleanest team in this tournament, were the cleanest games to win this, but they did come in and play with a lot of verve, a lot of confidence, and bluntly, a lot of just resilience, because it is very hard to come from the positions they were in some of these games and still find the way back in to win it all.
You know what? Might as well talk with someone who played the game. Karui is on the interview with us. Welcome to this one. As soon as he pops up, try to find him. We have a lot to talk about. Welcome to the interview. Congratulations before we even start talking. That was a long and tough one. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, especially...
And we lost sound. That was fast. We can't hear you right now. Something popped. I don't know. We'll try to go back into the interview as soon as possible after that little pop on the sound. But he's feeling good. We got that from the interview. He's feeling good. And that's really important
That's
after the best of 5. Yeah. This was a long day. I remember when we were talking, 2-0. I think we might be done by 7. And all of a sudden, it's almost 10. So this was a long one. And psychologically, as a player, this is exhausting. And people don't often realize that. I mean, you played a lot of best of 5s.
Yeah.
It's so exhausting.
It absolutely is. And to come off of the back and reverse sweep,
it's not okay.
the mental resilience. I've been on teams where, you know, everything sort of breaks and you can feel it getting worse and worse and worse
People
over
start
time.
getting quiet,
Yeah.
you know?
It's the typicals, you know, it's okay, guys. We just gonna go next, but you can
The
feel
communication
it, yeah.
starts lacking, someone dies and you don't speak what is happening as well. All those things start stacking up and your mental just goes down the drain.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things, I remember this kind of statement, and it's a little apocryphal because I can't find the source on it right now, but there is a statement about the win rate in game 5s when you get there in a reverse sweep. And it's so high, like 70% of those games end up being a game 5 victory for the reverse sweeping team because the mentality, the momentum is so huge.
I think we got him back.
Excellent.
Are you back?
There
he is. There he is. Okay,
go.
okay.
Yes.
Hey.
Cardi, we got you back, and we need to understand how tough was this mentally for you? The entire series, reverse sweeping, BDSA, tournament favorites. Talk to me a little bit about it.
I think as mentally it wasn't that hard because I am like, I don't know for others, but I am so used to play best of 5s nowadays, and every best of 5 I play, we are going 5 game, like TCL, quarterfinals, semifinals, like too much 5 games last year too. So I am used to it, but it feels really good to reverse sweep. Like it feels insanely good. Like I love this feeling. That's why I keep playing as a player.
So tell me something. Did you feel an evolution going through this best of 5? Because it seems like the team evolved not only in the draft, but also inside of the game itself. And also, you had to deal with a lot of things. 80 carries on this best of 5. You guys were the MVP. It felt in a moment like you were the Tom Cruise of the team. How was it?
I think we did really good evolution and adaptation versus enemy team because I said to my team, they are picking top champions like so early, like Rumble, Outrox, so they are so open to swap and they give us Jinx. So like we did really good adaptation, I think, this series.
Okay, if you had to take anything from this series versus BDSA, what would be your key? Like, they were really hard or they were really tough. This is why we went to 5 games because of. If you had to take one takeaway from this.
I don't have, like, I don't know. I can't choose something.
You can't choose. It was that complicated.
I can't choose.
Which leads me to the next one. You're on finals, EMEA Masters. You're about to do it. One more step versus Spandau on the best of 5. What do you believe your team is superior to Spandau?
I think we are superior on bot lane and top lane for sure. I think Ice is only playing through jungle mid, like that's how they play too. Like I'm not saying we are better top or bot for sure, but it is how they play. Like they go jungle mid, play 2v2 into outer lanes. But I think we can for sure block that because I think our mid laner is really good at fighting, and we can fight versus them 2v2 and match them.
Tell me something. Zanzara was saying if somehow he fights someone, he'll lose one game and then it's a sweep. If you could answer them for all the audience that is listening, what would you say?
Can you repeat?
Zanzara, kind of...
Zanzara.
Yeah, Zanzara promised us like, oh, we'll lose the first one and then we can sweep. If you could answer him, what would you say?
I mean... he will lose.
Easy. There you go.
It might go 5 game again, but I think we have really good chance to win tournament.
At the end, it will go to Turkey, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much for that interview. Congratulations. You guys did amazing.
Thank you.
I wish you the best. Have a nice one.
Thank you. You guys.
There you go. They're going to win.
We're going to win.
I mean,
is it just done?
I mean, you've got to call it back, right? It's 2023 all over again. The LFL's not here. It's Prime League versus Turkey in the finals. And that was a 5-game series. And Unicorns of Love lost it, didn't they? A Sexy Edition couldn't quite make it happen. And it was Wildcats that was winning it. That was Paris on that roster. That was Elramir on that roster. Paris isn't here. Just got beaten there despite a fantastic Blitzcrank performance. On the other side, we saw Elramir lose, unfortunately, for GK, who had a really stellar tournament. We cast that yesterday. And now they go to this finals. And for a player like Funky, who was on the team that lost the 5-game series, you start to get in your head here. And Besiktas, maybe on the other side, was like, they are so used to it going so long, so hard. They've kind of got that point where it doesn't hit them anymore. They're just so inured to like the pain of going so long. Like, you begin to wonder, how long do they remain the underdogs for until you just have to say, well, maybe they've just got it?
I mean, they might jump into finals, lose 2 games and say, hey, it's a normal Tuesday. This is another Tuesday for us. It's okay.
Yeah.
Another day in the job.
I'm a little bit worried come finals, though, about the power of evil effect. I feel like this guy is so damn strong at the moment in the meta with all these control mages, Talia as well. I'm a little bit concerned about that angle, but, you know, damn good showing, especially the evolution of the team. The way they play now is really convincing.
For those of you who are not paying attention until now, I don't know what you were doing, but hey, this is the bracket so far, how we got here. There you go. Look at the legends that were left behind. And this is only playoffs. If we show up group stage, you will be shocked. And it's interesting. It was the best on that day.
Exactly that. And also in how they were the best on that day, because we have now had both LFL teams that hit playoffs in this tournament get reverse swept by teams that were, on paper, significantly worse than them. Carmine Cold Blue, the reigning champions, reverse swept by GK, an Arabian League team who was supposed to be the nobody region. You know, I exaggerate, anybody who's watching the league might say differently, but they proved it in such stellar fashion. This one as well, Besiktas, a team that kind of looked a little bit rough in the group stage, had to get tiebreakers to get here. Suddenly it ends up beating SK Prime, coming into this and reverse sweeping BDSA, the team with the most incredible stats in terms of those early games in particular, to do it against LFL as well, and all the history that region as a whole has. That is an extraordinary statement and leads to an extraordinary tournament in terms of the results we're looking at.
We've been hearing a lot of weird things. Even on the desk, someone told me like, oh, they're going to win 3-0 and then go into the final and win 3-0. I mean, I hear a lot of things in the desk. True. I don't know if it's the flies on the studio, but it's kind of, hey, Aragon, you doing good?
Who was that guy? I don't know.
That
really
guy.
weird. Really weird.
The lawyer. It was the lawyer, right?
The lawyer's not here anymore. He retired.
Got disbarred.
He's gone.
Lost
Ran away from the building.
Career, man.
Yes, it was.
So if I may, just to wrap things up, we're not doing a pre-show. We're just ending the show by itself. I want to get your predictions on what's going to happen on Sunday, the last day of EMEA Masters.
Okay, I'm done underestimating them. 3-2 Besiktas.
Oh, he's going in.
Worked
it's a face-to-face.
Too long in Spandau, and I think it's going to 5 games, but it's going to be Eintracht Spandau. I live in Berlin. I believe in that team. Funky's going to get revenge for last year. It's going to happen.
May I interject your statement? You were one of the gentlemen who told me Spandau is not part of Berlin.
What?
You were one of the folks who told me, oh, you don't live in Berlin, you live in Spandau.
Oh, that's true.
So,
yeah, that's fair. That's actually true. Yeah, I did mock you with that. That's a regular thing. That's fair. I take that point.
Spandau.
Look, I'm going to be like every good analyst ever. Shout out to Razzleplasm. I'll just flip-flop when I need to. It's fine. I tell you, it's fine. I learn from the best.
No, but I understand your statement. So you think Spandau will take it. You think it's going to Besiktas?
Besiktas.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know, what do you think back at home? So head on to social media and hit us with those flags we keep seeing on those posts. Just hit us with all your love for your team. And also on the chat, because I know the mods are loving the spam on the chat. They've been telling me on DMs. So keep doing it. And with that in mind, we're going to wrap it for today. Would you like to say anything before we wrap the show? Thank you so much. It was lovely having you at the show. I'll see you Sunday. And until then, keep climbing.
Till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, On the mission, gotta get it, let's work. You were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do